Good morning, Tommy. Would you like to do a mic check? Good morning, Joe. Would you like to do a mic check? Oh, you're still connecting to audio, perhaps. Good morning, Dr. Rama Prasad. Would you like to do a mic check? And I apologize if I just butchered your name.
And you're doing just fine. Good morning. Could you confirm you can hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm going to go back on mute. Appreciate you having us. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe or Tommy, would either of you like to do a mic check?
This is Tommy. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hi, this is Joe. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. This is Cindy Chavez, and I'm just going to get the meeting started. And if I could, what I'd like to do is make sure that anybody who's in our attendee box knows that if you would like to speak on public comment, this would be the time to raise those hands. And we're also going to then move to the consent calendar. I know we have a few more minutes, but I just wanted to remind folks if they'd like to get ready that they can do that. We'll begin with a roll call for our guests. Just to let you know, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. We have a couple of adjournments and commendations and proclamations. We then go to public comment, approval of our consent calendar, and at a 10:30 time certain, we'll begin the COVID-19 item. So if you're here for that item, you can rest for a bit because we've got about an hour to go before we get there. And then we'll move through the rest of our items. I will just let my colleagues know that we do have one colleague that needs to leave at 6 and who has a community meeting that was scheduled before this meeting. So we're going to do our best to collaborate and cooperate and get through the big issues before that. So with that, I will also remind my colleagues that if there's anything that you would like to have put on consent, please be prepared to discuss that as we get to the consent calendar. We'll move in the same way we have, which is left to right. Thank you. And he's got all the calls.
Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Wasserman.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Good morning, Bob. Would you like to do a mic check?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you? We can hear you loud and clear.
I am good. Thank you.
Good.
Good morning, everyone. Just for my colleagues as we begin, I also wanted to add that if any of you would like to, we can also add Congressmember Lewis to our adjournments. So if I could, I'm going to ask the clerk to take the roll call and we'll begin our meeting.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Good morning, I'm here.
Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Cortese. Vice President Wasserman.
Here.
President Chavez.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Supervisor Wasserman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, ma'am.
Please stand if you're able.
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. We're now going to go to our adjournments. And I will again remind people if they'd like to speak at public comment, this would be the time to raise their hands. If we could, under adjournments, I will begin. It really is my great honor to adjourn in memory and in honor of a friend, Daniel Gonzalez Morales, who we lost on June 15th, 2020. He was born in Durango, Mexico on May 1st, 1943. I know that he learned many of his life skills as a migrant farm worker. He transcended the hardships of a migrant child with no restrooms, a lack of clean drinking water, poor housing, and underpaid and overworked work conditions to become a lifelong social justice advocate, especially on behalf of farm workers, low-income families, and children. He worked closely with Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, and the United Farm Workers. He was a part of the famous 1966 250-mile march from Delano to Sacramento to let the public and lawmakers know about the mistreatment of farm workers. He was a catalyst of change from Imperial County through Washington State, and he worked tirelessly through his 50 years of activism and employment with the Center for Employment and Training, whose national headquarters is here in San Jose. And he believed in the right to quality education and representation under the law. And he really believed in justice for workers. Daniel and his wife were married for 53 years, Dr. Marta Frias Morales, and they were active in the Young Christian Workers, the United Farm Workers, Sacred Heart Parish, the Biblioteca Latinoamericana, and CET. But that's not all. They fostered Spanish immersion programs and bilingual literacy and mainstream education. Daniel dedicated his life to helping others to create a better life for themselves and their families. I do not think it is overstated to say that he really was the embodiment of Si Se Puede. He always brought an air of warmth and grace and charm to any march or activist activity I was ever at with him. He enjoyed gardening and reading the newspaper and going to the movies with Martha. And I would just really want to say how what a gentle man he was, but what a strong, strong person he was. Daniel Gonzalez Morales, when he passed away after a battle with cancer, was surrounded by his wife, Martha, his children, Daniel, John, Olga, Javier, Gabriel, and Marisol. Nearby were his grandchildren, Sophia, Isaiah, Mateo, Daniel, Sonia, Rebecca, Victor, and including other family members and friends, Rogelio, Ruth, and Nicholas. And I just wanted to say, I know that Daniel's family is with us, and just to thank you for sharing him. He really was an amazing, loving leader, and he will really be missed. So thank you all for that. We had a lot of people send me notes about how important he was to them. So thank you to the family for letting us join him. I don't know if any of my colleagues wanted to make comments on Daniel's passing. I think Supervisor Cortese, if you would like to follow me, that would be great.
I'm going to pass Supervisor Chavez, but just to say my deepest condolences go out to Daniel's family.
Thank you. Supervisor Smidian, did you also want to weigh in?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for your very gracious words, and also to ask the clerk to reflect my arrival at 9:32, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I also wanted to just take a moment to reflect on Congressmember John Lewis. As many of you know, we lost him on July 17, 2020. He was born February 21st, 1940, to a family of sharecroppers in rural southeast Alabama. As a young man growing up during the time of Jim Crow laws, the battle for racial equality raged around him and shaped his life before he became an activist. He had to leave his home in Alabama even to attend college. I know many of you have been watching and seeing testimonies to him. I wanted to just share a couple of his accomplishments. He was a freedom rider on interstate buses. He was involved in the lunch counter sit-ins. He was the youngest speaker at the 1963 March on Washington. We're tired, he said in his speech, we're tired of being beaten by policemen. We're tired of seeing our people locked up in jail over and over again. And then you holler, be patient. How long can we be patient? We want our freedom and we want it now. He studied, practiced, and shared the virtues of nonviolence. He stuck by that doctrine even through the most brutal circumstances. And I wanted to just end with this reflection of him, and that was that after he was on the Atlanta City Council, he was elected to Congress in 1986. He rose in the Democratic Party ranks to senior chief deputy whip and became known as the conscience of the Congress. I know he will be missed by all of us across the country, and we are truly indebted to his life of service and I think his life of nonviolence. I don't know if anybody else wanted to reflect on that, but I wanted to make sure we acknowledged him at our meeting today.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
I just want to say that I don't know how many times, I'm not familiar with how many times John Lewis was in Santa Clara County or not, but I know there's a lot of history there. His former college roommate and clearly one of his best friends that was with him in his dying days, Bernard Lafayette, was our guest here at one of the nonviolence conferences that I know you attended, Supervisor Chavez, that was put on as by my office as the lead, but by the county as a whole, which brought an audience of about 750 people. And Mr. Lafayette spoke about John Lewis then. This was a few years ago, along with much of what happened, during their upbringing in the movement. So I just wanted to add to your excellent words, just in case folks don't know it, especially I'm always thinking of the younger generation, that these folks, these men, had a direct connection to Santa Clara County on more than one occasion. They weren't people who were just out there somewhere or somewhere else, and that's all I wanted to say. Obviously, Mr. Lewis leaves, Congressman Lewis leaves huge shoes to fill. We all know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to do a commendation item 4 at 10:15, and we'll come back to that at that time. We're now going to go to public comment, and public comment will be 1 minute for each person. We have over 22 speakers, and partway through, I'll close that public hearing. I'm going to give folks a minute more to join. And if I could ask the clerk to begin calling on our public speakers.
Our first speaker is Carol Callan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin when you begin speaking. Carol. There we go.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about unnecessary health public risk, to public risks. As of July 1st, the Assessor's Office is open for in-person customer service by appointment. Just real property, we have around 7 people in the office per day to serve, and it's planned to staff more. So far, we have less than 3 appointments per day. Our health director order requires remote work if it can be done, and we have been. our office has proven that we are more productive teleworking than last year's in-office work. COVID positive cases are up. We don't know if it's under control, but we do know that it's very contagious and we can't rule out airborne infections per the WHO. Please ask the assessor to scale back in-office work and embrace remote work tools. We can avoid this risk. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Wendy Shah. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Wendy from Assessor's Office, Real Property Division. As Carol just mentioned, that the teleworking is proved to be very productive and efficient. However, it's becoming clear that the office goal is to pull all the employees back to the office as soon as possible. We feel that the risk outweighs the benefit. So if 99% of our job can be done successfully and safely by teleworking, what's the point to pull back the entire office, more than 250 staff back to the office, putting more people's lives under the pandemic risk? Not only the employees, but also families behind us, young children, old parents, and also our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Heather Zuberbeyer. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Heather Zuberbeer. I'm an SEIU 521 member working in the Alternate Defender's Office as a senior paralegal. The Alternate Defender's Office is planning to move their office 4 miles outside the area of the Hall of Justice. Removing our office from this area will not only affect our clients' rights to equal access to representation, but it also does not align the alternate defender with the same equity as the district attorney or even the public defender. Our own office policies state we will always evaluate decisions with the client's interests and best ethical practices in mind, and in this instance, I don't believe this has occurred. We ask the board to halt the office move until the analysis is completed on client services and the impact, and works with alternate defender SEIU 521 and attorneys to ensure decisions are being made in the best interest of the clients we serve. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Marie Don. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin when you begin speaking.
My name is Marie Dan, and I'm an SEIU 521 member and the social worker for the Alternate Defender's Office. The office is planning to move without analyzing client impact. As the only social worker at ADO, the demands of my role are based on a caseload that mirrors that of our 20+ attorneys. Our current location has allowed me to quickly visit clients at court, the hall, or main jail at a moment's notice. An example is when an attorney must tend to other cases while a client needs skilled support from someone they trust during a mental health crisis. Our proximity to the reentry center and court helps to foster and maintain relationships with clients to reduce recidivism, but moving away jeopardizes the quality and presence of services that our clients need. This goes against our office policy of providing clients with representation that serves their best interests. The move's consequences for clients were not considered, and we are asking you to halt the move until the department collaborates with our union regarding concerns and a thorough analysis of client impact is done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Rodas. I'm unmuting you. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin when you start speaking. Jennifer Rodas. We'll come back. Our next speaker will be Connie Chu. I'm unmuting you. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Good morning. Yeah, my name is Connie Chu. I'm an SEIU member. I wanted to thank the public health officer, other officials and staff who are working hard to keep our communities safe in Santa Clara County. Unfortunately, the assessor, Larry Stone, thinks he's above the rules and health order. He continues to go to the department without using a mask. Please make sure he is on board to show leadership in making the work environment safe with proper social distancing and safety measures such as using a mask or continue to allow teleworking, which is being successful, especially for the workers who are at high risk? Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Juan Lopez. I'm unmuting you. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Good morning. This is Juan Lopez. I'm an attorney with the Alternate Defender's Office. I've been an attorney here for approximately 24 years. I'm calling regarding the pending move of the Alternate Defender's Office, which is all the policies that we stand for as attorneys representing the indigent of Santa Clara County. Currently, a lot of people don't know we represent children. These children are going to be asked to walk through and by the adult probation department, which is only separated by our soon-to-be office by a alleyway. Currently, only the high-risk offenders that are adults show up to the probation department on Charcot and First Street. We're now going to be asking our children, minors, to walk through and by these high-risk offenders, which usually are the high-risk sexual assault felons, convicted felons. So we are putting our children at risk, all because the Public Defender's Office wants our office building to accommodate the new size of their building, which means they've outgrown it, and we are being forced to move. And we need to reconsider this move and ask you to please do so and put us on an agenda.
The next speaker will be Joe Kunzler. I'm unmuting you. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Okay, good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to be incredibly brief this morning. I'm speaking on item 26, which is, according to Monica Malone, a resolution to put 1A sales tax in the ballot for Caltrain. I was going to ride Caltrain, and then the pandemic hit. As a tourist, public transit is important for tourism. Public transit is important to keep tourists on transit and not in cars. It's really important that you allow the voters of your area to decide what is going on with Caltrain and not backroom politics. If you can pass the original measure, that's great. If you, but please let the voters decide on this critical matter and protect the environment and support Caltrain, and that's with no capital T. Thank you so much for listening this fine morning. Have a nice day.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Rodas. Jennifer, I'm unmuting you. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Still not seeing Jennifer. We'll move to Mike Rogers. I'm unmuting you. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, this is Mike Rogers. I may not be available later, so I wanted to talk on COVID briefly ahead of that agenda item. I wanted to talk a little bit about the state on watch metrics that are used to put almost every county in the Bay Area on watch and restrict our business activities in many different segments. A couple of them are broken, and the per capita basis for the number of cases per 100,000 per 14 days is not independent of the number of tests. And we've been increasing testing exponentially at 2.5%. Tested positive rate, which the county has been at since the beginning of May, or very near to, we exceed the criteria at only 5,000 tests a day. And it gets even worse. We have to exponentially improve our tested positive rates to close to 1% to get out of this as we continue to do a good job on testing. Hospitalizations should also be based on capacity, not on a naked number of cases. Most Bay Area hospitals are at 10% or less capacity.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, thank you. Just to simply go forward, I've been writing yourselves a few letters at this time. One has been a letter about how can the Federal Task Force Committee, how can that be just a bit more, their questions be a bit more cognizant and relevant, I guess, to the subject matter. There's all these Trump issues going on with the federal police that I know we can be in an uproar about and get really angry about and be real good about asking questions, but what can be the day-to-day ways that the federal task force can just continuously ask good questions? my second letters have been about just about the work of the city of Berkeley at this time, and I guess the city of Oakland also. They're doing really good work with defunding issues, and it can really give us good lead about how we can work here in the South Bay. And be hopeful about the fire. Look into the fire situation with Santa Cruz County.
Next speaker is Brett Bymaster. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
My name is Brett Bymaster. I'm a resident in District 2, and I work with Healing Grove Health Center. And we are calling on the county supervisors today to address the lethal poverty pandemic as well as the lethal viral pandemic. And I want to say it's so critical that we actually talk about poverty. We have out of control poverty that has exploded because of shelter in place and the shutdown. And we have to actually address it. But we can't solve something that we're not talking about. And so we're here today to ask every single supervisor to overtly address poverty. So in 14 hours of public testimony over the past 2 county supervisor meetings, there wasn't one mention of poverty. And so our request today is that we have a robust conversation around the poverty pandemic. And so we want to ask every single supervisor to commit today to talking about poverty. So today I want to ask President Chavez if you can give us a thumbs up that you will address poverty and kind of launch a conversation on that today.
Before we go to the next speaker, just I will just let all the speakers know that the board will listen to everyone, but we don't usually respond to public comment directly, in part because it's not agendized. So I will appreciate the request, but we're going to be listening today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zoe Wang. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Zoe Wang, and I have been volunteering at Healing Grove. These past few weeks, we have been assisting people with submitting applications to get money for rent assistance and to be able to afford other necessities. These people were in the best financial situations before COVID-19, but now with COVID-19, these people are out of jobs and struggling to pay rent. We need to talk about the lethal poverty pandemic in addition to the viral pandemic. I live in District 5, and I would like to ask you, Supervisor Committee, to talk about the poverty pandemic because we can't solve the lethal poverty pandemic until we talk about it. Supervisor Committee, could you give us a thumbs up if you are going to talk about the poverty pandemic today?
Our next speaker is Rico Mendez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, supervisors. This is Rico Mendez, Chief Elected Officer of SEIU Local 521. I hope you're healthy and safe. In representing nearly 12,000 county workers here, we expect the county to ensure safety of the public and employees alike. And it's clear that's not happening at the assessor's office. And what the assessor's doing and the way he's doing it, and also the leadership he's showing by not wearing a mask, this has all very concerned. And we expect to have a real serious conversation about that, make sure our workers are safe all around the county. And also, honestly, on the alternative defender's office, the attorneys, the paralegals, investigators, staff, all oppose moving the office. We believe this move is unnecessary and will negatively impact the safety of our clients. And honestly, right now, this move, given the movement for Black lives, the racial justice issues that have been highlighted in our community, we really need to put everything through a racial justice lens right now, including this office move. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roland. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Roland LeBrun, San Jose District 2. I'm not going to talk about the Catherine 6 Act, which an earlier speaker referred to, but what I would like to do is to remind the Board of Supervisors that the voters of Santa Clara County have already voted to support Caltrain Caltrain funding, first in 2000, which was Measure A, and again in 2016, Measure B. So in closing, I don't really understand why item the 26 on the agenda today, but I do look forward to being informed when the item comes up for discussion later on this afternoon. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Max Hermosillo. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Max Hermosillo. I am a resident of District 2, and over the past couple of weeks, I've been interning at Healing Grove Health Center. Right now, our county is seeing the convergence of 3 pandemics, including the viral pandemic, the racism pandemic, and the poverty pandemic. While we have been busy addressing the poverty and racism the viral and racism pandemic, our county is failing at addressing the poverty pandemic, which is crippling and disproportionately affecting low-income Latino communities here, especially in the Alma, Washington community. And we are asking that you begin a robust conversation surrounding poverty because constituents will remember your actions when they decide who to vote for in the next round of elections on November. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christopher Fong. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, good morning. My name is Christopher. I'm an intern at Healing Grove Health Center. I want to thank you all for hearing me today. I just wanted to add to the voice about the issue of poverty in Santa Clara County. I've been helping file stimulus checks for lower income peoples of San Jose, and I've just been really touched by the terrible impact it's had on some of our peoples. Some of the peoples I've dealt with were single mothers earning $64 a month with 2 kids. And the problem is that we can't address the poverty pandemic without actually talking about it. So I just wanted to call out Mr. Wasserman from District 1. Would you please be willing to talk about the issue of poverty in Santa Clara County? Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, I wanted to let the clerk know that the last speaker on this item will be Brianna Morgan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Jin. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, my name is Adam Jin. I was a graduating class of 2019 at Lincoln High School, resident of District 2, and an intern at Healing Grove Health Center. Over the past few months, I've seen what quarantine has done to some of the people in our neighborhood, and I've seen that they've been laid off, and that yes, we're protecting them, we're protecting their health, but we're not protecting their housing and their well-being because they are living in poverty. I've seen and heard the same stories that Brett Bymaster, Zoe Wang, Christopher Fong, and Max have heard as well. And I would like to call out Supervisor Cortese of District 3 to address the poverty pandemic as well. Since, like Max have said, we addressed the COVID pandemic and the racism pandemic, and now it's time to talk about the poverty pandemic.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Fong. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Nicholas. I am also an intern with Healing Grove. I'm a voter in District 5, I'm pretty sure. I'd like to talk yet again about this poverty pandemic that is afflicting our community here in San Jose. People here definitely are in need of work, and they are struggling to pay rent, put food on the table, and though we are doing a very good job of keeping the viral pandemic under control, these people have other needs and we must treat them holistically. So we're asking you, all the Board of Supervisors, please, we just want you to be talking about the poverty. We want you to think about solutions and put those into place because we can't just skip around this topic. So thank you all for hearing us out.
Our next speaker is Alex Chang. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, my name is Alex Chang. I have been volunteering at Healing Grove Health Center for the past few months. We have been helping lower income families fill out financial assistance forms, and we've gone through hundreds of families giving them money because they really need it. I've seen how much they need the money for like rent or just food. Shelter in place has really benefited those who can telecommute, those who are more wealthy, but have really hurt lower income families like people who work in jobs like construction or house cleaning. Healing Grove has done a good job combating the poverty pandemic, but we definitely can't do it alone. So I am asking elected leaders to help. And the first step is to talk about this issue, which you guys have not exactly done yet. So today I'm asking Supervisor Ellenberg to please give a thumbs up if you agree to talk about the raging issue of poverty.
Our next speaker is Isabella Liu. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
My name is Isabella Liu, and I'm a registered nurse at Good Samaritan Hospital. I took care of a patient who came in with shortness of breath, cough, and a fever who initially tested negative for COVID. She declined rapidly and retested positive. That was 5 days after sharing a room with a roommate whom also tested positive, and 3 days of caring for this patient. There were no extra precautions taken for this patient who continued to have symptoms prior to being retested. I am currently on day 7 of quarantining at a hotel to protect my family. Employee health stated that they would not test me until closer to the end of my 14 days from last exposure. When asked if I could get tested sooner or if they would test me twice within this 14-day period, they said that they would only provide 1 test to employees at this time. Meanwhile, I was told to come to work. Each day I come to work, I feel scared and paranoid, not knowing if I would be an asymptomatic carrier and possibly put my vulnerable patients or even my coworkers at risk.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak.
All right, everybody. Scott Largent. Interesting hearing the alternate defender's office making public comment about moving their location. So they're going to move it down near probation, down off of First Street. So there's a lot of different county agencies that have been stuffed out of sight, out of mind. Same with the ones over on Julian Street. Basically, you go into those lobbies. There's no glorified receptionist. There's a bunch of courtesy phones, and you go through the same process. You're never able to really get a live person, have a dignified meeting. I don't even think you get the free water out there. I understand that the alternate defender's office deals with mental health issues also. Maybe you guys, rather than worrying about what you're going to see out your office view in the future, maybe you should look out your current office to the mentally ill man that's been doing cartwheels and smoking meth, that's half naked, covered in crap. And maybe you could figure out a way to help him, because he shouldn't be spending the last 30 days out there on a sidewalk begging for help.
Our next speaker is Lydia Gamerick. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Lydia Gamerick, and I'm an RN at Good Samaritan Hospital. I've been there about 33 years, and I'm on the neonatal transport team. I work in the neonatal ICU. On May 30th of this year, HCA chose to close the maternal child service line at Regional Med Center due to lack of profits. San Jose and nearby cities have not been adequately notified of the closure. We know this because there's been numerous women who have accidentally come into labor there and have delivered their babies, some of which have had to be transported elsewhere. The nurses and the ED at Regional have not been given adequate training, education, equipment, and support to handle these kind of moms. Regional is a transport facility that is a trauma in Santa Clara County. It would be dangerous for a pregnant woman in trauma to be brought there. The staff needs to have proper OB services, education, training, signage on the highways, and obviously reopening OB and children's services would be in the best interest of the community and the patients. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Page. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Yes, thank you. My name is David Page. I'm a retired member of SEIU Local 10-1. I've lived in Palo Alto, and for almost 30 years, I took Caltrain to work for the Department of Public Health up in San Francisco. I'm strongly in favor of having people work from home for a number of reasons. But we need to keep Caltrain running for the many people who have to commute to a physical location. Thank you all for supporting remote work as you've been doing, and also for supporting Caltrain. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Coral Cox. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Coral Cox. I'm a registered nurse and I work at Good Samaritan. I'm also a voter in District 4. I'm very concerned about the lack of COVID testing for staff at the hospital. We take care of vulnerable patients, many of whom have underlying health conditions, and it seems irresponsible that all staff are not being tested regularly for COVID-19. It is very possible that I or one of my coworkers could be asymptomatic carriers, unknowingly spreading the coronavirus to the very community that we're committed to caring for. We recently had an exposure on my unit, and not all of the nurses have been tested. Nurses are being given conflicting information regarding testing. It's all very confusing, and honestly, it's a little scary when I think about the potential negative outcome to myself, my family, and my community. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Catherine Jordan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Catherine Jordan. Having listened to a number of the speakers speak about poverty, I'd like to emphasize about Caltrain that we would hate to place an additional burden on these low-income residents by adding to the tax burden, which is already very high in our county. We are already supporting Caltrain through already passed sales tax measures. And it's unfortunate that other transit agencies simply do not want to share the proceeds of those sales tax measures, and now seeking to have residents be further burdened with additional tax measures. I'd like to ask that the Board of Supervisors reject the proposal to allow Caltrain to place the 1/8 cent sales tax on the ballot. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pasha. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is John Pasha. I'm an RN at Good Samaritan Hospital in the CVICU. I want to talk about the failure at HCA and Good Samaritan and COVID testing for frontline workers who've been exposed to COVID positive patients. For staff and patient safety, it's imperative that caregivers know if they are positive or negative on a regular basis, but especially if we have been exposed. And the only way to do this is testing. I have two recent examples that I believe illustrate the cavalier Russian roulette approach by HCA and Good Samaritan. One is of an asymptomatic coworker, and a second is of a patient that was not diagnosed until later into care. Nurses are being denied their tests. Extended contract tracing was not being fully done, and nurses are frightened and jumping through hoops and are shown no leadership. And if they are tested, they are only getting one test. In the case of a patient exposed, the nurse was told to keep track of temperatures on an app and wait to be tested. However, that nurse has not been quarantined and is still in care. How is this safe standard of care?
Our next speaker is Melissa Willett. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Melissa Willett. I work for the assessor's office here in Santa Clara County. First, we're in unprecedented times, as we all know, and human health and safety should be our #1 priority of county leadership, which includes all elected officials. The Office of the Assessor has created unnecessary risk, potential exposure at 70 West Heading. They're mandating workers who may need to visit the office during the day have to stay for 9 hours. They're also increasing the number of workers in the office without any production or work need. For parents like myself who have children at home due to limited access to quality childcare, telecommute must remain a standard. And when the school year resumes in a couple of weeks, my son will be expected to be logged into classes for 8 hours a day, multiple classes at various times. There's no precedent for that, and I need to be able to telework to ensure that he can get quality education like all the other students at Eastside Union High School District. It's also important for the budget that we get the work done, and telework has proven to be more productive than in-office work.
Our next speaker is Andrew Crockett. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
I am Andrew Crockett of District 4, SEMA member, CPA, and financial analyst for VMC, and I am here to speak strongly in favor of Proposition 15 and the Ellenberg-Chavez resolution supporting it. Prop 15 will close loopholes that presently benefit the top 1%. Our current laws have been undermining public service funding systematically over the past 40 years and giving that money to those who already have wealth. The time has come to correct this error. It will require substantial effort on the part of all assessors' offices throughout the state to implement Proposition 15 once it passes, and any assessor who is a defender of the 1% can be reliably expected to complain about doing this work they were duly elected to carry out, saying it can't be done. Not only are such comments disingenuous, they are misinformative and not to be believed by the fair or the wise.
Hello. Hello, Robert Aguirre here. I'd like to talk about the trailers that have been pretty much abandoned by the city of San Jose, and I know the county has 15 trailers of their own. I would like to some action going forward that we utilize these trailers, put them on county property. I have actually gone out and seen several plots of land that are owned by the county that are vacant that could be utilized for housing some people. I know there've been a number of people talking about poverty, but these are the most poor people that we have. They have nothing. If we can somehow manage to put some people into housing, even if they are trailers, we can transition those people into more permanent housing once it becomes available, and then just cycle people through them. I think it's there's $600 million that the state is getting ready to give out to try to house the unhoused. And I think this is something that the county could take advantage of to use funding in order to provide proper connections for these trailers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is RN2. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
I'm an RN on a COVID unit at Regional Medical Center. At Regional, we have COVID exposures in multiple units daily. Staff are not always notified. I myself have been exposed and never sent home, told to quarantine, or called about my exposure. Many times nurses are not even notified until 10 days after they've been exposed. I've been working with COVID patients since February and never tested. This is all more concerning since limited PPE and isolations room have been a major issue. Most COVID-19s are not in negative pressure rooms nor have HEPA filters. Sometimes we are even told if the tests are less than a minute, it is okay to enter a COVID positive room without a gown. In addition, N95 respirators are used for entire shifts with multiple patients. We now are asked to save them to be reprocessed. The lack of testing and the many patient safety concerns should be addressed in order to take every precaution to stop the spread of this virus. Instead of calling us heroes, I call for change. Thanks.
Adam, you will have 1 minute to speak.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to in a county of almost 2 million people, we currently have 12 people in ICU. This economy has been shut down for over 4 months now. People, let that sink in, okay? There's more tests, so of course there's gonna be more cases. You're bringing people from other counties here. Shout out to Larry Stone for not wearing a mask. They are so bad for your health. There's already been deaths because of people wearing masks. Also, I wanted to say, what is your reports from Florida where people that weren't even tested got back positive results? And also, the last time there was a meeting was over a month ago. We need daily briefings from our county people on this pandemic. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joy Wang. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
My name is Joy Wang, and I work in the neonatal intensive care unit at Good Samaritan Hospital as an RN. I'm concerned about patient safety and our own health and safety regarding the lack of PPE and testing. Recently, one of my colleagues attended a precipitous delivery. She wore the standard surgical mask and later found out that the mom was COVID-19 positive. The hospital refused to test her. She has personally taken it upon herself to get tested and retested. We are not provided with the proper equipment we need to safely care for the community. I personally struggle to go to work every time because I don't know if I'll be exposed again and bring COVID to my own family. This is unsafe and unacceptable. GSM can and should do better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Abel Espinoza. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, my name is Abel Rangel. I'm a graduate of Abraham Lincoln High School, the class of 2020. I went to Big Bone and baseball games, and I sang with choir. And all in all, Abraham Lincoln taught me to do right, which led me to help people here at Healing Grove, where I found that there are people out here that don't think that they could make it through one more month of this. They need help, and this is a county problem. We have the ability to solve this, but this is a battle I can't do alone, and this is a battle that our clinic can't do alone. So now I ask you to do right for our county and for the people that are often misrepresented here in San Jose. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Catherine Lartigue. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Catherine Lartigue, and I'm the COO of Raising the Bar. I'm speaking in regard to Agenda Item 30, Inventory Item 69. We're in the negotiation and contract phase with the Procurement Department. We've finalized one contract with one vendor, and the second vendor will be selected today, July 21st, which will then proceed with contract negotiations as well. After both of these contracts are executed, there should be funds left over from our capacity building grant. We would like to go on record stating that we've had a conversation with the Procurement Department, and they will support us in potentially securing the remaining funds for operating expenses, primarily for staffing purposes. We would just like to go on record stating that we have a strong need for the remaining funds for operating expenses for Raising the Bar, as we are a small CBO. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brianna Morgan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Brianna Morgan. Not seeing her. Our next speaker is Jennifer Rodas. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Jennifer, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Jennifer Rodas, and I'm a registered nurse at Good Samaritan Hospital.
I apologize. That was my fault. Jennifer, can we restart? Accept the unmute one more time?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I apologize. Please go ahead.
So my name is Jennifer Rodas, and I'm a registered nurse at Good Samaritan Hospital. I am disturbed with the lack of transparency, inadequate preparation, and delayed response that the Good Samaritan Hospital administration has in regards to COVID-19. Our hospital leadership dismissed nurses' concerns when we warned them back in January. When I spoke to our CNO, Mark Brown, on March 12th, he told me that there is a 0% chance of being exposed to COVID-19 in the hospital. Less than a week later, I found out from my coworker that I was on an unofficial list of staff that was exposed. I was never officially notified by the hospital. I reached out to my manager and to employee health, who refused to test me despite my frequent pleas. I emailed our hospital administration and received no response. When I brought this up to our CNO at a leadership meeting months later, he disingenuously apologized that I slipped through the cracks. Due to improper screening, we had another patient test positive last week. I took care of the roommate who also tested positive, so now I'm exposed again. I was notified but not offered immediate testing, while others were offered a 30-minute window for testing. Despite being exposed, we are still expected to return to work. This isn't right, and our hospital has obligation to protect the community and its employees.
Our next speaker is Brianna Morgan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. Brianna, I can hear you. Go ahead and start.
Right, great, thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Brianna Morgan. I'm speaking on behalf of a statement provided by my coworker Joyce Lee. I'm a registered nurse at the emergency room at Regional Medical Center. I'm here to voice my concerns about the safety of pregnant mothers and babies being cared for at my hospital since the closure of women's services in May. To this day, ED nurses have little to no training on caring for a laboring mother or newborn baby, have no way to do continuous fetal monitoring while a patient is in our care. Despite the hospital claims that we would only have 2 births a year, we've already seen multiple births take place in our ER. Nurses have repeatedly brought up our concerns to management. We are still fighting to have basic training made available to all. We have significant delays in transfers, leaving mothers sitting in the ER at potential greater risk of exposure to COVID, and staffing hasn't been adjusted to account for this patient population. We are not labor and delivery nurses or neonatal intensive care nurses. Those are highly specialized skills that our hospitals fail to provide to birthing mothers after the closure of our services. We're worried about our patients. As a trauma designated hospital, we ask the County Board of Supervisors to hold HCA accountable. Thank you.
That concludes our public commenters.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on now to approval of the consent calendar. So if you would wish to speak on the consent calendar, this would be the time to raise your hands if you're a member of the public. What I'd like to do is I will begin with Supervisor Cortese and go down the line to see if there are any items that you would like to put on consent. Yeah, we have to do this one first.
Yes. Supervisor Chavez, just a point of order. We were going to go to the ceremonial at 10:15, and I didn't know if you wanted to do that now or after the consent calendar discussion. I know that our recipient of the commendation is here.
Then we can go ahead and begin now. Thank you, Supervisor Cortese, and then we'll go to the public comment. To the consent calendar.
Excuse me, this is Rhonda, the host. I have a second Dave Cortese in the room, and I need to just verify who that person is so that I can change their name.
Supervisor Cortese, I believe it is the guest of honor.
Yes. Yes, that is correct. That would be Director General Joseph Ma. Yes, he's on my county desktop, and I'm on my county laptop. So
no worries. I just needed to make sure we weren't being Zoom bombed. Thank you. I have changed his name.
I appreciate it very much. So thank you. Thank you, President Chavez and the board, for taking this out of order today. We are losing, in a manner of speaking, at least in terms of his presence here in Northern California, Director General Joseph Ma from Taiwan, who is the Director General of the Taiwan Economic Council. He is a diplomat. For those who aren't familiar with how this works, in essence, it would be the equivalent of having the Consul General of one of our great foreign partners suddenly, be reassigned or leave the area. We don't always have a ceremonial when that kind of thing happens, but we have traditionally made sure to acknowledge our director generals as they come and go, particularly because the County of Santa Clara enjoys such an institutionalized relationship with Taiwan, particularly through Hsinchu County. Hsinchu County is one of 3 sister counties that we have in the County of Santa Clara. I am the liaison, and have been for a number of years, liaison for the Board of Supervisors to those sister county commissions, and probably at times the most active one of those commissions has been the Hsinchu County Commission, which has self-funded delegations at times going back and forth between Santa Clara County and Taiwan. Supervisor Yeager and I had the opportunity to be part of one of those delegations at one time some years ago, which was a tremendous experience and led to formal MOUs between the county, our county, and Hsinchu County, as well as some other areas of Taiwan, municipalities in Taiwan, in terms of not only exchange of information, but particularly the education of our youth. We have had a great relationship as long as I've been here as a county with all of our director generals. General Ma's, of course, not the first in a long line of director generals who have worked with us and really graced us with diplomatic presence here from Taiwan. But I must say that Director General Ma has gone above and beyond the call of duty on so many occasions, showing up for events large and small, being present at the spur of the moment, which meant in a lot of cases that he had to travel from San Francisco to Santa Clara County, pre-COVID, of course, in huge traffic congestion and with all kinds of other obstacles. I can't recall a time when he missed an event or when we thought he might be at an event and he wasn't there. He just has always been there. And his relationship has been so strong that his original commission here in Northern California was actually extended once already. And I must say that I was kind of hoping it would be extended again, just because his shoes will be so hard to fill. That said, I want to put in a little bit of personal point of privilege if I haven't done that already. The only time that I know of that there was a 5K foot race staged between the president of the Board of Supervisors and the Director General of the Taiwan Economic Council, our diplomat here in Santa Clara County, occurred just a few years ago at Marshall Cottle Park. And it was staged by our commission along with several other organizations that are involved with the Taiwanese community. And I have to acknowledge that not only it has Director General Ma been a tremendous diplomat, and I mean that relative not just to Taiwanese diplomats, but diplomats that I've encountered from all over the world. He's in the upper tier of all diplomats I've ever encountered. He's also one of the fastest. And as good of shape as I made sure I was in for the challenge of a foot race with him when I was president of the board, he still beat me by a split second. And I couldn't let him leave to go to his next assignment without one final public acknowledgement of his athletic prowess as well. Let me just say that in July of 2015, he was appointed to serve as Director General here out of San Francisco for the San Francisco Bay Area. And officially, he ends the service here July of 2020, this month. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I want to thank him for his service as Director General of the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in San Francisco, and for his diplomatic service here, which I just spoke of, and for his friendship, not only to me, but his respect and friendship toward the entire Board of Supervisors in the very large constituency that we shared with him and have shared with him during his entire tenure here. And with that, I know that we actually have a proclamation for the Director General. I don't know if that's something that is going to be handed over to him today immediately, but Supervisor Chavez, maybe we could give him, in any case, an opportunity to just say a few words of essentially a farewell to us, and at some point, whether that's today or otherwise, we'll make sure to get that full board proclamation to him. Thank you, President Chavez.
Thank you very much. General? You're on mute still. There you go.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Cortesi. Thank you so much for your kind words and a warm friendship to me, my office, and the people of Taiwan. And also thank you, President Cindy Chavez, for inviting me here. And thank you all the Supervisor Mike Wasserman and the Supervisor Susan Allenberg and Supervisor submission. And dear citizens of Santa Clara County, I'm extremely honored to be invited to attend today's Board of Supervisors meeting and receive such honored proclamation from you. It's an utmost honor for me to have chance to work here as the Director General of the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in San Francisco, which represents the government of the Republic of China on Taiwan in the areas of Northern California, state of Nevada, and the state of Utah in the past 5 years. And during these 5 years, I have acquainted many good friends in your great county and work closely with you to further enhance the mutual beneficial relationship between Santa Clara County and the Hsinchu County of Taiwan. Santa Clara County and Hsinchu County established a sister county relationship in year 1994. And over the past 26 years, with the joint efforts of both sides, this sisterhood friendship has grown very, very much. And this close tie has benefited the people of both sides through expanded trade, investment, tourism, and the frequent exchange of culture and education. I'm incredibly grateful to all supervisors of Santa Clara County for your great support for this the friendship and the sister city relationship between your great county and Hsinchu. And I'm confident that this very staunch and close relationship between us will only continue to grow, particularly after your great county returns from normal from the COVID-19 pandemic. And here I want to also take this opportunity to extend my best wish to your great county, the best of health and happiness, and very quick restoration of the economy. And each and every one of you stay safe and healthy. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and this honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Mon. Thank you for joining us today. And we wish you all good things and good health and, and more excitement in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tara. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to move to item 6. This is the approval of our consent calendar. I'm going to ask the clerk to read the calendar, please.
We have a request from Supervisor Cortese to consider item 19 after item.
If we could ask that when these issues come back to us on the transportation side, the RIDE program be specifically considered and addressed in that work. Dr. Smith, is that something that's agreeable and consistent with the larger direction?
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you. And the other thing, Madam Chair and colleagues, is, and I have mentioned this previously to the county executive, we're starting to get reports in my office that senior meals programs, at least in my district, are learning that they are about to have funding pared back because the funding for meal preparation and pickup under COVID is apparently expiring, and that means folks will be expected to go back to the pre-COVID levels. I think that's more than problematic, at the risk of stating the obvious. I also don't think it's a lot of money, so I guess I'm going to turn with the chair's forbearance to the county executive and say, is that an issue that we can get addressed in relatively short order as we're focusing on these older adults issues as well?
Yes, we'll actually do this through COVID, so we'll find the money and do it.
What I would just add, Supervisor Simidian, is that in the in one of our next COVID reports, a subsection of that's going to be focused on food. And so because it's not just the senior programs that you're referring to, but there are lots of areas that are feeling uncomfortable with well, maybe unclear about what the direction is. So I'd like this to be part of a COVID-19 report back, just because it impacts a lot of different parts of the county, if you're comfortable with that.
That's fine, Madam President, if that reflects essentially a second opportunity to address the issue. But I did want, as part of this item, to get clarity from the county executive. I've got one site in particular where they've just been told they'll probably have to serve 20 fewer people if we go back to the old numbers. I don't think we want to be turning 20 folks away. And I'm understanding from Dr. Smith that we have the resources to address it. So I'll take yes for an answer, and then I'll take yes for an answer when we get to the item again.
Yeah, that would be great. I just wanted to alert folks that you may be hearing more of that, as there are some discussions with the city of San Jose, who's our lead food provider, that are looking at how and what role they want to play in the long term. And so I just want to alert you, you may hear it from other programs. And if you do, I would also recommend that information get to Dr. Smith as quickly as possible. But I'm hoping that we can, in a more wholesale way, address this issue as a group in early August, or our first or second. Actually, it'll have to be our first meeting in August. So thank you for that, Joe. I'm in agreement.
Yeah. Thank you. And then another item for addition to our consent calendar, if the board is amenable, is item 27. This is the construction manager at risk contract, which we had on a prior agenda and which was delayed at my request so that the staff could work through some issues with minority contracting interests. And my understanding is that significant progress has been made, and I'm pleased to hear that the time allowed for that. But this item, I don't believe, is controversial, and so I'd ask that it go on the consent calendar as well. And then finally, on item 21, which Supervisor Ellenberg has asked to place on the consent calendar, I will be a no vote on that item today. And I had lengthy remarks prepared to explain my no vote, but if you leave it on consent, you can be spared my lengthy remarks. So fair enough. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's how that works. No, I'm just kidding. Supervisor Simitian, could you say the number again?
Yes. Item 27 to be added to consent. Item 21, Simitian casting a no vote.
21. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Supervisor Wasserman, and then I'll come back to anybody who may have want to jump back in. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I found 21 very interesting as well. I think I met Evan Lowe when he was 17. And he was our waiter in a Campbell restaurant. So the 17-year age is quite interesting when you think about 18 as far as the right to vote, the going to war, 21 alcohol. I certainly had concerns about getting it too young when I was thinking about juniors in high school. But the way that it's written sounds like it's allowing those people who will turn 18 by voting day. And that's a big difference to me as compared to people when they're 17 being able to vote. I was going to add 25 and 28 to consent. Supervisor Cortese already mentioned 28, so that's in there. And I would suggest for board consideration that item 25 also be added to consent.
Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez, excuse the interruption, but I think there may be some lack of clarity around what item 21 does or doesn't do. And so I'm afraid I'm going to ask that we pull the item from consent and have the conversation, because I think it, in fact, allows for a much wider range of voting opportunities than perhaps was understood. So with that, I ask that the item come off consent so that all members of the board and the public are clear about what the item is. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm fine with that.
Supervisor Ellenberg, you had another item you wanted to comment on? And you're on mute. You're on mute. Yeah.
Thank you. So just to be clear then, item 21 is not going to be on consent.
Correct.
It's going to be in the regular calendar, okay. And thank you for coming back to me. On item 18 that Supervisor Cortese moved to consent, I don't have an issue with it being on consent, but I'd like to make 2 quick requests for information to come back with regard to first section letter A. First, I'd like to ask that administration include a report back on mental health supports for older adults, certainly given COVID-19 stresses and social isolation, as well as part of the infrastructure that the administration include the digital divide that seniors are experiencing as part of options to be presented to the board. And second, SourceWise has just completed their 4-year area plan. And in support of that plan, they had a considerable amount of data from prior to the pandemic, and it may be an effective use of resources to update their findings and data beginning after the pandemic. So I just wanted to shine a light on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. I'm going to ask for my colleagues to add a few more items to consent, and then I want to talk about the orders of the day. On item 20. Oh.
Sorry.
Are you excited because I'm putting something on consent?
You know, that might have popped out.
Oh, are you lucky you're not sitting right next to me?
I know.
All right. So item 23, this is our unhoused task force. I'm really delighted that Susan Ellenberg is going to be the co-chair. That'll be a lot of fun. And so I'm going to put that on consent, if that's all right with my colleagues. Item 25, which Supervisor Wasserman has asked to be on consent. I just wanted to ask that that be on consent with direction that the county executive's office play a leadership role in the final option coming back to the board as quickly as possible. Item 25 is the, item 30. I also want to affirm consent on that with calling out that I am very interested in unencumbered funds, not just unencumbered, but unassigned funds over the next couple of weeks be reassigned back to the nonprofits who could use that for their operations. And then let me just I think you all put the rest of them on consent. I think that's right. So with that, did I forget anything? Okay, so with that, I want to just say, reaffirm for the clerk that item 18 will be going on consent with an additional request for a hearing, an additional request through Supervisor Cortese, additional request for the RIDE program to be addressed directly, and for staff to directly address a food program that Supervisor Simidian will forward to the office. That item 19, and this is a digital divide, be deleted because the staff is already working on making that happen, which is very exciting.
Supervisor Chavez, I apologize for the interruption. There were the 2 pieces that I added from item A you didn't mention. I just want to make sure those 2 get into the record as well.
Thank you. One is the digital divide for seniors, that also be addressed, that SourceWise that we make a recommendation to them that they complete their research in the time of COVID-19, and that we address and make sure we're taking a look at isolation for seniors and mental health for seniors during COVID-19.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 28 is a master plan. This is a draft master plan. The final will still come back to us, but this will be put on consent. Items 20, 21 will be left off consent, and that we are putting 23, the unhoused task force, 25, the CalFresh with the referral to staff, and 29, which was already on consent, and item 30 remain on consent with direction for unassigned resources to go back to the nonprofits that are being supported by this program. Is there any other change that I left out? I want to now say that we will go to the public for comments on the consent calendar. And now that the consent calendar is clear-ish, we'll go to public speakers. We have 10 public speakers. As we get to the 5th public speaker, I will determine when we close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, before the public speakers are called, I wonder if we might impose upon the clerk to produce a revised summary of the consent calendar, just since there were so many changes, and then share that with our offices and the public so that we're all clear as we work our way through the day.
Thank you. And I will just add that item 27 was also put on consent, and that was the new child and adolescent psychiatric facility as placed on by Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. I was informed as far as item 21, the Supervisor Simidian put back on. What I had said is as long as they turn 18 by the general election, and in fact, 17-year-olds can vote in the primary as long as they turn 18 by the general. So I wanted to clarify that, and if Supervisor Simidian still wishes to hear 21, then so be it. But I wanted to correct the faux pas that I made regarding the primary election.
Supervisor Simidian?
I would like to hear the matter now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, so 21 will stay off consent. All right, then we will go to the public, and we have 10 public speakers. I'll, if the clerk could begin calling the names. Thank you.
Our first speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to speak about items 15 and 16. Item 15 is about the equity pledge, and it to me looks very similar to the ideas of the old surveillance and technology ordinance. It has similar principles and similar concepts, and I'm really happy with it. And thank you that we're able to, address the ideas of just openness and how we can just have, I think, a better way of communication between everyday community and government. I think that should be an important goal and what we're working towards with the equity pledge. The ideas of in item 16 are about better environment, and all the items today have a lot to do with COVID. And I wanted to quickly mention that I hope Berkeley has been a good example of housing issues, and I hope we can really work on the future of housing and feel free and comfortable in how to talk about tenants and owners issues. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lorena Chavez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Great. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Greetings, President Chavez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Lorena Chavez, Eastside Union High School District Trustee and Digital Equity Coalition founding member. So I wanted to speak real briefly about the digital divide referral, and wanted to say thank you so much to each and every one of you for prioritizing this issue. As a school board member, there's no way that we can do this alone. Y'all have been watching the news and how much is happening in our communities. So it's something that really needs to get addressed and addressed now. And I mean, no, I don't speak just for school board members or for folks in the education world. Everybody needs access to these resources right now. For example, healthcare providers, just to name one, right? The families that are being supported in this item are families and constituents that we share, the county and us. These are families that benefit from services like CalWork. So again, thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Marianne Dewan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, President Chavez, supervisors. I am speaking on the digital divide item today. I want to thank all of you for your support of this really important item and investment. While it will support education, it will also help us support and provide the services that we share, a duty and responsibility to the highest need families in our county. The urgency is as great now and even greater than when we first brought the item to you. On Friday, the governor closed schools to all in-person operations that were on the state watch list for COVID-19. The urgency is now for us to get devices available to our children and families before school starts. Thank you so much for your support.
Our next speaker is Maimona Afzal Berta. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Maimona Afzal-Berta, Vice President of the Franklin McKinley School District and Special Education Teacher in the Allen Rock School District. I'm here also speaking as a founding member of the Digital Equity Coalition and on the Digital Divide item. As you know, district and community leaders are working around the clock to figure out how to provide robust distance learnings when schools reopen online next month. And we know that our most vulnerable families, especially those who rely on CalWORKs programs, need equitable access to devices and internet to live, learn, and thrive. Health and community well-being is a shared responsibility of the county, and we thank you for making the investment to purchase these vital tools in June. We now need the county's urgent partnership to ensure that these funds to purchase the devices and hotspots are released now so that children can continue learning while staying safe in the next 30 days when schools reopen virtually. Thank you again for your commitment to children and your urgency.
Supervisor Chavez, but before the next speaker begins, would it be appropriate to remind speakers on consent that the digital divide item was pulled because the funding has already been dispersed? So speakers who are advocating for it might not feel compelled to speak. And also, if it's no longer on the consent calendar, I don't think it's appropriate, although I love the spirit of enthusiasm.
Yeah, and I'm gonna, in terms of whether or not it's appropriate under this item and also public comment, I have been very flexible, and especially because I've given people 1 minute. I will, I appreciate the reminder. I think a number of people heard it and still chose to speak. So I will just ask the clerk to keep calling folks, but thank you, Supervisor Allenberg, for keeping me on task. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. There's a lot of items on the consent calendar today it's kind of a variety of different issues for the public. And you know, I've got to figure out a way to have these pulled off of the consent calendar and not just tackle them all together. Because I really want to talk about the homeless task force, even the issues involving the CalFresh for veterans, even the digital divide as far as Wi-Fi. And I know a lot of other people wanted to do the same thing I'm doing. Out in your hallway, we still have a good man, Elias Madrid. He served our country. And of course, he is a war veteran. He was in the Navy, and you still have not been able to house him. He's homeless. He's still living behind a location downtown, and it's very sad. So I talked to a lot of you in power, and it was just like a big slap in the face. You should house that man. He did a lot for our country, and he was also an employee of the county. So do the right thing and get that man housed and help him. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gail Osmer. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. The timer will start when you begin speaking. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Good morning. Thank you for the recommendations relating to our CSFC hearings regarding our older adults. I'm speaking on item number 18. I'm a firm believer of shared housing. With many seniors spending more of their income on rents and leaving them without much left over, I want to focus on that they don't have a lot of funds. They don't have funds for food, medicine, and other essentials. We need to find a way to help them. Shared housing can help in many ways. For one, isolation, and that is my biggest concern being on the senior commission. Companionship, which everybody needs, where they can have a safe environment to live. And most important, will they have a little bit of funds left over so maybe they can go to a movie? Also, lastly, our senior commission for this year on our agenda is taking on unhoused seniors.
Our next speaker is Tim Dupick. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Excuse me. Thank you. And I would like to, I'm speaking about item number 18. I'd like to applaud your efforts and the memo that you sent out, Cindy. in supporting our older adults at this time. Especially in your memo, you recognize that the population of the seniors is growing exponentially. We need to continue now more than ever our elderly-friendly community policy. The dental care, of course, that would be a game changer for some individuals. Volunteers is very necessary. Not only the elderly volunteers, but we need to have and encourage younger people to volunteer too. In your memo, Cindy, you mentioned the detrimental effects of isolation and loneliness. So especially if they have cognitive impairment. So what I'm asking for today is that Dr. Smith, if you would please, since the supervisors approved it and support it, please roll over the funds from last year into the new ADS program, a pilot program for the elderly.
Our next speaker is Saratoga Area Senior Coordinating Council. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. This is Tyler Taylor, Executive Director for SASE, and also a co-operator of the RIDE Senior Transportation Program and member of the Senior Care Commission for the county. Thank you all for the work that you're doing related to this and everything else that you're doing. It's a tough time and we appreciate all your hard work and efforts. My point is regarding item number 18. Under the recommended action C, the approval to administration to work with VTA on the transportation needs of older adults, we were hoping that we would have community-based organizations and the partners who are actually providing the stopgap for senior transportation to be involved in that discussion. And VTA, with its challenges current and previous, definitely has relied on support from us to meet that gap. So we would definitely like the community-based organizations and volunteer transportation providers that are currently involved to be at that table when discussing those issues. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jorge Pacheco Jr. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, President Chavez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jorge Pacheco Jr. I'm the Vice President for the Oak Grove School District Board of Trustees and a founding member of the Digital Equity Coalition. I just want to extend my thanks and gratitude to the Board of Supervisors for dispersing those necessary funds to make that essential dent in the digital divide, which prevents distance learning from taking from being beneficial for our most disadvantaged and disadvantaged students. So it's exciting to hear that those funds have been processed, and I'm hoping that they are going to be dispersed as soon as possible so that we can get devices and hotspots to our most needy families as soon as possible. So again, thank you to all of you, and let's continue to make a distance learning a reality during this global pandemic. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on the task force, the unhoused task force. I know that these are board members that are being appointed, but I would also like to see much more information be provided to the public about this unhoused task force. I have submitted an application to see if I could be put onto that force, and I again would like to see more information, not just on the task force, but on the unhoused population. For example, the COVID-19 testing that's being done to find out how many unhoused people we've tested, what the rate of positive accounts or people that have been hospitalized or those that have died, so we get a better idea of what's going on in that population, because they are very much being left out of the conversation and don't really have the representation they need in order to protect themselves as much as they need.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Landry. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Landry. I work at Good Samaritan Hospital. I'm a registered nurse. I work in the float pool. I would like to basically give a summarization of a statement by one of our nurses that works in the pre-op department. She had a recent exposure to a COVID positive patient because when Good Samaritan Hospital resumed scheduling surgeries, we used to do all of our own in-house testing of these patients prior to going to surgery. And the hospital decided that no, they were going to have the patients be tested outside at other clinics, which are already overwhelmed with all of the testing that's going on right now. So the patient, they didn't have the results back, was allowed to have that surgery, therefore exposing Verna, who is our pre-op nurse, and all of her coworkers. And so, you know, we just need to hold Good Samaritan Hospital accountable. There's been a lack of PPE, a lack of adequate testing. You know, they don't want to test staff unless it's been 10 to 14 days after exposure. So they know better and they need to do better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brenda Zendejas. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I have a quick question. Is this this item on number 20? Oh. Quick question. Is this for item 20?
No.
Okay. Then I'll call again. Sorry.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Milan Valentin. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I am Milan Valentin, calling in regards to the Strengthening Nonprofits to encourage the funding for the 5 organizations that started this journey to continue to keep us afloat and establish our organizations more firmly in the work that we need to do to serve the general public of Santa Clara County. Certainly we are in need of the funding, but also the strategic planning and the financial stability of our organizations to survive the COVID-19 pandemic for future years to come. So hopefully everyone supports this work that we need to do. Thank you for your time and all that you are doing.
Thank you. That's all of our speakers on this item. And I just want to, I'm going to ask for a motion. If I could have a motion for.
Cortese moves.
Second.
Okay. And Supervisor Cortese made the motion. Supervisor Wasserman made the second.
My apologies. I've been asked to clarify the item of appointing Supervisor Ellenberg to the Unhoused Commission. That was not included in the original item. Would you like to put it on consent with the addition of the appointment?
That's what I stated in the record earlier. Yes.
My apologies.
Thank you. That's all right, Jess. I know things are moving back and forth. I just want to make sure I'm not losing my marbles. We have a motion and we have a second. Any other discussion on the motion? I would ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Stamidian?
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Aye.
President Chavez?
Yes, thank you very much. So we're now going to move on to the COVID-19 item. For process purposes, I want to ask that we hear item 7 and then 8, I'm sorry, item 7, then 9 and 10 and 11, and then item 8. I'm going to ask my colleagues to use the same process we used in the past, where we'll use chunks of time to address the questions. I'd like to start with 15 minutes, and we're going to hear all the items and then go back for questions. If that's all right with everyone. Is that okay as a process? So then we will move with 7, 9, 10, 11, and then to 8. And we'll turn this over now to Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today in the COVID report, we will start with a update from Dr. Cody regarding the pandemic. Then we'll go to Dr. Kamal, who will give an update on hospital usage and other capacity issues and surge. Then we will go to Dr. Finsterscheib, who will give us a testing update, and we'll end with Dr. Rudman, who will talk about CICT. So I'm going to be doing the slides, so let me get connected here while we try to work it out. Can you see the slides?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. All right. So Dr. Cody, you're on. Let me make sure that I've got my sound turned off. Just a second. Okay, you should be able to go ahead now.
Good morning, President Chavez and members of the board. I just want to make sure that you can hear me okay. This is Dr. Sarah Cody, and as Dr. Smith mentioned, I'm going to just start with a brief overview, if I could have the first slide. This is the epidemic curve of COVID-19 in our county from the very beginning, our very first case on January 27th through July 19th. And what you can see, as you recall, is our first shelter-in-place order on the 16th, where we successfully not only flattened, but really crushed the curve, such that a couple days in mid-May, we had just 1 or 2 cases reported per day. And then, of course, starting in mid-May, we had a series of easings of the shelter-in-place order, beginning with construction on May 18th, and then opening outdoor dining, indoor retail, and a few other sectors on June 5th. These openings also notably occurred in surrounding communities, and in some surrounding communities at a faster clip than in our community. What we've seen, of course, since the middle of June is a significant increase in our case counts. Several days, our case counts exceeded 200 cases. And when we look across based on what we're seeing now, we're now at a doubling time of around 25 days. And back in May, our doubling time was 3.5 to 4 months. Next slide. To understand our case counts and context, though, so even though we are seeing a significant increase in the new cases reported every day here, our case rate per 100,000 people over the last 14 days remains the lowest case rate in the Bay Area. And again, this is an indicator that's per population, so it does account for the large population that we have. And of course, the Bay Area as a whole remains with case counts lower than in other areas of the state, most notably Southern California. Next slide. Our increased case rates, unfortunately, have translated to a rising number of people requiring hospitalization for COVID-19. Since mid-June, our hospitalizations have consistently risen. And as of today, there are over 160 patients hospitalized across all the hospitals in our county for COVID-19. And Dr. Kamal will be giving a more detailed update on this shortly. Next slide. And again, in context, our hospitalizations, you can see that hospitalizations are increasing across the Bay Area. This chart shows the 14-day percent increase in patients hospitalized for COVID or suspected COVID. This is a percent change, so it doesn't reflect the total number of patients hospitalized, it just reflects the percent change. And as you can recall from the previous chart, we started off with a very low number of patients hospitalized between mid-May and mid-June, and now have quite an uptick in those hospitalization numbers. We're now approaching about where we were in April, just after our peak. Next slide. Here I want to show you our long-term care facility data in the context of our epidemic overall. And you can see that back in April, of course, we had an uptick in cases among long-term care facility residents and staff. The residents are highlighted in yellow and the staff in that darker orange. And you can see is that as our case numbers started to pick up in June, we again began to see cases among long-term care facility staff and residents. Proportionally less than we saw in April, but as the community cases rise, it's almost inevitable that we start to see cases among long-term care facility staff. They acquire their infection in the community and then unknowingly bring it into residences. Thankfully, our long-term care facilities have continued to do an excellent job testing their staff and residents. So we've kept that to a minimum, but it is once again present. Next slide. As we investigate an increasing number of cases, it's increasingly difficult to pinpoint the exact source of transmission. 86% of cases over the last 3 weeks had an unknown source, and this reflects broad community transmission and spread. I just want to note, though, that of the cases that are known contacts to cases, the majority of these are household contacts. So we are having a significant degree of household spread, which we've seen before and is not terribly surprising. Next slide. As far as where our cases are occurring in the county, we do continue to see a higher proportion of cases, both in East San Jose as well as in South County. 35% of all the cases in the last 3 weeks were reported among people who live in 8 zip codes in East San Jose, and that compares to 22% of the population that live in those zip codes. And similarly, we're seeing a disproportionately higher percentage of cases among South County. And 65% of the cases in South County are attributed to Gilroy residents. Next slide. And we also continue to see a higher proportion of cases among Latinx residents, more than expected given the population in our county. 44% of cases in the last 3 weeks were diagnosed among Latinx residents, whereas they represent just 22% of the population. And I want to just highlight that this is a trend that's held throughout the epidemic. It's seen both here in our county as well as across the state and the nation. Next slide. This is my final slide, and the graph is a little bit busy, so let me just introduce it to you. But it makes a very important point, which is that we are seeing increasing rates of infection among young adult residents. So those top 2 lines that kind of run in parallel, one's yellow and one's turquoise. The turquoise line is the rates among 18 to 24-year-olds, and the yellow line rates among the 30 to 34-year-olds. And so if you look back in, it's sort of towards the left side of this graph in late April and early May, you can see that case rates were pretty similar among age groups. But what we now see is that the young adults are breaking away from the pack. And so we see higher and increasing case rates in the 18 to 34-year-old group. This is important because although there may be lower rates of hospitalization and severe illness among young adults, this is where the epidemic is spreading most quickly. And so it will eventually spark a chain of transmission that will ultimately reach someone who is more vulnerable and will become ill enough to require hospitalization. So I think this, I just also want to highlight that as this epidemic grows, it's obviously impacting every single person in our county and every facet of our life. We all need to pull together and dedicate ourselves to crushing it once again. Among other things, the increasing rates are preventing our kids from getting back to school for in-person learning this fall. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kamal.
Great, thank you very much, Supervisors, President Chavez. So I will be talking about health system preparedness. Next slide. And when we talk about managing a surge, we often focus on the supply side. We talk about space and staffing and PPE in our hospitals, which is very important. But I would like to just remind everybody that the key element to managing a surge is to prevent it in the first place. And the way to do that is by controlling the demand for services. As Dr. Cody said, it's about masking, about physical distancing. But just as importantly, it's about testing asymptomatic high-risk individuals, followed by case investigation, contact tracing, isolation, and quarantine. We cannot afford to give up on this vital program as we experience a surge. Otherwise, anything we do for preparedness will be futile. So I just want to make that point, that having a healthcare surge does not mean we abandon the great work that's being done right now. So as Dr. Cody said, back in March, we not only flattened the curve, but we crushed it. What this allowed us to do is buy valuable time. And as a result of that, we are now better positioned than ever to deal with any surge that comes our way. Specifically, skilled nursing facilities and other long-term care facilities are now better positioned to care for COVID patients than they have ever been in the past. They have been supplied PPE, they have been supplied infection prevention and cohort training, and we have provided fit testing for masks for more than 1,800 staff. In addition, we have used this valuable time brought to us by shelter in place to get a PPE stockpile, especially of face shields and masks, which we now have more than we did before. We have also started to receive the ventilators that we ordered back in February and March, and we expect 210 additional ventilators to be arriving over the next several months. We also now have a system for remdesivir allocation and distribution that we didn't have before. Hospitals have been getting supplies, which are allocated to them initially every 2 weeks, and as of now, they will be getting supplies every week. And finally, we have developed increased clinical experience in treating COVID, which may be one of the reasons we're now seeing reduced length of stay. So really the time that has been brought to us has been very well utilized, and we are now much more confident in our ability to handle what may come our way. Excellent. However, we still have some challenges that we anticipate. We feel that the most critical factor is going to be staffing, and we are very aware of potential shortages that may come our way. The reason for this is that there is now potentially a smaller pool of available registry nurses due to widespread outbreaks in the southern and western states. We're also afraid of staff illness and attrition, especially if the pandemic spreads and affects more and more of our people. Healthcare workers are not going to be spared from that. We also, as Dr. Cody mentioned, are having an issue with school closures, which will mean fewer staff available due to other duties. We also saw some furloughs of staff during periods of low hospital volumes, and that has also reduced the availability to some degree. We've also reached out to our partners in the state, and unfortunately, a lot of the resources that are normally deployed as part of mutual aid are no longer available due to the widespread nature of this pandemic. We also have less room to grow. Hospitals are starting out with a higher baseline census because much of the deferred care that had been deferred during shelter in place now needs to resume, as people cannot wait longer to get necessary services. Also, the lack of shelter in place means there's more motor vehicle accidents and other issues going on that are occupying hospital beds. And finally, we do have an impending flu season coming our way, which we hope might be mitigated by some of the same factors that reduce COVID, including hand washing, masking, and social distancing. But we need to be prepared that our hospitals face flu season and COVID at the same time. In terms of hospital capacity, this slide shows our current state. Initially, in the first phase, most of the hospitalizations were concentrated at 2 hospitals. What we're seeing now is a more equal spread and a more widespread number of cases. In this graph, the orange numbers show the number of COVID patients and people suspected of having COVID. The blue bar shows the number of non-COVID patients who are in hospital beds, and the gray bars show the number of unoccupied beds. As the number of COVID cases grows, the orange is going to grow into the gray. It may be able to move a little bit into the blue if there's some deferment of elective hospitalizations. And then the white area shows the surge capacity, which hospitals may be able to mobilize by summoning additional resources, including staffing as it's available. Next slide. In terms of PPE, we have been asking hospitals to certify their supplies, and most have said they have enough. There is some issue with a certain N95 mask in a large size that we've been working on, and we have recently procured a one-size-fits-all alternative that we hope to have as a replacement for this. No skilled nursing facility has reported an urgent PPE need, largely due to the fact that we have been fulfilling their requests through our EOC warehouse. And finally, our county warehouse has FAR levels for each item to prepare for a surge, and we have enough of everything with the exception of gloves, which we have ordered from the state and are expecting a shipment of another 1.5 million units. Next slide. In terms of staffing, hospitals seem to be doing very well right now, and most skilled nursing facilities are okay, with none having reported an immediate staffing need except for one. And we are currently supplying staffing supports to one of these nursing facilities. Next slide. We continue our ongoing collaboration with healthcare facilities. We have weekly calls with each hospital. Even during the hiatus we had in our cases, we continued these calls. And it turns out that was very important because we were able to ramp up very quickly and continue the excellent coordination and cooperation we have had from our hospital system. We also have weekly calls with skilled nursing facilities and are planning an additional series of calls this week, starting with surge planning that will be organized by the hospital council and with the hospital executive leadership. And finally, we are working on enhanced data feeds from hospitals to help us better understand the state of hospitalization. So the key takeaways are that hospitals, through hard work, currently have sufficient beds, PPE, and staff to treat all patients. However, we still remain concerned that if hospitalizations continue to increase, we may run out of capacity. So it's very important for us to redouble our efforts to control this epidemic. And if we are required to use surge capacity, we are afraid that staffing may be an issue with that. And with that, I will end. Thank you very much for your time.
So that goes over to Dr. Finsterscheid. I'm doing a copy.
Thank you very much, President Chavez and members of the board. As we continue to work to contain this pandemic, we have encouraged people to get tested. As Dr. Kamal said, it's critical that we do this, especially those who are symptomatic, who are contacts to cases, and those also at high risk who are asymptomatic. And the demand for testing has increased tremendously over this period. And I'd like to thank everybody across the county, especially the VMC staff and teams and others in hospitals who have worked hard to meet the demand. First slide there shows our continued testing capacity, which has increased over the last several weeks and months. The majority of the testing that we do is on Tuesdays through Fridays, as there's less testing on the weekends, although we still do have some testing on weekends. Our daily numbers are between 6,000 and 8,000 tests per day. Next slide.
I'll take the gluten-free one.
Our 7-day average, which includes weekends, is in the 6,000 tests per day range. There was a little dip that you can see in there, and that was the 4th of July holiday. You'll notice on this graph also that there's that red line at the bottom running through it. That represents the positivity rate of our test since early April. The rate has been increasing since June, when it was down at the 1 to 2% level, and it's now at about 4%. Next slide. If we break down testing countywide over a 3-week period ending July 17th, you'll see that the east side of San Jose, which includes 8 zip codes, has our highest positivity rate of 6%. South County is at 4%, and the remaining parts of the county, minus East Side and South County, has a positivity rate of just over 2%, 2.5%. Countywide, 18% of the testing has been for residents living in the East Side of those 8 zip codes. Next slide. However, if we look at the testing done by the county system alone, the county health and hospital system, during that same 3-week period, 35% of all testing in the county, or 38,000 of 109,000 total tests, were done by the county. Also, the county's testing by our mobile and pop-up sites, the information below, is much more focused in the areas of the county with the highest case numbers. Of note, you can see that 53% of testing was done for residents of East Side San Jose and 19% for South County residents. So those testing numbers come by looking at the zip codes of the people that were tested, so we actually know where they resided. I would mention that although our testing is focused in the areas of highest prevalence, we're also testing in nearly all cities on a rotating basis with future scheduling to include all cities. We maintain a consistent presence, however, in our testing units and our mobile units in both the East Side and the South County. We're also really thrilled to report that the Walgreens in Cupertino on Bollinger is doing drive-through testing 7 days a week. And I say this because the testing team worked very hard to bring Walgreens to our county and as the first testing site in all of California. Next slide. The next slide shows our dashboard for testing by the healthcare system for residents of Santa Clara County. We update this dashboard weekly. The first column is the number of tests done by each facility for the week indicated. The second column is the average test done per day for each of those systems. And the third column and the graph show the relative rate of testing. Now, a rate, to remind you, uses the number of tests done daily solely based on the population each of those facility or systems serves, and is listed as tests done daily for 100,000 patients served. Next slide. The next slide is associated with the dashboard, and it shows the trend in facility testing since the effective date of the health order on June 15th. The top blue line shows the testing rate for a county health system and shows a very steep increase in testing. The green line next is the rate for the entire county, which is then all testing that's being done. The next orange line is Kaiser, showing a steady increase in testing, as is the next red line, which is Stanford. There's also been significant increases by El Camino and Palo Alto Medical Foundation. In the final slide, we are showing the schedule for this and next week for our mobile site. There's so many people coming that we've begun using a wristband system so that we can guarantee a test for everyone that comes, and also reduces the amount of time waiting in line to be tested. We're at about 600 to 800 tests per site. Thank you very much. I'll turn this over to Dr. Ridd.
Hi, good morning, President Chavez and Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you this morning. We'll be discussing about case investigation and contact tracing venture. And as you know, I'm one of the assistant health officers and directing our case investigation and contact tracing efforts. Next slide, please. So we're pleased to say that we are ahead of schedule slightly in our projected scale up of our case investigation and contact tracing staffing, with a goal of having achieved 840 case investigators and contact tracers last week. We had exceeded that, and we're at almost just ahead of our projected growth. Slide, please. We're also pleased to say that we are seeing the outcomes we hope to see with this expansive workforce. Just in that past month evaluated here, over 3,700 cases have been assigned to this workforce for investigation. And we're pleased to say that with this large workforce, we have been able to either successfully reach or make more than one daily call for 3 days in order to attempt to reach every single case assigned out in this system. We are successful nearly 80% of the time in reaching cases and completing the full interview, providing them with all the information they need to understand their isolation and referring them to resources for isolation. And of those from whom we receive contact, we are successful in reaching 72% of those contacts. We find that about 6.5% of all cases and contacts request some sort of resources to support their ability to isolate and quarantine during the period recommended. A majority of those are related to food. Some literally need assistance both in purchasing and accessing food, and others just in understanding how to use their own finances to receive food delivered to them when they can't leave their home to shop. Next slide, please. We've had several improvements, I think, that are leading to these successes in reaching cases and contacts. We are operational 7 days a week. And as we mentioned, almost every single case and contact can be attempted within 24 hours. It's very rare that we roll over into a second day with a bit of a delay first reaching out to someone. We are beholden to the state for some of our functionality to really make the system successful. For example, we were not previously able to receive return phone calls directly to the original contact tracer, and had to do so through a centralized call return system. But as of this week, that return call system at the state level has gone live, and we anticipate that will further improve our success rate. We're also finding that our rapidly expanded workforce, who's been brought into a new field often, is becoming more and more comfortable and able to provide really high quality counseling and information, as well as elicit the information we ask of them. And so as to not be too beholden to the state to wait for the development of training and instructional materials, we've moved forward with our own expansion, so much so that the state has recognized Santa Clara County as the developer of the vast majority of high quality job aids and supporting documentation, and has utilized most of what we've developed to train a lot of the surrounding counties and the rest of the state. Next slide, please. Some of that specifically includes this past couple of weeks launching a centralized learning platform so that we can rapidly deploy updates whenever there are changes in policy and instructions in how the functionality exists, and then offering a centralized help desk so that our vast amount of case investigators and contact tracers know where to seek help with, whether it's electronic database issues or specific questions that need to be bumped up for expert review. We're also now hosting a daily all hands meeting that's further useful to sort of make sure our workforce is up to date with anything that may be changing week to week, as well as more intensive training and support for all of the team leads. Next slide, please. And then finally, we have expanded and continue to expand a clinical monitoring and support program in close association with our colleagues in the Health and Human Services branch of emergency operations. This includes further refining our workflows for handoffs between our contact tracers and housing support services, increasing healthcare access for folks who are COVID positive and who are isolating both within and separate from the county provided housing system. Working to expand the monitoring status of people who are isolating and quarantining, both to ensure that they continue to follow the instructions to isolate and quarantine, and to make sure no new contacts have exposed that we need to reach out to or new resource needs have arisen. We will be launching shortly, when the state have it ready to go, an automated text-based system for monitoring cases and contacts under isolation and quarantine to further support that outreach to make sure that they have what they need and have no further questions or concerns that have arisen. And then we're also continuing to make clinicians available both to answer questions from the cases and contacts themselves and clinical questions that are arising from our contact tracing staff to make sure that the best and most up-to-date information is reaching our cases and contacts, and that our practices continue to be in line with the best science. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. David Campos, Deputy County Executive, and I'm here to present an item number 9 as part of this presentation. I'm here with Betty Young, who has helped oversee this effort. If we can go to the first slide, please. And Item 9 specifically addresses the legislative request that was introduced by Supervisor Dave Cortese. But what's important to note is that it's one component of 4 different components that are part of an overarching communications and community outreach strategy. This component focuses on 25 to 30 community-based organizations that will be partners with the county in leveraging their relationships, including resources like databases, so that they can use those resources to connect with community on behalf of the county. There are 3 additional components that are part of this strategy. One of those components, which will be presented by Betty Young and Dr. Analia Garcia, focus on a model similar to the Promotora program, which is a community health worker model, and they're going to provide more detail on that specific initiative. The other initiative is a unified county COVID-19 branding campaign as described here, but in reality it's a communications strategy that certainly includes branding, but more than that, follows what we did in the census and actually tries to have a multifaceted way of reaching community using media, television, cable, radio, and also social media. And we are really following the plan that we executed in the census, which is why we're anticipating at least $1 million being spent in this effort. And as you may recall with the census, we spent about $1.3 million in that effort. And what we had was targeted media communications in different languages, Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, Tagalog, and not only making sure that it's in different languages, but actually addressing the different needs of each community, because we know that the substance of what is needed may be different depending on the community. And then the last piece is a multicultural arts program that uses art as a way of communicating the message. If we can go to the next slide. You will see the specific strategies that we will be asking our partners in these community-based organizations to do with us. Digital communications, the use of social media, using media relations, making sure that when we're speaking to a monolingual media, that it's not just the county speaking, but also members of the community speaking on behalf of the county on the issues that are important. It's a lot more powerful when you have someone from a community talking about the importance of social distancing, the importance of wearing a face covering, because that becomes more personal, and it's actually more powerful, we find, in some of these communities when you tell people wear a face covering, not so much to protect yourself, but to protect your family and your community. That means more in some of these communities. And if we can go to the next slide, that has the list of the current list of the community-based organizations that we will be partnering with. And of course, this is a living document. It's growing as we have additional communications with folks. And of course, to the extent that there is an organization that has been left out, we welcome any input and feedback from the Board of Supervisors or community members to make sure that everyone who should play a role is playing that role. So that ends this piece of the presentation, and I will turn it over to Betty and Analilia so that they can take the next piece.
Thank you, David. Thank you, President Chavez, and good morning. Still morning to the Board of Supervisors. The Community Health and Business Engagement Team project will deploy specially trained community health workers into our hardest hit communities. The purpose of our presentation today is to elaborate on the operational model that has been finalized for these efforts while providing the latest status update. I will be co-presenting today with Dr. Analia Garcia of the Public Health Department, also activated in the County's Emergency Operations Center. Next slide, please. As Deputy County Executive David Campos elaborated in the previous presentation, the Community Health and Business Engagement Team, or CHBET, is part of a larger county COVID-19 outreach and education initiative, the hallmark of which is the partnership with community-based organizations, nonprofit organizations, and other trusted community messengers to work with us on the development and delivery of COVID-19 communications. The mission for the county and its partners is to effect change behavior through meaningful engagement deployed in an immediate and widespread manner. Next slide, please. To accomplish this work, the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement and the Public Health Department turned to our existing partnerships with CBOs already doing similar engagement and education work with our priority populations. The OLC expanded its existing partnership with the Fair Workplace Collaborative to deploy culturally competent and language accessible community outreach workers to canvass small businesses and engage both employers and employees. Working both parallel and in coordination, the Public Health Department expanded its existing partnerships with organizations that have long-standing relationships with vulnerable populations, having used the community health worker model to great success. In sum, Chibet is contracting with 4 coordinating agencies who in turn are subcontracting and coordinating with additional CBOs. Next slide, please. You will now hear from Ana Lila Garcia, who will elaborate on our contracted organizations and the community health worker model that will be used to engage residents in priority communities.
Thank you. Good morning, President Chavez and supervisors. Grounded in deep experience and expertise, the community partners will uniquely tailor and adapt a community-driven response to COVID-19 centered in place, people, culture, language, and strengths of each organization. In East San Jose, the Si Se Puede Collective, made up of 5 community-based organizations in Mayfair, Somos Mayfair, Amigos de Guadalupe, Grail Family Services, School of Arts and Culture, and Vegelution, will hire, train, and provide capacity building for up to 24 community health workers. The collective will use a wide range of innovative outreach strategies to reach and educate the diverse Mayfair community about the importance of being tested, following precautionary guidelines, accessing resources, supporting contact tracing, and most importantly, engaging and mobilizing community to care deeply about their mutual health and well-being. Somos Mayfair will be the coordinating agency. Community Health Partnership will provide outreach, education, and navigation services to individuals and groups regarding COVID-19 resources, information to assist families in the most impacted regions of the county. Community Health Partnership will hire community health workers who will receive training and guidance from the lead health educator. These community health workers will rotate across 15 community health clinics in Mountain View, downtown San Jose, East San Jose, Gilroy, and areas of Morgan Hill. Roots Community Health Center will serve as a coordinating agency for 3 additional African-centered service agencies, Ujima Adult and Family Services, Unity Care, and the African American Community Service Agency, who are partnering to combat the deadly force of COVID-19 among African and African ancestry communities. Community navigators and college students will be hired to support these organizations in extending the reach and impact of its outreach efforts. Together, the agencies will cover 4 broad areas that include messaging, testing, outreach, and care coordination, and contact tracing support in a manner that is culturally congruent with the African ancestry community's values, beliefs, and norms.
The Fair Workplace Collaborative will deploy 26 community health workers drawn from the organizations that comprise the Fair Workplace Collaborative. Community health workers will engage both employers and employees to inform compliance with the public health officer's order, the social distancing protocol, best practices for workplace safety, share existing resources for small businesses while furthering the county's mission to enhance labor standards. Additionally, by capitalizing on the OLC's existing work, we get to leverage the education enforcement processes that was already developed with the Department of Environmental Health through the Consumer Environmental Protection Agency to encourage and compel compliance. All community health workers will be equipped with informational postcards, handouts, and giveaways such as cloth face coverings, hand sanitizers, packets of disinfectant wipes to distribute during their engagement. The business outreach workers will also have social distancing posters to give out to businesses. Next slide, please.
The operations to support the community health and business engagement teams include weekly performance reporting on behalf of community partners against identified metrics, a community of practice to support with training and exchange of lessons learned and best practice, ongoing recruitment and deployment of community health workers to scale up as needed, and specific targeted focus on communities that are experiencing a disproportionate impact of COVID-19. Next slide. The following metrics have been identified to monitor and track effectiveness of the program and identify areas of improvement. A weekly dashboard will start tracking the following metrics on July 27th. Next slide.
And because time is of the essence, the approach we have adopted is to expend as much of the funding as possible in the first 3 months on deployment of community health workers. We will have at least 67 community health workers, going all the way up to 100 even, providing 15 to 40 hours a week of work a week, which amounts to a total of at least 1,860 hours of outreach done per week. And because the fight against COVID-19 is an ever-changing landscape, staff and CBOs will conduct an in-depth assessment during the third month of deployment to assess the next phase of our engagement and determine whether we need to maintain what we are already doing or adapt, either scaling up or pivoting our approach. Next slide, please. Here is a visual representation of our timeline. At minimum, this engagement will extend through the end of the calendar year. And that concludes our presentation.
I have for the, whoops, I just muted. Now I'm going to disconnect, and we have a presentation from Ruth Bernstein from EMC. The board at our previous report asked for a follow-up of the information that was developed. And so go ahead, Ruth.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you, President Chavez and Board of Supervisors. I'm going to walk you through now a survey we did of the population of Santa Clara County. And so we conducted this survey, as Dr. Smith mentioned, we conducted the first kind of baseline survey in the middle of May. And then this new survey was conducted 6 weeks later to see how opinions in the county had changed, attitudes, opinions, and then self-reported actions had changed. This is a survey of randomly selected Santa Clara County residents. We did about 1,000 interviews overall, and the survey was multimodal and multilingual to try and reach as many residents to be able to include as many residents as we could. Note that as I said, the baseline survey was done in the middle of May, and this tracking survey was done at the end of June. And as you've been seeing, the number of cases locally had increased. This is a chart showing the national daily increase. And so just to keep in mind that attitudes definitely are probably related to the national and local increase in cases. So what we found overall, and then I'll take you through the numbers, is that overall optimism is still positive, but has definitely declined. We're seeing this in our other polling as well, as the number of cases is going up. Residents are feeling more pessimistic about it. Top of mind about the concern about the economy is also up. We are seeing increased commitment to stopping the spread, or at least self-reported commitment to stopping the spread, focusing on public health, probably because of the increased number of cases. Most say that they're staying home as much as possible and wearing a face mask when they go out. We do think that maybe people are or over-reporting on some of those questions. There also has been a significant increase in the number the percentage that say that they have been tested, as you've been seeing in the other reports, that the number of testing has gone up. That's what those actually in the self-reported, the percentage has gone up. And many are definitely more aware that testing is available. Overall concerns about health, safety, and education have also increased somewhat in the 6 weeks. Other concerns have not gone up a lot. And that what we're seeing is that residents really say that they're committed to stopping the spread, and that when we give them information, it really resonates. So there's a lot of commitment to it. Moving into the numbers here, this is the question we look at to gauge optimism or pessimism. Are things going in the right direction or off on the wrong track? We saw in the middle of May really heightened optimism. So 71% saying things were going in the right direction, 26% off on the wrong track. That was really very high for the county. And now it's gone down a little to 64-31. As I mentioned, we were seeing that in other polling as well, that as the number of cases were spreading, residents are feeling more pessimistic about how things are going. Still, though, overall, most are feeling positive. And then we ask about what's the most important problem facing the county today. In May, 43% said coronavirus, now 29%, so that has gone down a little. And then jobs in the economy, it was 10% mentioning jobs in the economy as the most important problem. And in the middle of June, or the end of June, it was at 19%. And then affordable housing, homelessness come right behind that. When we ask about what's the most important problem for you and your family, coronavirus is at the top. 26% in this June poll mentioning coronavirus, up slightly from the May numbers, and then finances and unemployment, 17%. So it is the next most common response, and then housing, 13%, or cost of living. We are seeing that residents say they're continuing to follow news and information about coronavirus. 68% say that they are following news very closely, 26% somewhat closely. So at least in terms of self-reported, we are seeing many people say that they're paying attention. And then these numbers read down. So in the last 7 days or so, we asked which are you doing? Are you not leaving your house at all? Are you staying home as much as possible? Are you mainly doing your normal activities, or are you working at a job outside of your home? You can see not a lot of changed here from May to June, although we do see slightly higher. 8% say they're doing their normal activities, 14% going to work, 70% say that they are staying home as much as possible. And then also on face masks, we see 79% say that they are wearing a face mask every time they go out. 17% say they are sometimes wearing a mask. So again, based on some other research we've done, we do feel like there's a good chance that people are over-reporting that they're wearing a face mask all the time. And then these percentages read across. So back in May, 8% said that they had been tested for COVID. And then now in this June survey, 22% said that they had been tested. 3% said that they've tested positive. 19% said they know a friend or family member that has COVID. And then I can easily get tested. 66% agree with that statement by the end of June. It was only 31% in May. So definitely a real increase in awareness of availability of testing. And then on understanding do you agree or disagree, I have a clear understanding of the social distancing rules. 81% think that they do, strongly agree with that. Another 14% somewhat agree. I have a clear understanding of what is or isn't allowed now. 61% strongly agree, 29% somewhat. So a lot of agreement. At least most people think that they know what they are supposed to be doing. And then we ask a number of concern questions. We ask these on a randomized list. How concerned are you on a 1 to 7 scale? And what we're showing here is the average score so that we can see the 6-week change. So what has gone up is concern about a second wave, concern about someone becoming infected in your household. So the average score on concern about someone being affected has gone up. And then just to note, it's not on the slide, but 62% now say that they are concerned with someone getting in their household becoming infected, and that's up from 54% back in May. Keeping up with their children's school work or distance learning has also gone up. Went up from May to June. Not being able to see friends and family is pretty much the same. Concerns about physical health, physical safety are also up. And economic concerns, well, is high for many. That actually did not go up in this. And then some of these other concerns are less widespread, although a significant percentage do say that they are concerned with things like mental health, ability to pay their rent or mortgage, losing health insurance, using a face mask, living conditions, paying for necessities. A significant percentage are concerned. Those concerns have not gone up quite much between May and June. It's the population that's concerned continues to be concerned. A couple of areas where we notice some differences demographically. How much of a concern is you or someone in your household becoming infected with COVID? We saw a fairly significant increase among the API population from May to June. We saw increase everywhere, but definitely among the API population, and then also an increase in concern about becoming infected with younger residents as well. Again, concern increased across the board, but a pretty big jump with younger residents. And as you saw in the earlier slides in this presentation, that the rates have also gone up among younger people. And then how much of a concern is having your hours or pay cut? We are seeing that there continues to be higher concern among those who do not have a college education. couple of notes about those: 45% about those with children, 45% of county residents in the survey have children under the age of 18. A third are concerned about access to childcare, very consistent with what we saw in May. 2/3 are concerned about keeping up with their child's distance learning. 42% are concerned about losing their job. And then we ask a forced choice question. Are you more concerned right now with public health or the economy? This is a choice that's being asked in polling all over the country. What we see is an actual net, a 24-point shift toward concern about public health. Right now it's 71% concerned about public health versus only 27% the economy. And then we need to stay focused on stopping the spread of COVID regardless of what it takes. 75% agree with that statement, and the intensity strongly agree, went from 40% in May to 50% in June. So a heightened increase and focus. And then we did test some kind of messaging about personal responsibility here, that we need to continue to wear masks. There are going to continue to be outbreaks. We have to take responsibility. The more we learn about how it spreads, the more important it is for us to wear masks. We can, stop the spread if we all, help doing our part. We see all of these messages resonate, and they're, so that they can be used in the communications effort. We also did test a message about it's time to reopen, and we see that it's not compelling. So that we have the right to decide what risks we're willing to take. The sheltering is overreaction. We need to get back to our lives. 68% said that that's not compelling, although we do see some that are open to that argument. So, we definitely want to note that it's likely that there's fluctuating opinion during the 6 weeks between the baseline and the tracking survey. And given all that's happening, this poll was conducted in late June, and we're already now in mid-July. It's possible that opinions are continuing to change. We're seeing a lot of volatility on this issue, but there was definitely an increase in concerns. Opinions, are fairly set in regarding their overall concern about the spread and about other repercussions, but they're definitely, and messaging doesn't seem to move people, but there are a number of residents that kind of are less concerned and unmoved overall by the persuasion messaging. There's been a significant increase in testing. People are definitely more aware that there's access to testing, and most think that they know what their current rules are, and say that they're staying home and wearing a face mask when they go out. And that's the end of what I have, and I'll be available to answer questions when you get to the question period. Thank you.
And Madam President, that concludes the staff's presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the hospital council to present now, and I just want to let folks know that we need to give our clerks a break as close to 12:30 as we can. We'll take a 30-minute break, and then we'll do questions after. If we have time before the break, we'll take public comment, but if not, we'll take public comment and then go to to questions. So with that, I believe I'm turning this over to you, Ms. Cafaro.
You sure are. Hello. Thank you very much. So good morning. Let me share my screen since I do have some slides to share with you. 1 second, please. Thank you. So good morning. My name is Jo Cafaro. I'm with the Hospital Council. First, I'd like to thank you all for inviting us, and we're so pleased to be here and are happy with the opportunity to speak with you today. We were asked to join you to talk about COVID testing in the hospitals in our community in Santa Clara County. Today, we're joined by several leaders from our hospitals. We will start with a quick high-level report regarding testing in the hospital field. I will be followed by a panel of folks, and we'll welcome your questions afterwards. I know the board is very familiar with the Hospital Council. However, some of the people listening in are not. So just a little brief preview. The Hospital Council is an association representing all hospitals from Kern County to the Oregon border. We advocate for hospitals at the local, regional level, and we work hand in hand with the California Hospital Association. on state and federal level issues. Our role is simple. We bring hospitals together to work collectively on issues we cannot solve on our own, but we can only solve through collaboration with healthcare providers, community leaders, and our government partners. From our report submitted to the board earlier last week, you will notice our hospitals are as diverse as our community. Each of them have the same mission, which is caring for all patients they serve. However, their roles in the community might be slightly different. For example, hospitals that are research and educational institutions have a much different role in our community than maybe some of our nonprofits, our government hospitals, and our investor-owned facilities. In a few minutes, you will hear from our panel. They are listed in front of you on this slide. And if you notice, not all of our hospitals are presenting today because we just didn't have enough time. However, all of our leaders have made themselves available for questions after. I'd like to make a note that Palo Alto Medical Foundation is not a member of the Hospital Council in Santa Clara County. However, this is such an important issue that they've made their leadership available for questions also. All of our hospitals in our membership follow the testing order. All hospitals test all symptomatic patients when they come in for care or request a test. All hospitals test patients without symptoms who report being exposed to a confirmed case. All hospitals also test patients without symptoms who are at increased risk of exposure. These groups are listed in front of you in the slide. And also our hospitals are in the process, if they have not yet, of sharing their protocols with the public health department. As testing increases locally and nationally, we are facing challenges, as you heard earlier in the report from Dr. Kamal. We're facing challenges in attending enough supplies to meet the demand of testing, such as reagents and swabs and other things that we are needing for testing. From all of the reports you've gained from the public health department and that you've probably read on your own, you've learned that testing is quite complicated. There are several different platforms. Each platform requires its own reagents, its own testing swabs, and its own cartridges. These supplies cannot be interchanged with different platforms. Just like any complex issue, it ebbs and flows and is at the mercy of supplies and test and lab capacity. That's why the California Department of Public Health recently reissued new guidelines around testing. You will notice that Tier 1, 2, and 3 are very similar to the Santa Clara Public Health Department testing order. The state public health department, through their work with the statewide testing task force, is tracking lab capacity and is experiencing significant lab delays statewide. This is why they have added Tier 4, which simply states if testing turnaround times take more than 48 hours, individuals experiencing symptoms should be given priority in testing. We would hope that we could work with the public health department to revisit the testing order so that we have some flexibility to work with them as we face capacity and supply chain challenges. Before we move to our panel, I would like to thank all of the county departments for their tireless efforts in keeping our community safe. We know firsthand the amount of hours the county staff has taken these last several months. The only way we can move forward through this pandemic is through our strength and partnership, and our continued communication and unyielding cooperation. We hope our meetings with the EOC and public health will prepare us to care for every member of our community. Next, we'll go ahead and move to our panel. And we'll start with our representatives from Stanford Healthcare with Dr. Kong. Then we'll move to El Camino Hospital with Dr. Adams. And then finally, we'll close with Irene Chavez from Kaiser Permanente. And I will control the slides for our speakers. So I would, whenever they're ready, just tell me when to go.
So I'm ready. I'd like to go ahead. Thank you. So next slide. So thank you for this chance to talk today about the testing that we're doing at Stanford. Since early March, we've performed over 120,000 COVID PCR tests. Our average turnaround time, which you can see in the lower left, has been 1 to 1.5 days. About 90% of our tests are completed within 3 days. We've also been performing testing for medical facilities across the Greater Bay Area. Since medical facilities have brought up their own testing, we pivoted to offering testing to community health centers, healthcare workers, first responders, and essential workers. But now with the recent surge in COVID rates, we've started to hear again from acute care facilities in the area who need access to more timely COVID testing. So we've started again to provide testing to hospitals in the Greater Bay Area. Next slide. So I'm happy to report that we actually have completed our phase 1 expansion of COVID testing capacity ahead of schedule. So starting this week, we have a capacity for up to 4,500 COVID tests per day. Of course, this capacity is highly dependent on the supply chain. And many of you have heard about the shortage of TCAN tips. These are very specialized pipette tips that have filters built in, and they're required for testing on the Hologic Panther instruments. And those are the instruments that we just brought up 2 additional instruments live this week. And we're trying to find creative solutions to some of these supply chain issues. We're in the early stages of working with some 3D printing companies to see if it's possible to print these tips and to validate them for use on the Hologic Panthers. We're also working on other methods to increase test capacity, such as pooled or group testing. We put in an amendment to the FDA for our EUA assay to do pooled testing, and this was submitted in late June. We expect to hear back from the FDA sometime this week. They just issued the first EUA for pooled testing this past weekend, and that was to Quest. Our application was for pools of 4 and pools of 8. And so if we're able to do pools of 4, that would increase our capacity to 10,000 tests per day. Pools of 8 would take us up to 20,000. That actually presumes that you could do pool testing on everything. And pool testing cannot actually be done on every sample type. It's best for low prevalence settings. So what we're looking at using pool testing for is to expand our capacity to be able to support testing at routine intervals for congregate living settings, healthcare workers, first responders, essential workers, schools as they go back to campus. Because with pooled testing, we would expect the prevalence to be low, and we would be able to greatly increase our capacity to do that kind of testing. Next slide. So for access to testing, we have a website that provides information on how to access COVID testing. We also have an app for first responders. And we recently developed flyers about how to access testing. And these flyers are both in English and Spanish, and we're starting to hand them out to individuals who come through our emergency department so that they can bring the information back to the people in their community. We have 8 ambulatory care drive-through patient testing sites, and you can see the map there. 3 of them are within Santa Clara County. And I also want to point out that one site not listed on there is the ED. And we see a large number of first responders and people from the community who come to the ED requesting testing. And anyone who requests a test has access to a test. Next slide. And as an academic medical center, we're always focused on innovation. Given the early shortages in nasopharyngeal swabs, we worked with a local 3D printing company to validate 3D printed NP swabs to make sure that that is not a bottleneck for us. We also partnered with CZ Biohub and have an instrument that helps us aliquot buffered saline so that we can make our own transport tubes. So specimen collection kits are not a shortage for us at this time. It's mostly the testing supplies and reagents. We are also developing a COVID PCR assay that will tell us if the virus that's detected is replicating or live, because we know that virus that's dead can actually stay around for a long time. So you have a positive PCR assay, but the person is no longer infectious. And the other thing that we're working on is developing neutralizing and blocking antibody tests that will help determine if an individual has some antibodies that are potentially protective against future infection. We also have faculty who are leading epidemiologic studies, including one that's focused on testing individual populations in San Jose and East San Jose. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Next, we don't have slides for Dr. Mark Adams. I hope he has joined us.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Hello, everyone, and I guess good afternoon. We passed the noon hour. As I'm sure everybody knows, El Camino is a locally governed, community-based hospital that delivers high quality care, but we're very community focused to the areas that we serve. We've been offering diagnostic COVID-19 testing for quite a while, but basically for our symptomatic patients, patients that are at risk, patients have contact. And we do test all of our elective procedure patients, all get tested. And of course, we've been testing all of our physicians, nurses, and staff that come in contact with the patients. So we really have worked hard to keep a very safe environment. On June 8th, the El Camino District Board, the Healthcare District Board, authorized a $2.4 million expenditure to provide no-cost COVID testing for anyone that would want it. Anyone that lives in the district, works in the district, or goes to school in the healthcare district is eligible. It's free, and so we have been ramping that up. We've done almost 1,300 people so far. Now that we have an advertising campaign out there to promote it, we have seen the demand increase exponentially, and so we really are excited about being able to provide that service provided by the Healthcare District Board. We do plan to expand our sites. Currently it's at Mountain View only, but we are going to expand it. We've been partnering with school leaders, chambers of commerce, school staff. We want to be able to provide the testing for high-risk employees in retail, restaurant, and service jobs. And we plan to continue it through 2021. So a lot of work going into that. And I think that hopefully it'll provide additional testing capability for people in our community. It's easy, but people have to schedule a test. They can go on our website. We now have online scheduling available. And so that hopefully also will facilitate it. We do, of course, have the limit, as was mentioned, around the reagents, the testing capacity, availability of which has become a little bit more difficult to obtain because of the demand around the country, but we seem to be managing that okay. Some of the turnaround time has increased because of that. We continue to work on trying to make sure that we have an adequate supply to provide that service. We're also closely staying in touch with the Santa Clara County Health Department and CDPH as well, following their guidelines and really keeping them informed about what we're doing so that we all sort of work together to get through this. Of our 1,300 patients or people that we've done asymptomatic, it's been running about a 2.5% positivity rate, pretty consistent with the findings you've already heard about. So no big surprises there. So anyway, we're happy to provide the service and we'll be happy to answer any questions later that you might have about it. Thanks.
Great. Next, we'll start with Irene Chavez.
Good morning.
Irene, are you ready? Great.
I am.
I will
Good
go ahead
morning.
and move the slides for you.
Thank you. Good morning, President Chavez and supervisors. I wanted to first start, as we do most of our meetings, with a patient story that you may have already seen in the media with regard to Mr. Tom Butts, who was with us for 110 days. And after having a number of very close calls with his COVID challenge, he was able to leave our hospital and go home, and has continued under our home health care as he recovers. And given that he was a triathlete, we're expecting him to be able to walk back and see us in the near future. I also want to thank you, President Chavez, for the recognition of John Lewis, a great hero to all of us. Next slide. So I thought I'd give you a timeline overview of the journey that we've been through. January 20th, first case in the US. January 31, we did an aggressive N95 fit testing for all of our staff. On February 6th, we had our first training on all PPE for all of our staff members. On 21 February, we received notification of the use of Travis Air Force Base for the cruise ship, and Vacaville Vallejo primarily was involved, but we were all on the ready should we be needed. February 24th, we did a simulation of transferring a patient from the EMS, who have been outstanding collaborators with us, to the ED and to the ICU in a safe manner. February 25th, we expanded the PPE training to all of our physicians in these three respective areas. And then on the 28th of February, we received our first PUI patient that was not confirmed until much later. So next slide. On March 2nd, we had our first COVID patient admitted to the hospital. That gentleman was with us for almost 90 days, and his primary nurse in the ICU received wonderful recognition from our company because she consistently would spend time holding his hand, making sure he could look eye to eye with her. And she would say to him, "I've got you. You're not going to go away. We're going to take you through this." And when he left, I don't think there was a dry eye in the place. March 5th, all of the PUI patients' imaging had to go through our administrator on call because we had very prescriptive processes in place to ensure that there would be no cross-contamination. March 9th, we received wonderful regional guidance on ED workflows that helped smooth out the things that we had contributed to in the workflow and enhanced it. March 10th, we did our COVID-19 testing. It was the first drive-through, I believe, in the county. And at this time, we now have 3 lanes at that testing site. We opened up our PUI tent in the ER to ensure again that there would be no cross-contamination. March 15th, we opened up what we call the patch tent. It's a patient assistance, timely care help desk. It was deployed to help separate patients who needed urgent care versus emergent care in an expeditious manner. March 18th, unfortunately, we had to institute the no visitor policy as guidelines came from public health. And on March 24th, our critical EMS team PUI process started. Next slide. So this gives a little bit more detail for each one of those major timelines. I'm going to fast forward to March 20, whoop, you went too fast for me, March 24th, just to express the value of that last bulletin, which is multiple simulations to iron out details and solicit staff feedback. And to that end, public health has been a wonderful collaborator. They even have a liaison to each of the hospitals. Our liaison came and looked at our expanded ICU capacity in the ambulatory surgical unit, and she was just delightful and easy to work with. Next slide. Here's the adaptation part of going through a novel coronavirus, and that was the major steps are in here. Telepsychiatry, critically important for people who were told to shelter in place, that are anxious and needed assistance. They could easily reach out and contact their psychologist or psychiatrist for assistance. And the inpatient pharmacy surge, clearly something that that we had all run in simulations, but when you're in it, you just are struggling for the next day. And our pharmacists did marvelous work working with the infectious disease physicians in what was working and what wasn't working and how quickly could we make the changes. Truly a testimony to adapting as the need arose. Next slide. So we also had an adaptation that we had to live through with regard to PPE to make sure that every staff member had information during their daily and shift huddles on what was the most current CDC information and OSHA information for their PPE, be it a mask or a gown or a face shield. And to that end, also want to express the appreciation to the community that donated so much PPE early on in February when this was initially surging. We partnered with Santa Clara County again for the supply chain for masks and for gowns. They've just been prompt and wonderful to work with. We conducted updates and continue to conduct weekly updates with labor, making sure that whether it's SEIU or CNA or Local 20, 29, et cetera, that they're informed on what is our current PPE level of supplies. Each supply item is delineated on a spreadsheet. We review it. If there's questions or concerns, they're dealt with in a real-time fashion. Next slide. So prior to COVID, we were happy marching along at 247 licensed rooms with 20 ICU rooms. When the surge occurred, we had to quickly ramp up. And I want to thank the hospital council and all of the members, because initially we all met and talked about how many rooms do you have? How many respirators, ventilators do you have? What's your capacity to expand? And we did a wonderful spreadsheet that was a guiding light for all of us that gave us some assurance that no matter what came our way, we could handle it. And then listed out in detail here the additional work that we did to expand the capability in each of the respective areas. Next slide. There we go. So hospital flow is important because as they kept coming through the emergency room, we had to keep finding a place for them to stay during their stay, and then we had to find a place when they were discharged. And again, collaborating with the Emergency Operations Center was so important in order to be able to provide for safe discharges. In addition, partnering with the skilled nursing facilities and all of the congregate setting sites. Next slide. So this is the coordination of care that is so important when it is you or your loved one that has the challenge, right? So first was partnering with quality and public health departments and the hospital council. Second is, did we have enough innovative solutions to the post-acute care? And did we establish sound workflows? Our home health staff training and education to allay any fears of them wanting and needing to go into people's homes, knowing that we had a cluster on the east side of San Jose based upon the zip code analysis that we had done during the month of March. We appreciated all of the work our team did in going to the SNFs and the ALFs to conduct education and to assess their level of readiness for caring for our members. The next is the roles of hospice and palliative care during these challenging cases. And then of course, outpatient follow-up, because the hospitalization is a piece of their journey, and then what happens afterwards. So we had to ensure that we had a safe manner in which to have those follow-ups conducted, and the fact that video visits and telephone visits have now become absolutely foundational to the care that we render. The role of the social workers in connecting community resources to Kaiser members as well as non-Kaiser members was critically important for us. And they stood up and they did the job beautifully. That should conclude our slides. I do want to thank President Chavez and the supervisors. We do recognize our staff as heroes. They are on the front line. We know how important testing is. We're committed to it. We appreciate being challenged and asked the question, can you do more? Our regional laboratory is gearing up so that within a month, we should be up to 10,000 test capability for Northern California. I'll conclude there and open it up for questions, Joe.
Thank you, everyone. What I'm gonna do is, so let me thank Dr. Adams and Irene and Dr. I think it was Dr. Kong that was on earlier. Oh, great. And I apologize for the kind of break in the meeting. We weren't as clear about, and never can be in public meetings, exactly what we know when we're going to be getting to each topic. What I'd like to do is we're going to recess for 30 minutes. We will meet back here at 1:05. At that point, I'm going to take public comment. Then we're going to go to board questions. And I would deeply appreciate if you can stay. And if you can't, we understand that as well. But we'd really like to, particularly with you all, have a conversation about testing. We do have staff that are in need of a break. And so we're going to move to that now. All right, everyone. So I will see you all at 1:05. Thank you. Welcome back. As folks get settled, I just wanted to see if there are any public speakers. We have a minute more, folks, but if there are any public speakers who would like to speak to the item before us, which is COVID-19. And it's, I would like to remind our speakers to speak to the items that we've heard thus far, and then we'll go to questions from my colleagues. And if I could ask Jess, the clerk, do we do roll call again or no?
No, we just take note of who's present.
Thank you. Can't always remember from all the boards we sit on. All right, I'm going to reconvene our meeting. I'm going to ask the clerk to call on our speakers, and each speaker will get 1 minute, and then we'll turn it back to the board for questions and comments with our guests and our staff.
Our first speaker will be Pasha. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you very much. And thank you, everybody. And Board of Supervisors, I appreciate this. I'm an ICU nurse at Good Samaritan Hospital, and I work with HCA. I wanted to say I was listening to the earlier hospitals, all hospitals offering testing in compliance with the health order. We had 5 different people from our hospital explaining that nurses are not being tested. They are being refused testing after exposure. If they are tested, they are only allowed 1 test in total, and they're being told to wait until the end of 14 days. And in that 14-day time, they are actually going and taking care of patients and not being quarantined to see if they are actually symptomatic or asymptomatic. This needs to stop, and we actually are not as prepared as the hospital corporations would like us to think. Thank you.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. To kind of go over all the items that I've talked about earlier, in this time of COVID, you know, I hope the federal task force can talk about relevant issues in their meeting. You know, bring up issues of housing, of this, you know, federal government, you know, push on local communities with their law enforcement. You know, how can we talk about these things openly? Housing issues and policing issues have been really good examples over in Berkeley and in Oakland that I hope that, you know, we can really take to heart here. You know, just practice, you know, how do we practice positive sustainability at this time? That's a big point in however we move forward. And so thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Howard Miller. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hey, thank you for having this hearing. I got 2 quick comments. One on Kaiser. We're Kaiser family, and the system at Kaiser has evolved a little bit, but it's still virtually impossible to get a test unless you lie. My daughter, who is 20, right in that age group, she actually went through the process and ended up having to talk to 2 nurses and 3 doctors. And I told her to say asymptomatic every single time. Eventually, they did consent to test her. I went through the same process 3 weeks ago, and it took a long time. I just checked their website today. If you do KIP, their online assistant, it tells you unless you have symptoms, never mind, call us when you get sick. If you go through the other process, you answer a bunch of questions, and eventually it'll say contact your doctor. And then on contact tracing, just because my daughter does it, they're running about 5 traces a day per tracer. So it appears as though we have capacity for tracing. Anyway, thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Robert Aguirre. He is not responding. We'll move to Mike Rogers. Our next speaker is Mike Rogers. I am unmuting you.
Hi, this is Mike Rogers, the COVID data junkie. I just wanted to commend the county staff in particular for doing a fantastic job with your dashboard. I pulled down data from across the country at counties and states and different institutes levels. And Santa Clara County's data dashboard is the best by far. And it also specifies the differences between individual tests versus unique individuals versus all tests on a given day. One thing is for some reason, I can't create your calculation for your test positive rate has changed subtly in the last week or so, and I can't recreate it. I sent an email to a few of the supervisors and staff members earlier today about this and appreciate an answer at some point offline. Secondly, agricultural workers seem to be a widespread issue across California, and I wonder if we're addressing that in the Gilroy area. There's commonalities for therapeutic or cultural approaches because the Central Valley is lit up like a Christmas tree with tested positives well over 15%.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Rodas. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Rodas. I'm a nurse at Good Samaritan Hospital. As medical professionals, we understand science and closely follow updates of this frightening pandemic. Every day, we leave our homes and families to take care of others. We come home with anxiety, hoping to not bring our germs back into our homes. Patients are trusting us with their lives, and as nurses, we deserve to feel safe in our work environment. We need better staffing, proper PPE, efficient testing after exposure, and clear guidelines on what to do after exposure. Telling us to go back to work and be careful is just not enough. We're all very worried at work that we're asymptomatic carriers to our vulnerable patients. So the hospital needs to communicate with us what we should do and how to notify patients. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. The timer will start when you begin speaking. You will have 1 minute to speak. Scott Largent, there we go.
Thank you, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me right now. Sorry, I got a little distracted over here, trying to help a gal over here at the county building. It's getting more and more difficult for people to find places to utilize restrooms, to be able to wash hands. A lot of the restaurants, of course, are closed down. Well, they're basically shut down for allowing anybody that's homeless to use their bathrooms. We know there's a change shortage. People don't accept cash anymore. This doesn't affect you guys because you have your own little nice restrooms that you can use your little key card and go into. But after 5 o'clock, there's no place to go. And I keep saying this and people really aren't paying attention. I would prefer to wash my hands more often. I am homeless right now, but when I use the Porta-John, there's no water in the washing stations. There's no place to go. And what do you do when you gotta go, you gotta go. So you guys figure out some options for this right now. The entire homeless community just can't go anywhere.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, Robert Aguirre. I would like to speak on COVID-19 and the unhoused community. I've asked several times to see if we can get a breakout of the information on that's collected from people that are being tested and those that prove to be positive and the deaths. I think it's very important that we understand this particular population of people because they represent a class of people that typically does not have a voice in what goes on in their community or what directly affects them. I think it's very important that we understand as much as we can about this population so that we can make wise choices and not just go out and decide what's good for them without finding out what they want and what they think is good for them. I think it's very important that we do that.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to come back to the board. I'm going to begin with Supervisor Ellenberg. And Susan, you're on mute.
Thank you so much. I'm just pulling up my notes. So just so I'm clear on what we are doing here, these are questions for all of the presenters on the COVID report from the county and for the hospital presentation?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we'll start with 15 minutes for each person. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to start with Dr. Cody. Is she here? I'm looking around my screen as if I can tell. Don't count this on my time, please, while we're waiting to see if Dr. Cody's here.
I'm here, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Oh, great. Hi, thanks so much. It's clear with cases rising in many places and the rollback of reopening by the state and your shift, which I very much appreciate, to a risk reduction framework, clear that we are still in a very dynamic environment in this response, and obviously the pandemic is far from over. We've tended to focus the discussions on activities in days and weeks, but I want to be sure that I and others understand the long-term vision of how we manage the pandemic here in our county. Can you say just a little bit, Dr. Cody, about what you see as the path ahead in the coming months or year? Again, briefly, and I know it's a hard question to answer briefly, but just some high-level thoughts.
Thank you. Of course, we don't know where the pandemic is going, but given that in the United States, we have not had a coordinated response, that will certainly extend the period for which we all need to be pivoting quickly between various strategies. And so I anticipate that our response is going to continue for many months ahead. Of course, if there is a vaccine, that would change things, but it's still very uncertain. We're very early in many of the vaccine trials to know how that's going to impact our response. Ideally, what I would love to see is a more regional or statewide response that would help us tremendously since we're all interconnected, but there is much uncertainty ahead.
Is there movement amongst public health officers across the state for a more cohesive approach?
There is been more of a cohesive approach from the state, as evidenced by the orders from the governor around closures of certain sectors in monitoring counties and across all counties. So there's been more unity recently.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you. At the June 23rd meeting, when I asked what you need as the public health officer to bring down our case counts and hospitalizations, you indicated needing more of everything, more testing, more contact tracing, and more outreach. Since that meeting, unfortunately, our case counts and hospitalizations have gone up, although thankfully not nearly as dramatically as some other counties. Is there anything that you want to add or make more specific as to what you need to meet the demands of this response and how we as a board can support you to mobilize those resources so that we can more fully, hopefully, resume school work in a sustainable condition for the foreseeable future?
Yes, we are mobilizing all of the areas that you mentioned. And as I have described before, one of the reasons for our success, and I think for our sustainability here in Santa Clara County, is that it's been a whole of government approach with full support from the board that really distinguishes us. Unfortunately, I think that we are doing just about everything that we can be doing in Santa Clara County. And our challenge going forward will be to ensure that we go forward with a regional and statewide approach. As we saw, we really did crush the numbers in May, but we can't do this alone here in our county. So we will keep doing our part and keep working to have others work alongside us.
Okay, I'll just ask one more question, just pushing a little bit more on those three relative to testing and tracing and isolation supports or community outreach. Are there specific improvements that are needed or already planned to make these systems even more effective in bringing case counts down?
Well, I think as you heard in the planning around communication and outreach, once we both go broad and go deep across the county, I think that's going to make a tremendous difference. As you saw in the EPI update, this is disproportionately accelerating among young adults and in certain communities. And of course, testing is incredibly important to each sector, school, general community, families. And so we have to keep up the work that we've done there in partnership with everyone.
Sure. Let me ask about testing, and this is for whoever on the public health team that wants to answer it. I'm seeing on Facebook, tales of people waiting 8, 9, or more days for results. We heard a couple of those in public comment today. Can someone tell me what the current turnaround time for test results for the county-run clinics? And if anyone from the hospitals know, I'd be happy for that answer from that group as well. And for each group, does the result of the test, positive or negative, impact the time of delivery of the news to the person?
So this is Christina Kong from Stanford. Our turnaround time is running 1 to 1.5 days on average. 90% of our tests are completed within 3 days. Positive results are called to the ordering provider, and the negative results are faxed.
Oh, okay. But it could still take a couple of days to make the call to the provider?
No, the call to the provider is considered a critical result. So the call is made right away.
Okay.
Sometimes when the result comes in the middle of the night, they don't answer. So then we call again the next day.
Okay. Thank you. Others from the county as well? What can I tell people our turnaround time is?
Is Dr. Fensterscheib on the line?
Hello, this is Fang Wen from BMC. I could
just a second. Do you want to talk, Marty?
Yeah, I can talk.
Right here.
Hello,
Hey,
Marty
Marty.
Fensterscheib. Can you hear us?
Sure can. What is our
Can you hear me?
turnaround time for tests, please?
Go ahead. Keep talking.
Okay, so we've been experiencing an occasional delay on and off, but for the most part, we have been for the county system, we have been getting positives back and called in within 24 to 48 hours. And the negatives are taking a little bit longer because once they're processed, then with all of the numbers of tests we're doing, those people are notified either by an email or by a snail mail. And so it's taking a couple more days.
Would it be safe or appropriate for me to tell people that ask Dr. Fensterscheib that if they don't hear back within 48 hours, they can assume that their test is negative?
It's hard to do that. I never like to assume anything that we didn't get the actual results. So I don't like to do that.
So what is my response? What do you recommend is a safe and appropriate response to people asking me, which they do, how long does it take or how long should it take to get a test result back? Not how long should, how long does?
How long it does. The positives definitely are notified first. So 48 hours is, I would say, is the time for a positive. There's a range for the negatives. And so we've had some people very happy because they got their negative results back in 2 days. Others we've heard from, and for whatever reason they've delayed. They've been 5 or 6 days on the negative. So there is a range for that, to be honest.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to a couple more. I forgot to set my timer, but I'm sure President Chavez is timing me. Aside from Stanford, are any other health systems or labs in the county currently pooling samples, or has anyone else submitted applications to the FDA to pool samples?
For convenience, I'll answer that
Great,
because we're running around in the room here. Yes, we're doing at VMC pooling and have been doing it for quite some time. So we got our EUA a while ago.
Okay.
2 months ago? Oh, yeah. 2 months,
So
2+ months ago.
Oh, great. So that's enabling us to expand our testing capacity further.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
I know some of the hospitals have talked about it. And I think they're currently examining if they want to go in that direction or not.
Great.
What we can do, because some of our leaders have had to leave because they couldn't come back, I am taking some list of questions that they'll be happy to submit back to the board. But I know that some of the folks are on the line that they'll be happy to answer some questions. It would be easier if you really direct if there's a specific question you want.
I think what I'll do, Joe, since the time windows are so contracted, is actually, even for the ones that are on the line, I think I would prefer getting a report back with all of the answers, if that's all right. Let me ask about some communications and outreach efforts. I really was glad to see the reports on items 9 and 10 that show really much improved outreach, strong collaboration, coordination of multiple strategies, and focus on our most impacted populations. So thank you so much to the team that's doing this work. Given the changes in local strategy and the state rollback, how do we confirm that the community that we are reaching out to actually is informed of what they need to be doing to stay safe and in compliance with the various orders? Basically, how are we measuring our success in our outreach efforts?
If I may, through the chair, David Campos, co-lead public information officer for the Emergency Operations Center. We have different ways, supervisors, that we try to ascertain what people know, and working with the community-based organizations that are on the ground and have the closest relationships with these communities is one way that we do know in terms of what information is out there. We also, try to look at responses that we get in our social media as we're communicating with folks. But I think that the key here is to really go on the ground and hear directly from folks from the community. And one thing that we're thinking that we're doing, by the way, is that we're not waiting for anything before we enhance our communications. We actually started focusing on the Latinx community. We're in the middle of a blitz in communications, and actually we've had our health officers, beginning with Dr. Cody, communicating in Spanish with the population, because we know that it's important for them to hear directly from the public health officers. And I think the fact that they're doing it in the language is something that has received a very positive response.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm not sure if this question is to you, David, or back to Dr. Smith, because it's about budgets, but relative to the community health workers in 10 and 11, I don't know that I understand the rationale in the projected budgets for these two really important efforts. I think maybe somebody is not on mute, but probably should be. It appears that we're,
Can you start from the beginning again? Because we had a problem here with
Sure. The question is relative to the community health workers in items 10 and 11. I want to get a better understanding of the rationale and the projected budgets for these two efforts. It appears that we're proposing 1.5 million for health workers for COVID, targeting multiple racial, ethnic, and geographic populations, and 1.2 million for health workers to address non-COVID health priorities for the API population. How are we prioritizing and addressing the needs of disproportionately impacted populations in a coordinated, systemic way?
Supervisor Ellenberg, this is Betty Young. So I think, in terms of, the costing of the initiative, the COVID specific initiative in item 10, the budget was based on, how we arrived at this is the hourly wage for community health workers to be in the field. And so the majority of our budget is purely spent on labor in the field to be engaging with members.
Betty, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you just to clarify my question. I don't need an explanation of how the money is going to be used. I trust it will be well used. I question whether it's enough. But what I'm asking about is coordination. We've got these two programs right now of outreach community health workers who are targeting disproportionately impacted populations, one focusing on non-COVID, one focusing on COVID. I'm asking if we have some kind of umbrella coordination or outreach plan that would encompass all of these two different groups and others if we have them, so that we have a cohesive plan for how we are reaching out into the community and we're not doing things that are redundant or having multiple people reach out in the same community when we already have folks that can do the work. Is that clear enough?
Yes, Supervisor, this is David Campos. If I may, through the chair, the way we're actually doing that is that we have the different folks that are working on each initiative talking about making sure that it's the right scope of work outlined in the contracts. And by the way, it's not just coordination between these two efforts, but also we have to take into account that many of these organizations, and that's happening here at the EOC, but that these organizations that also, many of them have contracts for other work that they're doing. So we want to make sure that there is no duplication as the scope of work for each one of these contracts and the targets are outlined by the team. So we are, making sure that there is that we're paying for work that is actually new work related to the underlying contract, and that we're not duplicating efforts. And so you have a situation where the county is paying twice for the same thing.
Okay, thank you. I see that my time is up. I do have some more questions, particularly around isolation support, so I will wait for the next round. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Susan. Dave?
Okay, thank you, President Chavez. First and foremost, let me just say thank you to everyone involved in putting the work together on items 9 and 10 that we heard the reports on earlier. I was a little bit concerned as to how those two might mesh initially, because, and I know there were some questions about that coming from the administration as well. And I was particularly a little bit concerned that there might not be leads in the major ethnic areas where we had some concerns in terms of overrepresentation, but that all got handled nicely from my perspective. And I'm sure maybe there might be some more comment on that later, but I wanted to issue my gratitude for figuring out a way to get as much leverage as possible out of those two items without being redundant at all. I think we're getting the small scale outreach, if you will, from organizations that haven't really been tapped to do that before, and the larger scale, leverage from some leading organizations in some investment. Question. This is I don't know who this is for. It's a logistics question. It's certainly kind of a dashboard kind of a question, but the number one concern and question that I've been getting in repeatedly from constituents in town hall formats, emails, you name it, is whether or not the hospitalization uptick in this county in Santa Clara County reflects hospitalizations that have come from either transfers from outside the county or essentially non-residents outside the county, where those are coming from. There's been speculation that maybe some of that's coming from Marin and San Quentin and things like that. So the first baseline question I have is our hospitalization number, as recognized by the state for watch list purposes, internal to this county, or is it including hospital inpatient from outside the county residents?
Supervisor, I can answer that question. It's Dr. Kamal.
Yes.
So during the pandemic, when we had a lull, we did receive 5 patients from Imperial County who were transfers. These patients have all been discharged and repatriated back to their home counties. As of now, we do not have any mutual aid patients in our hospitals who are occupying hospital beds. The numbers that we report on our dashboard and that the state reports does not take away out-of-county residents, but currently the out-of-county residents who are in our hospitals are those who are normally there in the course of these hospitals' normal business. For example, people who may live near the border of San Mateo County and Santa Clara County may choose Stanford as their hospital. And as I think Dr. Kong mentioned, East Palo Alto is part of their catchment area, which is outside of our county. Furthermore, there may be students whose permanent address is out of county, but they are living in Santa Clara County. There's others who may be in skilled nursing facilities. So to answer your question, the state does not take away out-of-county residents, but we are not having an influx of mutual aid requests from far afield. Hope that answers your question.
Okay, at the time we get to some conclusion of these items on the meeting on the agenda, President Chavez, I'd like to talk one more time then about the issue of whose policy decision is it ultimately if we are asked for mutual aid. It seems to me that might very well be a Board of Supervisors decision point. I would like it to be. I think the repercussions of us doing any mutual aid, given the current framework of the state watch list, which is essentially not discriminating, from what I understand, not discriminating between in-county and out-county patients, has a huge cascading effect well beyond just the most straightforward public health, medicinal, or science issues. It has to do with businesses being shut down that might be open, and a preemption of Dr. Cody's scheme for which businesses should be open or not. And some of that, I think, becomes a public policy question. So, maybe that's a question for council, but I certainly want to make sure that in any case that the board is apprised and under your leadership convened immediately if there's any kind of significant influx, request for an influx or mutual aid. Second question is asymptomatics. Are we tracking asymptomatics? When I say we, I'm talking about the broader community on this one, not just the VMC or the Santa Clara County Public Health System. But again, this is probably number 2 on the inquiry list by constituents who contact me. And I think it's a good question. We're saying that people who are asymptomatic are a significant percentage of the problem, if you will, or the spread of the pandemic. So I think, people immediately kind of pivot off that question and say, well, how many are there? I mean, how many are there that are testing positive? I can't find that information. Is it somewhere? If it is, can it be put up on the dashboard? If it isn't, what would it take to get it put up on the dashboard?
Hi, Supervisor Cortese, Marty Fensterscheid. Excuse me. We have some of that data, but not complete. Excuse me 1 second. And we have some additional data that we can pull down and provide for you. And hopefully we can get our data people to bring that information. We know when people certainly are contacted for case investigation, we ask those questions also, but initially we're not asking those questions at our testing site. But we do have some of the information. We can get it to you.
Yeah, and I think Dr. Prince-Shaw, I appreciate that pretty positive response. Thank you. So many of the areas of, let's call them transparency, data dissemination, dashboard work has been, an evolving, just a work in progress. And I think it's really gone in a very good direction overall, but it's also required some adjustments over time. And so my question certainly wasn't meant to be, are we swinging and missing? Are we in error? Are we at fault for not doing that? I think what the suggestion is that this can be very useful information, obviously without names and identification, but statistically and demographically, broadly speaking, for us to help with this very important public messaging about you need to be concerned about asymptomatic folks in the community that you might encounter. We're telling people that. I just think if we can evolve that data some more and get it up and make it useful in our messaging, that it could be really important, in terms of trying to crush this a second or third time. Dr. Fenstersheib, while I have your attention, good news, bad news. Good news, we've encountered some really long lines at some of our testing centers. Bad news is that causes people to turn away. That's a little bit of a less frequent constituent comment that I've received. Hey, went down there, the line went around the block. I went home. Are we, again, to use that word, evolving a way to make adjustments on the fly when we see that, wow, we've done a particularly good job of getting the message out, and all of a sudden, we have long lines at a testing center. Can we augment that somehow, halfway through the day, or start letting people know help is coming so they don't just walk away?
So yes, we're kind of a victim of our own success. Our initial push was to get the demand up, which we did, and we've been meeting it, 9,000 tests a day around the county. But yes, we do not like to see people waiting out in the heat. So as I think I mentioned, we instituted a wristband protocol. So when people come, they are given a wristband, and we only have the number of wristbands which equal the number of tests that we do. And the wristbands have times on them, so that now, and people seem to be very happy with it. So if you come and we've given out half the wristbands, you'll get a wristband and we'll say, come back in 2 hours and you'll be tested so you don't have to wait in line. So that's been pretty successful. And moving forward, we're just going to have to figure other ways of certainly increasing the number of testing sites available in all sectors of our community.
Yeah, thank you. And congratulations. I know you're not doing it for personal, none of you are doing this for personal aggrandizement, but thank you for getting those test numbers up, and thank you for having that kind of success. I'm glad we're talking about what we do with the long lines. Lastly, President Chavez, let me just ask on the theme of testing, what's the latest in terms of our ability to penetrate the homeless encampments? And again, this is probably at this point for Dr. Fenstersheib. He was, the last time I raised the issue, he was the one that talked about, trying to get even more mobile units out there. I know we're going to hear from Paul Lawrence's group later, but I'd like to ask Dr. Fenstersheib, who seems to be in charge of kind of the macro testing system here, as to whether or not we're underrepresented or overrepresented in homeless testing now. The complaints anecdotally we're hearing, as you might imagine, are not enough. We're not getting out there enough, and I'd just like to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Well, certainly we realize in a lot of the congregate care settings, we need to do more testing, and that includes the skilled nursing facilities, and the shelters and in the homeless encampments. I would basically ask that we pose that question to the Valley Homeless program, where they are going out. The last time I looked at the numbers, they were pretty good. And so, I don't know. I think we basically have to ask them. I'm not sure. The numbers were really good last time, and we didn't even have a positive to report at that point. So I think we should ask them and see where they are in this.
Okay, we can do that later on. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Simidian, you're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How's that?
Perfect.
All right. I'm going to focus, and this will come as no surprise to many of my colleagues. I'm going to focus on the issue of testing, about which we've talked today, and how we can make sure that we continue to expand our testing. And let me just start with a preface, because I am going to reference both the Kaiser healthcare system and the folks at Palo Alto Medical Foundation Sutter in my remarks. And I just want to be clear. As a youngster, I had healthcare service provided by Kaiser. I count myself lucky that I did as a kid and as a college student. In my adult years, I have been fortunate to have great healthcare from folks at the Palo Alto Medical Foundation and now Palo Alto Medical Foundation Sutter. So I don't want my probing questions to in any way be misunderstood, but I think that there is still real work that has to be done to push these testing numbers up. And I'm specifically talking, and I want to pull Dr. Smith into this, so I hope he's readily available. I'm specifically talking about the June 10th order that the health officer issued. And in that order, there were specific categories of folks that were identified as entitled by right, by law, to tests. And all of our healthcare systems were, by virtue of that order, required to make testing available to those categories of people, including those who were asymptomatic. And I was, on the one hand, surprised, on the other hand, pleased to read in the communication from the Hospital Council. It is the very first page of the communication, and it's our packet page 12 today, the following sentence with respect to the June 10th order, and it's a flat, definitive sentence. All hospitals and healthcare systems offer COVID-19 testing to their patients in accordance with this order. Now, let me just say first, I don't believe that's an accurate statement. And we heard from Mayor Miller in Saratoga that both he and his family member have had direct experience in their case with the Kaiser system, which, by the way, he also extols. But that's very clearly contrary to the direction of the order or the assertion of the letter that we have today that was reiterated in the presentation earlier today. I have to tell you, based on my own experience and observation, based on the experience of many of my constituents, so we're getting beyond anecdotal, and based on the stated policies that are on the web pages of these two organizations, I'm talking about Kaiser and PAMP/Sutter, the assertion that all hospitals and healthcare systems offer COVID-19 testing to their patients in accordance with this order just isn't accurate, and it hasn't been since June the 10th. So my goal is not to revisit all of that. My goal is to make sure that going forward, that it becomes an accurate statement. And let me just begin by asking Dr. Smith, is it your judgment based on the day-to-day work with the numbers that you have that all of our health systems have in fact been in compliance with the order since June the 10th, Dr. Smith?
No, it does not look as if that's true.
Well, let me just suggest why I'm pushing on this issue. And Dr. Smith, I'm going to ask you a series of what are designed to be leading questions, and if you can answer them with a simple yes or no, I would appreciate it. And if you need more, obviously you'll take more. But my take is we need more testing, Dr. Smith, just for epidemiological reasons. I mean, we can't have a good countywide strategy if we don't have enough testing to know what's going on countywide. Is that is that an accurate assessment on my part? Dr. Smith?
Let me. That's true.
Okay, if you can hang by the phone, I'd appreciate it. And it seems to me that if we're going to flatten the curve again, which apparently we need to do given the rising case count, that the only way we can flatten the curve is if we can do the testing that's necessary for the follow-up contact tracing and isolation and quarantine. Is that true?
Yes, both of those comments are true. I'm sorry, I had a problem with my computer. But
no worries.
We do need to do testing, and we can't make a judicious, thoughtful plan without having comprehensive testing throughout the community, including people who are non-symptomatic.
And if we're going to have any ability to protect seniors in long-term congregate care facilities where we're having more than 40% of our fatalities, that means we're going to have to increase testing in those venues as well, yes?
Yes, indeed.
And if we're going to put people back to work and reopen the economy, we're not going to be able to do that unless we have expanded testing, because people can't go back to work if we don't know that they're testing safe to go back to work. Is that right?
Correct.
And given the recent announcement about reopening schools and what has essentially been a flat-out prohibition on in-person instruction absent waivers, we're not going to be able to get kids back into the classroom safely unless we have expanded testing. Is that correct?
Correct. That's a specific part of the issue about it being on monitoring.
All right. Then, to take a slightly more human approach or personal approach, I mean, as simple as we're not going to be in a position to tell extended families that they can gather and that a grandfather can hug his grandkid unless we have testing to make sure that that's safe. Am I still right?
Correct.
All right. Well, then, colleagues, forgive the extended discussion on this point, but this is not an abstract issue, nor is it a nice to have. As we've just heard, if we're going to move forward as a county with any hope of success, we got to push our testing numbers up. And we got to do that by ensuring that there's full compliance with the June 10th order from the public health officer. And, Dr. Smith, I know that there have been, various directives from the state and from various federal agencies. Just to be clear, the public health order still stands, yes? And maybe I should pull Mr. Williams into this just to make sure that it still stands.
Yeah, I think James would be the best person to give you that answer.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr.
The order is still in effect and does need to be complied with.
And Mr. Williams, if you can speak up just a little bit, I want to be clear. And it has the force of law, yes?
Yes, that is correct. It has the force of law, and failure to comply.
And
go ahead. I'm sorry,
if,
Supervisor Simidian. I just wanted to let James know he's a bit difficult to hear.
And Mr. Williams, what's the penalty for a violation of the order? What are the consequences?
Failure to comply with the order is a crime and is subject to both penalties or potentially prosecution.
Okay, so what I'm going to go back to Dr. Smith on then is this. If we have heard from the hospital council's spokesperson today, and if the letter explicitly says all hospitals and healthcare systems offer COVID-19 testing to their patients in accordance with this order, Dr. Smith, is there any reason, absent some objection from my colleagues, which I wouldn't anticipate, certainly, but is there any reason that we couldn't and shouldn't use some of our public education efforts to let the public know that their healthcare providers stand ready, willing, and able to provide testing for everybody in those three categories?
No, there's no reason from our perspective to avoid that.
Can I ask you to please go do that? I know I'm only one member of the board, but I think it would be helpful.
Sure, we'll add that to the communication plan.
Thank you. And I just want to be very clear about who's on the list because it's all symptomatic persons. I'm looking at the order of June the 10th, and it's all persons, regardless of whether or not they're symptomatic, who report that they've been exposed to a confirmed case of COVID-19. And it's all persons, regardless again of whether or not they're symptomatic, who are at increased risk of exposure by virtue of frequently or routinely traveling by mass transit, attending a mass gathering of 100 or more in the past 14 days, or working in a high-risk setting. And a high-risk setting includes, but is not limited to, people who have frequent face-to-face interactions with members of the public and have an inability to maintain physical distancing at work, including, but not limited to, very importantly, but not limited to, first responders, pharmacies, pharmacy employees, food service workers, delivery workers, public transportation operators, and grocery store clerks. And the reason I'm being that explicit is because that is not what it says when I look at the web page for Kaiser Permanente, and it is not what it says when I look at the web page for Sutter Health Palo Alto Medical Foundation. So what I would like to ask, since we have the repeated statement that the healthcare and hospital systems are offering testing to patients in accordance with the order, is would those two systems at a minimum, and hopefully all of them, be willing to revise their web pages within the next 48 hours to accurately reflect the availability of testing, since they have told us today they are in compliance? So that is a direct question for the folks from Kaiser and a direct question for the folks from Palo Alto Medical Foundation / Sutter, if they're available to answer.
Dr. Velardo? You're on mute. I didn't know if you were trying to lean in there or not. There you go.
I wasn't actually trying to lean in. I'm happy to answer. I have not, I would have to ask our system if they feel comfortable changing the web page. We do understand the need for testing and the order. We have a limitation to our testing. I can guarantee, when I spoke with Joe earlier, Supervisor Siddian earlier, and all of you, that, and as Marty Fensterscheid said, we are happy. We've all said we're happy to test as many people as we can. We've doubled our testing. We are trying to get pooled testing. We are working on approval for that. We are doing as many tests as we possibly can. We are in partners with El Camino Hospital.
Excuse me, Supervisor Chavez, I asked a yes or no question, and I would just worry that the speaker has indicated she's not prepared to make the commitment and is now using up what little time I have left to pursue. So if we could come back to the speaker at some other point, I'd like to be able to finish up with my 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
I'm sorry, Ms. Velardo, but I need to hear from the folks. Forgive me, Doctor. If we could hear from folks at the Kaiser system, that would be helpful, because again, they've got a web page that does not indicate the willingness to accept folks who meet the criteria, which the hospital council tells us they are prepared to and are in fact meeting.
Unfortunately, Kaiser had to leave because they had to continue with all their meetings for today, and we will get back to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Ms. Cafaro. And again, colleagues, I've asked Dr. Smith to make sure that the public knows that they have a right as a matter of law to this testing. And Dr. Smith, do you know, or does any of your staff know why we're hearing from some of these health systems that they're just now exploring the possibility of pooling, when, if I understood you correctly, the county took that approach 2 months ago?
I can't answer for them. I know that there's been encouragement to apply for the EUA for a while, but I suppose there are impediments.
We are happy to answer.
Dr. Velardo, please do.
Yes, we did our testing to be allowed to do pool testing. We sent it to Roche and we sent it off to the FDA. We have been working on pool testing for many months. We've also been working with multiple companies to gain additional testing. I don't want to take up Joe's time, but I certainly could explain further.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Supervisor.
Is this time up?
So, Supervisor Chavez, here's what I would say. Kaiser Healthcare is the largest HMO in the country. Sutter Health has more than 20 hospitals and 200 clinics in California. To my knowledge, they're the second largest operation in Northern California. If they can't get it done, that leaves me shaking my head, because I know that our own folks at Valley Medical Center, when pushed by our board, myself among them, managed to up their numbers. Now we're starting finally, more than a month after the public health officer ordered it, to see some increase in testing from our partners in the healthcare systems. But it is not enough, and it is not fast enough. And if we're all going to keep saying that we're all in this together, then we really do need to all be in it together. If we can't get commitments to have web pages that accurately and fully inform patients and potential test takers, then Dr. Smith, I'm going to say I think it's doubly important that the county inform residents of their rights to be tested. And at that, I will say thank you very much, but not before Supervisor Chavez. I sort of end where I started, which was to say, over the years, I've got marvelous healthcare from Kaiser and the folks at PAMF. I'm deeply grateful for it. I know how many good people there are there doing good work on a daily basis, because my family and I have been the beneficiary of their good work. So this pushing should not in any way be construed or misrepresented as anything other than a concern about making sure that the testing, which is essential to our going forward, gets done. Dr. Smith, one last question. Are we going to need even more testing come December than we need today?
Yes, given the projections of the pandemic, we expect the numbers to go even higher, and we'll need more testing to complete the contact tracing and quarantine process effectively.
Then to say it is what it is and accept it's just not going to work for any of us going forward. And that's why I've used my limited time today to push exclusively on this issue. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I would like to congratulate our Public Health Department on this chart that they put up originally. And I'll joke with you, I can't find a page number, but you can see what it is. And us having the lowest rate in the area among about 15 different counties. Kudos to you, Public Health Department. And this will be the first of probably 2 or 3 times I mentioned that I'm big on prevention, and I don't believe our public is doing a good enough job wearing masks. So even though we are number 1, as any coach would say, we can still do better. Next, I would move on to, and I apologize again, not knowing what page number it is, but it was this chart here, and it talked about identifying via our tracing. We could identify outbreak associated, contact to case, recent travel, but we had 86% of our positive cases identified as community unknown. That said, and when I look at this particular chart here, and I see the increase in positivities, and I see this almost flat line, excuse me, that's positivities there, and then I see almost this flat line down below our positivity rate in the 2 to 4% for this whole period of time while our cases have gone up. It then brings me to this chart. And Madam President, again, I apologize to all listening. I don't know what page number this is in the PowerPoint presentation. It was early on by Dr. Cody or perhaps Dr. Marty Fensterscheib. But this graph, which I think is helpful, I think can be augmented, I think should be augmented. And I've got a few suggestions. I would ask whatever staff member, whatever doctor I could ask this question of, come on the air right now. I don't know which person it is.
Supervisor Wasserman, this is Dr. Cody.
Hello, Dr. Cody. On this chart here, where you've got vertical dotted lines like the shelter-in-place order on March 18th and the shelter-in-place order extended March 31st, the construction opened May 18th, outdoor dining allowed. What I was looking at, and these are significant more reopenings, and I was looking at what I've learned over the last 3 or 4 months about how couple of weeks later, we see an increase in cases. What I would suggest we also add in here, June 3rd was the first of several what I'll call public rallies in downtown San Jose and throughout all our county of people exercising their freedom of speech rights and ability to gather, despite our public health order limiting the number of people. And I understand that. It was a horrible thing that happened, and this is America, and I totally understand what took place. But it was a significant event. It was significant gathering of people, and I think warrants a dotted line. And the reason I'm saying that is that we've got June 5th on the chart as a dotted line, as the outdoor dining, indoor retail opened. In most places, I saw in San Jose, and I know in Los Gatos and Morgan Hill, even though they were allowed to open, because of the uncertainty that was going on, our entire street was boarded up. But what I would suggest is a dotted line, perhaps June 3rd, and label it whatever you wish. I just call it public rallies. And what I noticed was we had a public rally June 3rd, and then about 10 days later started this rapid ascension. We had this reopening of outside dining, and we saw this rapid ascension. But when I look at the different things that are noted on this calendar with dotted lines, I don't think there was a larger gathering of people, some with masks on, some without masks on, assembled throughout our entire county than at that time. So for that reason, I would suggest that warrants a dotted line, because I see a direct relationship between that event and our increase in cases. But that's just one of the relationships that I see directly. I see it as the opening of outdoor dining. I see it as the public rallies. And then I also, as I look at this chart, I put right about here, we were testing about 1,000 people a day. And right about here, we got up to 2,000 and about 3,000 and about 4,000. And I look at our cases over here, and we were averaging about 60. And I look over here, and we're about 240. So I think it's just very important that the public understands, it's shown on this chart as well, that our positivity cases have quadrupled, and our testing, thank you, Dr. Marty, has also quadrupled. Our percentage has gone up a bit, from 2 to 4%. But I think this surge can be attributed, and the timing of when this surge took place can be attributed directly to those 3 factors: increased testing, the public rallies, and the opening of more businesses. That would be my number 1 point. My other point, and it's much simpler, is these couple of charts, and I believe these came under Dr. Marty. And again, I don't have page numbers, so I can't tell you what they were. But on these charts, some of the charts show this one shows number of cases and percentage of cases, but they don't show number of tests. And what I'm really interested in, I see that we have 35% of our cases occurring in East San Jose and 9% in South County and 50% elsewhere through Santa Clara County. But I think at the same time, we should also show the number of cases. Excuse me, that's number of cases. The number of tests done at the same time. Did our number of tests also, did we do 35% of our tests in East San Jose and 9% of our tests in South County? Or did we do less and they had higher percentages? And the reason I ask that is I've got people in other counties wondering why they're not tested more. And I couldn't exactly tell them how many tests were done. And perhaps it's on there somewhere and I missed it, but I couldn't tell them how many tests were done in their specific city. But on this chart, if you could add a column, so you've got number of cases, percent of cases, proportion of Santa Clara County population, and number of tests, that would be very helpful to me. And I've got 7 minutes left. All right, so I'm going to be closing up here. Dr. Cody, question to you if you're still there or can hear me. I saw with the governor's recent order about schools, I'll just say he kind of chickened out by saying, yeah, schools can be closed unless the county public health officer says it's okay. I think that was really passing the buck, and I don't think that's right at all. But what I would like to know, Dr. Cody, is, oh, and kudos to you for opening those salons. Even though it was 48 hours, you made it possible. And I've made all my constituents aware that the county public health officer said, we trust you, salons, to follow the guidelines and to give these services of haircuts and nail salons, manicures, pedicures, whatever it was that we had, President Chavez. You knew they could do that. And you knew people's livelihood and rents and the ability to pay rent and the ability to employ people was so important. And I say kudos to you for allowing that to happen. Boo to the state for coming in after our on again, off again, on again, off again situation. But thank you for what you did there. The way the current order reads now, and I've already addressed the school issue, do you also have the discretion to allow for inside salon use and wine tasting? And the reason I'm asking is because right now people can sit down out on the patio of a restaurant and order a glass of wine at a table, supposedly 6 feet apart. Some people are doing that, some people aren't. But they can go to a restaurant, order a glass of wine, but they can't go to a winery outside at a table and have a glass of wine. To me, that is totally inconsistent. I just wanted to ask, do you have the ability to make that call and say that is allowed? And also salons. For instance, salons doing the outside haircutting. What's happening now, and all the salon owners called me in the last couple of days in Los Gatos here, so that clients have to arrive with their hair wet. They can't go inside, so there's no coloring. Right now, it's haircuts only out in a parking lot. And I think by your allowing them before, that you've got trust and confidence that that industry can perform their service in a responsible way. So my question is twofold. Do you have the ability, without needing the state's approval, to allow for outside wine tasting and inside salons and nail and hair?
Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. I'll try to answer your question, and then I invite James Williams to add anything further. My understanding is that the stricter of the order controls, and so that means that Governor Newsom has closed those services to counties on the monitoring list. We are one of those counties, and furthermore, they would remain closed until the governor issues an order to lift it, regardless of whether we come off the monitoring list. So we are under the state's order for those services now until the state makes a change. That's different than the way schools operate, in that if Santa Clara County stays off the monitoring list consistently for 2 weeks, then schools can open for in-person learning. So it's a different set of rules. And I invite James to chime in if he'd like to add anything.
Thank you. And I would certainly argue, I would certainly suggest that the outside wine tasting, like outside dining, and inside salon with the acrylic is certainly a less contestable, debatable issue than what's going on, what would happen in our schools. James.
Yeah, I would just say Dr. Cody is exactly correct, that this is governed by that state framework, and under the state framework, until the state takes further action, we are limited there. There's nothing that changes automatically, even if we drop off of the monitoring list with respect to those sectors.
So do we have the right, James, as we have the last few months, to file an exception or a variance request with the current governor's order regarding
No,
those?
this is even for counties with a variance. So no, there's no mechanism under the current framework to do something different.
Okay, I'll just use my last minute, and that's unfortunate and regrettable and perplexing. Perplexing, I think, is Supervisor Simitian's newest word. And it's annoying and angering. And it's, I had people call me up today representing landlords whose commercial tenants aren't paying them because they're not allowed to be open. And people who work for salons, most of which are from the minority population, that I've interchanged with. And I think it's very short-sighted, and I know anything can happen on any given day, but I would ask you, Dr. Cody, and James, when you're having your meetings with the state people, to ask them to consider reopening personal service like salons, hair and nail, and outside wine tasting, since they're allowing outside wine tasting at restaurants, but not outside wine tasting at wineries. Thank you, Madam President. That's my 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to focus my time on testing. And I want to just ask a couple of questions. And I want to start by asking a very broad question. The healthcare system testing dashboard lists out a handful of our partners: Kaiser, Stanford, PAMP, El Camino, and HCA. And on that list, it has a daily average rate of COVID-19 tests based on patients served. And my question for our staff is, I'm wondering if we have a target number for each of our partners, and if that target number is based in total on the number of patients that they represent.
Supervisor Chavez, Marty Fenster-Scheib. So we don't have a target. Again, it's a rate. It's based on the number of tests average done per day per population that they serve. So we decided not to, just like ours, we're basically going above the state and our local goals that we made for ourselves. We decided not basically to put a target on there. We just want to increase testing because it's going to continually go up. And if we put a goal there, then if we reach it, people may be complacent and say, well, we've gotten to that goal and we don't have to go further.
I think let me just press on this a little bit to say that I think as a county, we have an overall goal of testing as many, it's really not, we want to test everybody that we can test, but I do think that at the very least, what we should have is the percentage of people that each of these healthcare providers, where appropriate, are responsible for, because otherwise it's difficult to understand the numbers of everybody in relation to our numbers, or our numbers in relation to their numbers. And if we have an overall goal of what our expectation is for testing, I think that goal should be shared, it should be public, and it would give us an opportunity to work with our partners to weigh in on what that goal is relative to the health order. So something I would like our staff to think about. I'm very interested in better understanding, in particular as it relates to Sutter Health, mostly because Sutter Health is if I'm to understand it, Sutter Health is a national corporation, or is it a statewide corporation?
We're in Northern California.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be particularly helpful. I for a while I've been thinking that is bigger. And then I also am curious about, your point, Dr. Velardo, about the parent companies role in how we're making local decisions is one that I hadn't really considered much. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the discrepancy or the challenge between the health order locally and what Sutter Health, the parent corporation's position is.
Thank you, Chairwoman Chavez. I appreciate the opportunity. It's not so much the parent company. We serve 3 million patients over Northern California, and we have a certain amount of testing supplies, and so knowing that we will run out at some point, we have tried to prioritize how we test. And we've done that thoughtfully, looking at pregnant women. Of course, you want to test them before they deliver. People that are symptomatic, obviously, throughout. People who have had very high risk exposures, we test. We test people that, so there's sort of a hierarchy of testing. Patients who are going to enter the hospital, patients that are going to have surgeries, because we know that people who are COVID positive do very poorly or can do poorly if they have a surgery or procedure. So we've a hierarchy of testing, and every time we have more tests available, we go to another level of testing. So and pick up the next person and the next person, the next person. But there's simply, even though we're doing 3,000 tests a day across the system, and most of those tests are on outpatients, most of those tests are being used within the foundation walk-in care, and we're caring for thousands of patients every day who come in with respiratory symptoms, and we screen them carefully and decide to test or not test. But we don't feel that we can properly serve patients who are ill and still be the surveillance arm for any particular county. We do a lot of asymptomatic testing because we test people prior to procedures. So we have a good idea of the number of people in our county who have COVID who are asymptomatic. It's about this week it was about 1.6%. That's gone up a tiny bit. So we do have a lot of information on the pandemic in our county and then throughout the state. So,
and Dr. Velardo, thank you. What's helpful for us to understand is that I think that for us, you know, I thought it was interesting your point about what supplies are available relative to surveillance, and this, you know, kind of focus on the idea that we're going to all run out of tests at some point, because I think we could make the same case that you're making now. And we are in fact doing both. You know, we own 3 hospitals and we're doing surveillance as well. And really, I think the way we're looking at this is that that we don't collectively, that we don't really have an option but to take this approach. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to really manage the spread of COVID-19 in our region. So I think what's helpful about understanding your perspective is that from a regional and a business perspective, I understand the point you're raising about prioritizing resources. I think what we're really trying to lay out is a framework for protecting the population in the county that frankly we're all living in and responsible for, and better understanding how our relationships and partnerships actually allow us to have fewer of us running out of supplies and really maximizing the number of supplies that we're able to share with the folks again in our community. And so I do want to just restate for our staff that I think it's really critical that we know the patient lives that each community organization is responsible for, because clearly we're testing in the county for everybody's institutions right now. And I'm sure that to some degree you feel like that's, maybe you don't, but there are some that feel like they maybe have in that same situation. I think maybe Stanford is an example of that. So thank you for that. That's really helpful to understand. I would also say that I'm a little confused about what our expectations should be again for El Camino as they're a district and how many lives they're responsible for. And HCA is even more unique to me because it's both a hospital and, well, it's a hospital. And we are getting feedback that even people who are entering the hospital, even in emergency situations, aren't all being tested. So I want to reiterate 3 things. 1, I do want to know what the patient lives are that are within each of the purview of these organizations, and I think we should post that. 2, I do think that we need to reaffirm with our health orders with each of our partner organizations the reason if they're not complying, they aren't complying, and how we level set in that area, meaning are we going to come to a common purpose, and if we can't, then what? And then 3rd, and I'm not sure about my time. How much more time do I have, ma'am? My staff says I have 6 minutes. The other
make a comment, Chairwoman Chavez, that
yes, Ms. Velardo, Dr. Velardo, I'm sorry. May I just finish this last thought, just because I'm saying this to our staff, and then I'll come right back to you. Thank you. Is that I think the other issue that I want to make sure we are diving in deeper to is an issue that Stanford in particular raised about how we are able to access more equipment that we need in order to be able to open up these pipelines for testing, because there's no doubt in my mind the choke on the processing of tests is significant and only going to get worse. And so I want to make sure that we all understand capacity for each organization, where we agree that things are stuck, and whether or not we have the possibility collectively to create more opportunities to get these tests taken and processed. Dr. Velardo?
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, as you look at the lives we're responsible for within the Silicon Valley, at least for Palo Alto Medical Foundation, our partner hospitals, so if you were to look at Kaiser, you'd say Kaiser clinics and Kaiser hospitals. If you look at Palo Alto Medical Foundation, you look at Palo Alto Medical Foundation and El Camino Hospital, where 90% of their patients are our patients. So, and our patients also go to Stanford and actually to Good Sam. So if you were to sort of roll up our patients and all those patients that are getting tested, you would have a better view of how many tests we do per lives that we cover.
Sure.
So just,
yeah. Dr. Velardo, how many lives are you responsible for through PAMF now here in our county?
In the county, about 300,000. Dave can, yes, about 300,000.
300,000. And what's important about that is that I think Kaiser is at 650,000. So that's 900,050 lives just between the two of you. And then taking a look at what responsibility or portion of those folks should be tested is really what I want to be able to look at. And I agree with you. We shouldn't double count, but we should be clear about that. So thank you for that.
Right. Thanks.
I'm going to then pivot to one last question relative to testing. And I don't know if Dr. Kong is still on. I was fascinated with some of the issues. Did she have to leave, Dr. Cafaro? Joe, did Dr. Kong have to go?
No, she had to go, but I think Allison is here from Stanford also. So Allie might be able to answer the question that you have.
Thank you. Allison, I was really intrigued with the work that Stanford is doing to make more, to create more testing capacity. And I wondered if you could talk just for a moment about any new tests that you all are considering, either for equipment purchase or new strategies that she had to touch on them kind of quickly, but I wondered if there was anything you were particularly excited about in that area. I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
There we go. Pardon me.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, perfectly.
Okay, super. So thank you, President Chavez. Just to level set, I am a nurse. I am not a physician, but I certainly work closely with Dr. Kong. So as of Friday, we brought on 2 new Hologic Panther systems in addition to the 2 that we currently have. Our approach around testing has been one of diversification. As many of the other health systems have talked about, is that you can't rely on one system because the reagents, the intricate sort of supplies are proprietary. And so, just diversification in all of our testing is really important. So we, as of Friday night, we validated those new tests, and we probably are in the 4,200 RT-PCR tests per day at this point. So we are getting close to doubling our capacity. And then once our pooling comes in, whether it's 4 times or 8 times, that will obviously incrementally increase our ability to test. We continue to test widely all of our staff anytime through Occ Health if people have an exposure or they're concerned about exposure or they've met any of the criteria for social gathering or they have a concern. So I just wanted to make sure you're aware that we're testing our staff at their request anytime. So I think other sort of innovations along the way outside of pooling are some additional molecular strand testing to, she sort of talked about how it will identify how active the virus is or if the virus is dead. So that's something that still is under the works.
Thank you, Allison. That's helpful. Dr. Smith? I see you've taken over the screen.
Yeah, you were asking about the denominator that we used when we were calculating the numbers for the testing rate on the dashboard. And so I put them up on the line. So these are the people served numbers that we came up with by contacting the different agencies. We agree they're not exactly accurate, but they're in the ballpark. And so those are the numbers that are used under people served.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm going to wrap up my own time because I've been very strict with others about that. Dr. Smith, did you want to add one more thing to that?
Well, I just wanted to get some clarification. What I understood from Dr. Velardo surprised me, so maybe I misunderstood. Was it 3,000 tests for the entire Sutter system a day, or was it just 3,000 in this county? I didn't understand.
3,000 a day for the system, plus minus, mostly plus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to go back to Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Before I continue with my comments, I just want to share my strong agreement with Supervisors Simidian and Chavez on their emphasis on the importance of all large health systems making testing easy and readily available. I'm thinking particularly in support of getting and keeping our schools open, although there's certainly no shortage of reasons to be cooperating and all doing our maximum, reaching our maximum potential on testing. So thank you to my colleagues for raising that in much more detail. I'm going to ask, and this is probably going to be directed at Key Lee, or perhaps Doug Press. I'm asking about isolation supports. I just received the off-agenda report yesterday afternoon on isolation supports that I had requested last month at HHC. And really, I continue to have concerns about how we are making supports easily accessible, being proactive in reaching out to cases and contacts, and coordinating with our city partners in this work. I have asked my staff to follow up with Key's team on specific items in the report. So for today, given the importance of providing isolation supports quickly so that people can and do in fact isolate, I'll ask just a couple of questions. First, make sure I'm talking to someone who's here. Is Key here?
Key, are you available?
Supervisor, he's not here. We just sent somebody out to find him. So maybe we can get back to that question in a little bit once he gets.
Okay, perfect. We'll come back to that. Then let me just make a couple of requests for additional information while we're waiting for him to come back. The governor has taken action to reduce the state prison population, which has been severely impacted by COVID outbreaks. I'd like to request an off-agenda report that shares how many individuals we might expect to be released to our county for supervision, what reporting structure is in place to ensure that we are informed in a timely manner of a COVID positive individual being released to the county. And I'd like the report to detail the plan and resources in place to support the care and quarantining of individuals who are re-entering the community. Second request is that for the August 7th HHC meeting, I'd like to focus on our contact tracing efforts, including first, updates on the metrics presented today to assess the effectiveness of this program. Second, information on the turnaround time for testing results and linkages to tracing and isolation supports. We hit part of that today. Three, more detailed data on the cases and contacts reached and any observations that can be made about who is not being reached. And four, any priorities for program improvements as the team continues to iterate. Is Key here yet, or should I?
Key is here. This is Dr. Cody, and so he's happy to answer your questions. You may need to say them once more.
Okay, great.
Just before you get going with that, we will do the off agenda that you just asked for those 3 items. Now I'll turn you over to Q.
Okay, thanks. So just I had said before you got here that I'm going to save sort of the bulk of my questions for some off agenda work with my staff, Key, but I want to ask just 2 questions on the record today. First, can you share what is the typical response time between the time that someone is referred to the support team and when they are contacted for an initial needs assessment?
We are getting our referrals the same day, so we're responding the same day. Now, where we might get a sort of a 24-hour lag, if you will, is if the contact tracer or case investigator is contacting them first and then putting in referring them in what we call the CalConnect referral queue. So that might happen, sort of toward the end of the day, and then our team will pick it up in the morning the next day.
So in any case, it sounds like we're talking about 24 hours or less.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, great, thank you. And in the case of financial or rental assistance that we're doing through Sacred Heart, do you know how long it's taking from the time of the referral to the EOC support team, from the referral of the EOC support team to disbursement of the funds to the landlord or utility or wherever the funds are going?
I'm not able to answer that today because we did request an update from Sacred Heart about that very issue, and I hope to have it end of this week or next week, and we can either just send that to the full board as just a lone off agenda, or we can include it in the other off agenda reports that you're requesting.
Let's keep it its own separate off agenda because it is a little bit different. And the other report I'm asking for the August HHC meeting, and this I would like before if possible.
Okay.
Okay. That is what I have. Let me just thank the many people who are doing this complex and critical work. I really appreciate the work of our team and the work of our partners across the county. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Dave, are you interested in any more questions?
One question, yes, and one comment or question. The question for Key before he runs off. I happen to know what the situation is with the city trailers because I've been asking a lot of questions. I guess they're state trailers that the city have possession of. I've been asking a lot of questions over the last couple of weeks about the potential for utilizing some of those on a county site. As it turns out, and I understand that the state has basically pulled those trailers back, literally. But could you respond to that? Because one of the speakers, I think it was Robert Aguirre, spoke to the issue, and it sounds like the community might not be fully aware yet of the state's evident repossession of those trailers. I just want to make sure people know what the status is. And then I have one other question after that, President Chavez.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Cortese. Last week, we were in the process of assessing the trailers, understanding their condition and the operating costs and sort of needs associated with potentially using them. But then late last week, we found out that the state indeed had moved some trailers or were in the process of moving some trailers. And effectively, I believe that there are only 10 trailers remaining, and 3 of them are unusable as a result of the fires.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I wanted folks, who were commenting on that to understand that there was an effort last week to do a further evaluation. I was even volunteering to be part of, a site walkthrough, and things started moving pretty fast. And I understand of the 10, 3 are unusable and 7 are not in very good condition. Although, based on photographs we had seen from nonprofit agencies and so forth prior to last week, a whole bunch of those trailers were evidently in fairly good condition, if not completely pristine. So I'm sure that's the ones the state took back the majority of them. So I just want to get that information out for public transparency. The other public transparency issue is, President Chavez, there were a number of speakers who I thought were speaking about poverty, and I think what they were saying, or what they were focused on, was when they listened to these COVID updates the last couple of meetings, they really did not hear much of a discussion about poverty. And we've done so much in that area. I think in thinking that through while listening to the speakers, part of the challenges that we often take up are funding and such of poverty alleviation during COVID under separate items, not necessarily during the COVID hearing, either board referrals or just separate contractual arrangements with anyone from the food bank to Silicon Valley Strong, et cetera, not to mention all of the additional efforts that either individual supervisors or the county itself has done, or folks like the VMC Foundation, which is a separate entity, to raise massive amounts of money, goods and services during this time of increased poverty. I would like just a quick answer from Dr. Smith, I think would be appropriate, rather than me try to say it, as to where to find that information. I know based on Supervisor Ellenberg's leadership and some work I did with her, there's now a dashboard that at least shows where the county's investment of nearly $150 million has gone, and some of that has gone into direct poverty alleviation programs or anti-poverty programs or assistance. And then, of course, there's the inventory items that the board has done and so forth. But if Dr. Smith, if you could just state, I don't want people listening again to this meeting and we get to the end of it, to this part of the hearing, and have them think, well, we still haven't heard much about the county investing in reducing poverty. So if you could just give maybe a 1 or 2 minute overview of, being that you're so familiar with the overall budget, where some of that effort has gone thus far and where people can find that information.
Sure. First of all, we are going to be modifying the dashboard that's on the public health site related to expenditures to include more details about exactly what you're talking about. There are at this point, we're not happy with the fact that some of the information is fragmented, but some of the information is currently on that dashboard. Then we do have expanded our social services anti-poverty programs, CalWorks, and general assistance and the like. And then we also have a number of contracts with different CBOs related to poverty mitigation issues such as food, clothing, behavioral sciences, health services for individuals who are in poverty or near poverty. But many of those budget items currently remain in the various departments: social services, health, behavioral health, and probation. So we're going to be getting all of those together and put them in a central location so that it's easier for people to access. But I can emphasize that our anti-poverty efforts have been a major response to the COVID pandemic, and we're going to be moving ahead vigorously with more efforts.
Thank you for that. Through the chair and President Chavez, let me just say you were appropriately restrained yourself, I guess, during public comment because we're not supposed to comment on public comment. But thank you for your leadership in that regard. I think you were really a key in terms of helping get the board and the county out in front very early on and leveraging, tens of millions of dollars in public-private partnership. And of course, that effort continues. But I just want to make sure people knew, and maybe during the budget hearing process, at the risk of asking for any more detail, Dr. Smith, you could just at least break out as part of your overview for the opening session, more specifically, some of the things that we've done so that people could tune in and listen to that. Thank you.
Sure, we will.
Thank you, Dave. Joe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No further comments or questions. Just wanted to acknowledge my staff let me know I ran 2 minutes over during my last allocation of time. So I will yield whatever time I have back to the rest of the meeting, and apologies for that. I know you're trying to keep us on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Mike?
Thank you, Madam President. I've got a question for Dr. Fensterscheib and one for James, who's ever available first. I'll ask that question. Dr. Marty or James?
I'm here.
James, okay. My question.
Too.
Marty, okay. I'll go in alphabetical order. James, exactly what is our current mask requirement for people outside of businesses, like on sidewalks? Is it still strongly recommended? Is there a different requirement? Is there a state order that supersedes ours? Where are we at?
So for masking indoors, it's strictly required.
Yep.
For outdoors, masking is required under the state mandate if you cannot maintain at least 6 feet from everyone else at all times. So that would mean if you're in any setting where you're going to be walking by other folks, you would need to mask.
Okay, so just clarification,
and
in the downtown areas, on the sidewalks, as people are walking, going both ways, our current law or the state's current law is if they are not 6 feet apart, they're supposed to have a mask on.
Stay open because you're in here with me.
So, Madam
yes,
President?
the state's masking requirement requires you, if you're outdoors, to have a mask unless you can always maintain 6 feet. So, if you're on a hike by yourself,
okay.
If you're in a field by yourself,
I get it.
Or just with your family unit, right? That includes your household unit.
I get it.
But no, if you're at a farmer's market, if you're walking by a crowd of folks,
yep, I'm good.
You do need to mask.
Thank you, James. I'm good, and I would ask in any anything that we put out to cities, to chambers, to wherever, that you include that in there. If I were to stop 10 people on the sidewalk right now and say, is it a requirement in Santa Clara County? 7 out of 10, 9 out of 10 would say, no, it is not. So what I'm going to say is state law says it's required, whether you're inside definitely, and outside if you get closer than 6 feet if it's not your family member. Marty, question for you. Because people could be asymptomatic, do you think it's beneficial that we ask everyone to test every 2 weeks so as to catch and trace any positives we discover as early as possible?
So in the best possible world where there weren't any resource issues whatsoever, sure, the more testing we do, the better. But I think it's better when we look at our data and see where the high rates are, where our cases are, that we focus on those areas, realizing we do have some limitation with our testing capacity. That's the best I could probably do.
Okay, thank you. I do want to let you also know I'm hearing from a person who tested at CVS and it's been a week and has not heard back. So that's the private sector as compared to the hospitals we were talking earlier. Madam President, I will close with this. We have now been dealing with this pandemic. I apologize for that phone ringing. There, I killed it. No, I didn't. There. All right. We've now been dealing with this pandemic for more than 4 months. It may never go away. There may or may not be a vaccine that works. If there is one that works, it may take 2 to 3 years to produce and vaccinate 8 billion people. We cannot have some businesses and schools closed that long. We must function around COVID-19 and hope the next one doesn't come around for a long, long time. So I'll just use my soapbox to say, please, everybody, wear a mask, maintain distance. We don't know how long it's going to be around, but we know if we're as preventative and safe as possible, we can slow it down. We can make sure our hospitals and resources can handle whatever may come. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of your feedback. And I do want to just say how much I appreciate all of our guests from the Hospital Council and I don't think we've ever had this many doctors on one Zoom before. So that's really very impressive. A couple of things that I just wanted to wrap up and emphasize. One is that for our August 11th COVID-19 presentation, I would have 2 requests. And one is that we do get an update on where we are with our partnership organizations relative to testing. And that does include the partnerships we're looking at with the with drugstores and those in the pharmacy chains. I think that's going to be very important. And the other thing is I really do want to see us setting a goal and having the public facing documents really explaining where we are in our process. So that's just one body of work. The other is that on August 11th, which will be our next full board meeting, absent us scheduling a special meeting for any purposes, and we're going to have some discussions about that later today. I am very interested in us focusing on the work we're doing relative to health equity. And I think that's going to be extremely important given that many of our dashboards are, and they're amazing. I agree, I get compliments from my colleagues in other parts of the country, but really being able to disaggregate that how we're addressing COVID-19 in specific zip codes, the messaging that we're using for testing and getting people to get tested, and probably even maybe more importantly is the kind of communication we're doing around our contact tracing so that people are more willing to give us information and help us help others stay safe. And so I know that the body of work that's being that was discussed today in items, in particular items 9 and 10, are really big opportunities for us to make sure that we're helping people protect themselves and their families. So if staff could structure it so that we're using a health equity lens relative to what's being presented and how that's being presented, and that we have a check-in on how we're doing in our partnerships with testing, both with the hospitals but also pharmacy chains, I think would be a very good place for us to start in August. So with that, we've already taken public comment. There is no action on this item except the feedback that we've given to the staff. Again, I want to thank all of our guests for joining us today. I appreciate this was a long meeting. These are complicated topics, and you see that you have a lot of interest from the board in terms of making sure we're keeping people safe. Supervisor Wasserman.
Yes, Madam President. So we've just then received 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, not 11. It's 7, 8, 9, and 10. I don't believe it. Yeah, I think we're going to give a minute. We're going to take 11 next.
Yep, thank you.
Very good. I do not believe, let me ask the staff if there's any vote necessary. I don't believe so. I think these are all receiving reports. James, can we just receive and move on?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll move on to item 11. This is the API Community Health Worker Report. And I don't know which staff is presenting on that item. Supervisor Samiti.
Hi, forgive me, I don't want to cut off a staff report if there's a need for one, but this is an item that's been before us previously. It originates some years ago with a API health assessment that I proposed with support from Supervisor Cortese. Thank you again, Supervisor Cortese. Kudos to the staff. They've gotten us to a very good place. All they want us to do is receive the report and provide direction on whether we want to go with option 1 or option 2, and I am prepared to move option 1 and try and move us along on our agenda, but I don't want to cut off any comment or questioning that colleagues might feel is necessary. But I'm happy to make the motion to get us started, and we can go from there.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second on that motion?
Osterman will second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Are there any comments on this motion? Supervisor Samiti, and since this is your proposal, we'll start with you, but any other comments?
No, the staff report did a really nice job, and thank you for that. Please take the brisk introduction as a compliment and nothing more than that.
Thank you. So I don't have any comments from any of my colleagues. I'll make just one. And first of all, I thought the report was very thoughtful. I was hoping that we would be going with option 2 only because I think that it really responds to a question earlier that Ms. Ellenberg raised around how are we collaborating and coordinating and getting shared messaging out. But what I'm going to ask is that as we move forward with option 1, that we would continue to look at COVID-19. I mean, it would be common sense to look at that and other issues that we're addressing. So if I could just make sure that this piece of work is coordinated with the other work, even though it's not subsumed by it, and that COVID-19, at least in the short run, plays a priority, which I can't imagine why it wouldn't, then I think this looks very good to me. Does that sound all right with you, Supervisor?
I'm happy to formally incorporate that into the motion with the consent of the seconder, and it's consistent with the comments I made at the last meeting where we had a brief discussion on this topic. By all means, I think if any of us were to say, and what's the first order of business for such a team, COVID-19 is the first order of business, and I think that reflects the concern you and I both expressed.
Thank you. And then the only other thing that that I wanted to use this moment to talk about is that I think we have to take a very close look at disaggregating data relative to the Asian community. One of my big concerns has been that the lack of disaggregation may impact us being strategic in terms of the type of outreach we're doing based on the type of needs that we're seeing. And I reflect on that because we both have the API study that was led by Supervisors Samitian and Cortese, and then prior to that, one that was led really focused on the Vietnamese community by Supervisor Cortese, both in partnership with our amazing health department. But I think absent us, it's a reminder that if we're not disaggregating, we're just we're not going to be doing all we can to target our strategy. So if that could also be included, Supervisor Simitian, I'm really enthusiastically going to support this.
Happy to include that as well. I believe that work has largely already been done. It certainly has been the focus of the effort to identify disparities between and among the 7 API subgroups that are identified, but can't help to underscore it, highlight it, and put a big circle around it, and happy to do that, ma'am.
Thank you. And I was really thinking about that relative to COVID-19 because a lot of the data we're looking at is still pretty clunky. Well, with that, thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there any comments on the motion from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Apologies, Madam President. I do have 2 requests to speak.
Oh, thank you. I apologize for that. Thank you for catching that, Jess. And this would be on item 11. Great.
Our first speaker is Tessa Woodman-C. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Oh, that sounds great. Thank you. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, the comment I've been making, that I've been calling my supervisor, Cindy Chavez, about is the issue of in-home supportive services and how we are not requiring them to get tested. And this is community, so it's part of your, this item is about community outreach or community COVID, whatever. And so what it is in this scenario where, you have a high risk population, and at the private level, if you do research, private in-home supportive services throughout the country, they do require that the in-home supportive services gets tested, and even the clients that they go visit are tested. And the impact that I have, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I had a woman living in my home who was in in-home supportive services, and I asked her to test, and she refused. And so I've always said we need to create, protocols that protect the community, and we're not.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. Oh, that was too fast. Thank you. You will have 1 minute to speak.
All right. Robert Aguirre. As far as the API community, they're also part of the unhoused community. And again, I'm going to get back on the trailers. And I know we heard Keely say about the state taking these back. But if you go back and you listen to the city councils, San Jose, they were saying that the county had 15 trailers that they wanted to give to the city, they didn't want them anymore. And the discussion that was going on during that meeting, the city itself was trying to figure out how to get rid of them. So if that was a message that went back to the state that we don't want them, I don't blame them for taking them back, because there are many other communities that are taking them with open arms. And we're still in a situation where we don't really understand how that came about, whether it was the state that took them back or that they were just kind of like given back to the state. And I think that's really important because there are a lot of people that still need housing.
Thank you. So with those 2 comments, may I get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian?
Simitian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. We're now going to move on to items 12, 13, and 14. And these are the Continuum of Care report, the Seneca Continuum of Care agreements, and Seneca Behavioral Health agreements. And what I'd like to do, colleagues, is we're going to take all 3 items together because they're linked. I'm going to let the staff do presentations. I'm going to ask the staff to do the presentation on 12, to do a clear explanation of 13, a clear explanation of 14. Then we're going to move to the public for public comment, and then we'll come to the board for discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Dan. Is that who I'm starting with for item 12?
Yeah, good afternoon, President Chavez and supervisors and county exec. So we're going to go over we're going to try to make it fairly quick presentation of the full continuum of care proposals. I do have a number of co-presenters, so I'll go ahead and start with introductions. I'm Dan Little, I'm the acting director with DFCS. I'll let everybody else introduce themselves.
Maybe when they present.
Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll go to the next. I'll let them introduce when they do their slides. So Nora, you can go to the next slide. So the overarching goals of the continuum of care are really to increase and focus on home-based settings. So one of the things that we heard specifically regarding the receiving center in that model was the impact that congregate care and that lack of individualized care had on both staff as well as the youth. So with the continuum of care, we're really looking at how can we increase and utilize individualized placements along with supported services. I think the important thing to note too is when we went and looked at the data and looked at the children that we really weren't serving in this prior model, we're really looking at between 30 and 35 children and young adults at any given time that we were really finding difficulty placing. That's out of a total of around 930 to 950 total youth we may have in foster care at any given time. So it's a smaller subset of our entire foster care population, but a very important population and a population that needs a lot of individualized care and individualized support. So we go to the next slide. So through the continuum of care, looking at reducing the duration of child involvement in child welfare, as well as juvenile probation, and that's done through a number of items. Comprehensive initial child assessments to determine strengths and needs for children. Again, the increased use of home-based family care. I think the research has really shown the impact that family level of care, that foster care type setting has on outcomes for children involved in child welfare systems. Provision of services to support home-based family care. So it can't be enough just to locate those home-based settings. We really have to develop the infrastructure and breadth of those supportive services that provide services within those home-based settings. Reduction in the use of congregate care placement settings. So I'm proud as a county, we really have limited congregate care use across child welfare, that we have right now no children placed in group home level of care outside some very specialized group homes for our developmentally delayed children through a regional center model. The challenge that has placed is that we really need to then build the system and the infrastructure that's going to support those children that in the past really would have been in kind of a group home level of care. And then ultimately creating faster paths to permanency. So through different engagement, through provision of service to children, increasing the likelihood and timeliness of permanency. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our next speaker from Seneca, Letitia Gallion.
Thank you, President Chavez and supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to share a bit about Seneca and this program. I'm Letitia Gallion, the Chief Operating Officer at Seneca, and I'm going to focus on who we are, our experience, and an overview of our vision. We've also heard and responded to several questions and concerns about the location of the Welcoming Center and are continuing those conversations individually and with the neighborhood associations. But to address those concerns immediately, I also wanted to note that we are in the process of identifying alternative sites for the Welcoming Center. So Seneca was founded in 1985 with a singular commitment to youth and their families that under no circumstances would we give up on them for the reasons that led to them needing our services. And this approach to the work that will create solutions for youth and their families to help them achieve success has driven the innovation that is represented in programs like the Welcoming Center. Next slide. At the heart of our services is unconditional care, the idea that we will do whatever it takes to help our youth and families thrive. You'll see it when our staff are following a youth into the community when they are leaving their home without permission, helping him return safely to avoid involving law enforcement. It shows up when our staff bring groceries to a family week after week who have tested positive for COVID and can't leave their home. You'll see it when a parent whose child was removed from their care walks into our visitation center and is greeted with kindness and respect, understanding, food, and warmth. And I'd like to share Calvin's story of an example of how this looks. Calvin came to us at the age of 17 because he had lost his last placement, and a social worker asked us to help stabilize him in one of our professional parent homes. Diagnosed with autism at 3, Calvin has struggled with personal hygiene, physical aggression, suicidality, and poor peer connections for much of his life. Instead of bringing him to the county shelter, Seneca staff picked him up and helped him immediately go to the home of a professional parent, ready with staffing available through the night, while his county social worker began to look for another group home placement for him. Unfortunately, there's not another residential facility or placement that would take him due to his size and previous aggression towards other adults and youth. So he remained with and stabilized in the home of his professional parent and with intensive staff support. And within a few months, it was really clear that Calvin didn't need another residential placement. He needed another family that could support him into adulthood. So instead of going to an out-of-state placement, transitioning to another group home, or waiting for placement in the county shelter, Calvin was able to successfully transition to a permanent family with services from Seneca that will remain with him as he transitions to adulthood. This is what unconditional care looks like, and this is what we hope to achieve in partnership with Santa Clara County. Next slide. In partnership with Santa Clara County, Seneca has extensive experience providing the scope of services represented in the Welcoming Center. For example, for the last 20 years, we've run locally based mobile crisis stabilization programs that now serve over 800 Bay Area families annually. We helped write the intensive treatment foster care legislation in the early 90s, resulting in foster families receiving more intensive training, more staff support, and better preparation to meet the needs of youth in their homes. And we now serve over 500 youth annually in our foster homes across the state. As one of the first organizations to implement wraparound in the state, we know what it means to do whatever it takes to preserve and sustain families, and wraparound is now a core part of all of our services. To prevent youth going straight to trauma centers, emergency rooms, and sometimes county offices to await assessment or placement, we developed the Solano Receiving Center and 2 specialized crisis stabilization units. And when we saw a county partner challenged by safely sustaining youth in their child welfare shelter without available placement options, we developed a continuum similar to the Welcoming Center that has resulted in the complete elimination of their shelter program. So taken together, this experience represents over 50 years in acute prevention, assessment, and stabilization programs similar to the Welcoming Center. Next slide. When we think about supporting families, we start with relationship. From the first moment of engagement, a family and child feel welcomed and safe by our counselors and clinicians using trauma-informed principles in their clinical work, but also with our family partners who bring a kindness and assurance that we are here to help no matter what. We ensure families can reach us at any time for any reason, and we will remain with them in person in their homes for as long as is needed. We use our unconditional care approach to address individual family and system needs, including emotional and physical safety, food, housing, clothing, and health needs. And when a youth can't return to a family of origin, we connect them with committed adults who we help recruit, train, and support resource families who can become the forever family for the child. Next slide. The vision developed with DFCS, BHSD, and JPD stems from this question: how can we change the experience of every child coming into care or a child in the midst of transition to a new home? We first asked what we can do to prevent placement disruptions. Our solution was to deploy staff 24/7 to family homes and settings, and then continue to provide staffing support for up to 30 days in the home. This is the immediate stabilization services. When reentry or placement disruption can't be prevented, we want to ensure that every child who walks through the door of the Welcoming Center is given the message that from this moment on, things will get better. From the first contact with our staff through the transition to a new home, we are here for them in a caring space with engaging adults. A youth may then transition to one of Seneca's homes. The families that Seneca is working with will be highly skilled and trained with specialization as a transitional foster home, intensive therapeutic foster home, and enhanced intensive therapeutic foster home. These parents, particularly the EITFC homes, will receive additional training prior to and after certification, additional staffing support in their homes, respite options from other highly trained foster parents, availability of 24/7 crisis support, and a commitment to accept all youth, regardless of their presenting needs or potential risk factors. Next slide. The impact of our approach to families using the unconditional care model is seen throughout our programs. In the last 5 years, of the youth served in our placement continuum services, 91% met most or all of their goals. 87% stabilized in their current home or transitioned to a lower level of care. And in our more intensive services like wraparound, 90% did not experience another substantiated child and family services referral in the year following our services. I'm happy to share additional findings as helpful. Next slide. Finally, it's critical that our staff reflect and represent the communities we're serving. And to support our staff, they all receive extensive training through Seneca's Institute of Advanced Practice, which has developed several statewide and CDSS authorized specific curricula, including our Unconditional Pride curriculum that helps prepare staff to address the unique needs of our LGBTQ clients. As a snapshot, this reflects our staff in Santa Clara County. 69% of our staff identify as BIPOC, 27% are bilingual in Spanish, and 38% are bilingual overall. Thank you for allowing us to share a bit about the program. I'm happy to answer any additional questions. I will pass it back to Margaret.
Thank you, Letitia. This slide, well, first let me introduce myself. So good afternoon, President Chavez, supervisors, and other board members. My name is Margaret Ledesma, and I'm a Program Manager 3 with the Behavioral Health Services Department in the Family Children's Division. So thank you again for having us this afternoon. This slide describes what we did to develop our continuum of care approach. We utilized an individualized, our individual and collaborative experience of the 3 child serving agencies. And we focused on better ways to serve children. First was to have them experience a seamless service delivery, and second, to utilize trauma-informed practices. And this is a bit about what Leticia just talked about, this idea of doing it, having services that are individualized and are really focused on the needs of that individual child through a trauma-focused lens. We also looked at lessons learned from operating and closure of the receiving center, and then holding 5 community forums. We held 2 in January and 3 in June and July. The highlights of those forums were as follows. First, we heard loudly that there was a need, people wanted to know that there was a need for safety. We think this will be accomplished in part by using a trauma-informed practices so that staff and others understand what it means to be impacted by trauma, how that looks behaviorally and emotionally for a child, and how that also impacts those that care for them. Second, establishing staff opportunities for feedback on process and operations, and also stakeholder process again. The departments have had efforts to provide venues and space to discuss the continuum of care. These will be expanded upon. What was actually provided will be expanded upon in the next slides with Wendy and Nier. Third was leadership. What we heard from staff is that they really wanted to have leaders that were listening and responsive. So the focus on leadership happens at multiple levels. It happens at the supervisory level, the manager level, senior level, and executive level. And we want to ensure that we have, that there's enough psychological safety to have conversations and formal discussions and meetings to hear feedback for ideas on improvement and innovation and concerns, and really to develop a collaborative problem-solving style that says we know how to do this as a team, and we know how to include people's voices to solve problems and seek strategies. And fourth, seeking alternative sites to the Welcoming Center. Letitia talked about this, but just to state again, after listening to the feedback from the community forums, from the neighborhood's concerns, the decision was made to look at an alternative site from the First Street property. This decision has been communicated to the neighborhood community members and anyone that attended the community forums in June and July. And again, Seneca has been reaching out into both individually to neighbors and the associations associated to the First Street property. And fifth and last was to establish outcomes and an outcome and evaluation process that includes an equity lens. And you'll hear more about this later in a presentation by Dr. Herman on the approach for outcome and evaluation. And it really should be noted that this will be done in collaboration with the other departments. We really are looking to do integrated work. So this means that the child serving departments, behavioral health, and JPD will be in partnership with that. Next slide, please. So this is a bit about what our cross-systems leadership look like. So it's a monthly meeting that includes executive director, senior staff from social services, behavioral health, and JPD, and juvenile probation and county council, the county's executive office with their council. So we really are looking to seek reviewing the safety, because again, going back to safety, this was a very reoccurring theme that we heard a lot about. So we want to make sure that we really are understanding and listening to ensure it's not just about safety for kids, it's safety for staff as well, and really thinking about how we do that through relationship and through really putting into practice what trauma-informed work. And that trauma-informed work is really shown in research to increase better outcomes for health for kids, and also to improve staff relationships and staff feeling better about their jobs, finding meaningfulness in their jobs. So we are really focused on that. So again, reviewing safety in a care setting, quality services that will be attended to by building a robust outcome and evaluation processes, measuring and improving the outcomes for kids. And those can include things such as improving recovery and health, and also looking at planned permanency. And then again, regular collaboration and oversight meetings with staff and those closest to the proximity of the task. That is those who are doing the work at different levels, really making sure that you have an integrated approach to bringing staff in at different levels that really have expertise in how the service provision should look and what it looks like, and also doing that with a focus on process improvement. The other thing that isn't mentioned, but it really is part of it, is really utilizing a model that allows for the voice of the family, and it's guided by the youth. So they need to be an integral part of how we do that planning. And then the second big provision for this meeting is that they provide the oversight and guidance on initiatives that will inform the continuum. So this team has the unique experience of having the view from the balcony, as they say, that they oversee the systems and that are provided in the county by the child serving agencies, and that can inform on new initiatives and mandates for the change process. Okay, next slide. This is Wendy's slide. I think she was having some technical difficulties. I don't know if she still is.
Wendy, we're having a hard time hearing you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I see you moving your mouth, but no, I can't hear you.
This is Dan. I'll jump in and go through this.
Thank you.
Pretty quick. You're welcome. So this is just to tie into some of the earlier discussion. The communication process with staff, I think with the neighbors, caregivers, parent service providers, and leading into the continuum of care success. We had our initial caregiver feedback sessions back the end of January. And then that led into some additional discussion with locally with our caregivers and our staff, specifically staff that were at the then at the Rake and at the Keiki Center. We have that's also transitioned into weekly phone calls with caregivers to be able to provide answers to any questions or concerns that may come up. You can go ahead to the next slide. And what we did is we took the feedback that was provided specifically from that initial session, and Dr. Ramon created a word map to really kind of highlight the main themes that were coming out. So the idea of the child and family being at the center of the work, the partnership throughout this, the importance of assessment. And then I think that, looking at the different elements of this, really tried to build out the service continuum that met the full need of the feedback that was being provided to us by caregiver staff. And then with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sandhya Hermon to talk about our evaluation process.
Thanks, Dan. Good afternoon. I am Sandhya Hermon, Deputy Director at SSA, and I'll be speaking to the evaluation of the continuum of care. So recognizing the importance of evaluation in this program, we're working with Resource Development Associates to develop and implement the evaluation of the continuum. And the evaluation will cover both a process component and an outcome evaluation. And really the process component evaluation will look at how the continuum of care is being implemented and is it going as planned. The outcome evaluation will examine the impact of these changes on the lives of children and families. And the hope is really to make this to come away with actionable recommendations and identify strengths and areas for improvement. What RDA has proposed is a multi-phase evaluation strategy over a period of 27 months. And as it says on the slide there, the first phase is really a project launch and discovery research of existing tools and metrics. We don't want to recreate the wheel. We have a lot of tools right now like SDM, CANS, so we want to incorporate those when possible. Phase 2 is, as Margaret alluded to, a collaborative evaluation process, including interviews with DFCS leadership, behavioral health, and JPD. RDA will also do a literature review of evaluations of other systems of care to identify what models are ideal. And this will likely put us at the 4-month mark. At phase 3, for phase 3, once the plan is established and vetted, that's when they will launch into data gathering. There will be a qualitative data gathering through focus groups and interviews with continuum of care staff, partners, and then our SSA research staff will be helping with the analyses. Phase 4, sort of the technical assistance phase, RDA is proposing bi-monthly evaluation work groups with SSA and partners to really discuss emerging issues and to disseminate findings. And phase 5 is ongoing project management and communication to the Board of Supervisors. And as it says there, there will be contract monitoring to make sure that our service providers and vendors are adhering to the evaluation proposals put forward in the contract. Nora, could you take us forward to the next slide, please? Thank you. So as we embark on this, it's really important to think about what success will look like. And based on our initial meetings, these are some of the metrics we're proposing. And RDA will really work collaboratively with us to refine these and add more as needed. We'll, obviously track these metrics to determine if the approach has been successful or not. And some of the metrics include, where children are placed, placement stability, educational services, timely mental health, CANS assessment. I'm not going to read through all of them, but really to look at concrete objective measures that can speak to the success of this approach. And then the next slide, please. And this is just a recap. Again, to reiterate, what we're hoping to accomplish through this evaluation is to really have some objectivity and oversight of our continuum of care implementation and evaluation. And again, the objectives are, one, to understand how successfully the continuum has been implemented, what impact has it had, what strengths and challenges still remain in the system, and then to develop recommendations and strategies. And we will be bringing RDA back with us on a periodic basis to report sort of, findings to the board. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Dan.
Thank you, Sandhya. Just a real quick overview. What the actual Welcoming Center is really the entry point into the entire continuum. And later in the presentation, we'll talk about the continuum as being really broader than just these services, but really all of our placement, assessment, engagement efforts is going to be part of that continuum. It's going to go across county and CBO resources and efforts. So the Welcoming Center, available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, really to provide supervision to those children that either are initially removed from parent or caretaker for child welfare or probation, for children who have a placement disruption that we're looking for a new placement option. Well, Welcoming Center itself is not a placement. It is really just a center where staff can engage the youth. We can start our any kind of therapeutic engagement and assessments while DFCS or probation are doing the placement searching. The goal would be to have a full activation by November 30. So go ahead and go to the next slide. We'll turn it over to Margaret, I think, with this.
Yes, thank you, Dan. So this slide really shows the Welcoming Center and those services and homes and that are already established. So those in the blue are established services and programs, and those in the green are new. You've heard from Letitia. She talked about what her vision and our vision as a collective looks like in terms of implementing the Seneca programs through the transitional foster home, enhanced treatment foster care, and intensive treatment foster care, as well as the Welcoming Center and the immediate stabilization services. And Dan just spoke about what the Welcoming Center's sort of operational pieces would look like. The idea really was to build a continuum of care that was both had the breadth to manage all the needs of those kids that, and again, as Dan had pointed out early in the presentation, which is the preponderance of the kids that come through the Welcoming Center, that utilize the Resource Family Home Network. And then for those kids with more complex needs, so we need the breadth and the depth is about these new intensive care service homes. So what I can tell you is that those services on the right-hand side, which are the crisis continuum, crisis stabilization, mobile crisis, immediate stabilization services, and placement support services, those are all available to any of the homes and or programs that are in this circle here. In addition to that, behavioral health services has a large array of service deliveries that we can make referrals into for any kid that comes through the Welcoming Center. And the other thing that I would like to add is that the immediate stabilization services, we built that out so that it actually will take, is able to accept referrals from juvenile probation department. We really realized when we were developing this system of care, this continuum of care, that we really wanted to make sure that our children and youth in probation are really served as well. So Wendy, you have audio yet?
I think Wendy's audio is out of commission. The last thing I'll share on this slide is in the top left corner, that's our county recruited RFA homes. And through this continuum, they're still going to play a really critical role in that. Like I mentioned, I think earlier on, the vast majority of the children that we serve in out-of-home care are placed with a traditional recruited foster home, or hopefully somebody known to them, a relative or a neighbor or a friend. Those homes and those caretakers are going to be still central to our entire full continuum of care we provide to all 900 plus children that are in out-of-home care. Go to the next slide.
So this slide is really to talk about professional parents and therapeutic foster care. So we've had professional parents in our county for a good number of years, and they were developed, it was the model that was developed to provide services to those kids with more complex needs and that had a wraparound team attached to them. We now have been building out therapeutic foster care in our county since about May of 2018. Therapeutic foster care is actually a little bit higher level than professional parents. It has a couple of components really quickly. One is that it has additional training, and it is part of the KDA settlement. So it's really an important feature because it allows those therapeutic foster parents to become part of the mental health team, and they are mental health providers and bill mental health services. And both, as with professional parents, therapeutic foster care is attached to a foster family agency. And these are, again, services that are open to both child welfare, juvenile probation, and really non-system connected kids as well. So that really is the end of our presentation. I think we'll go to the next slide, Dan, and you can lead us into questions and answers.
What I'm going to recommend is that, Dan, could you just touch on the other two items, just so my colleagues are clear on what 13 is and what 14 is? This was an overall presentation of the continuum of care, and I will say to my colleagues that the staff wanted us to hear this because there is a strong belief that some of our consternation is linked to just not understanding the complexities here. And I don't I don't disagree entirely with that, but I also think that this is also the continuum of care is something that we're going to have to keep developing. So as I look at this, this is a static shot of something that's going to keep living and breathing. Dan, you want to just talk about 13, 14, then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board.
Yeah, Supervisor. So item 13 is the initial contracts to build out some of the components that we addressed in the presentation. So it includes the build out of the welcoming center, the immediate stabilization services, which Margaret touched on, to provide that support for families, especially during transitional periods. Provides for 2 transitional foster homes. So if children are at the welcoming center and we're unable to locate placement within that first day, that we have a couple kind of more short-term homes that would allow those children to start receiving kind of that home-based care while we're looking for what that appropriate level of care really is for that child. We have the approval for intensive therapeutic foster care, which is one of the levels that Margaret had touched on. It's that kind of next level above what you'd see from a professional parent. And then finally, it's the kind of the highest level foster home service that we're building, which is the enhanced intensive therapeutic foster care. So all of those in totality is really that initial component of the continuum to meet the needs of those children that we were seeing sitting at the rake. And currently, if I look at our census today, I think 5 or 6 children that we currently have sitting in a kind of an unlicensed scattered site that really would need this level of care to be successful, to be able to stabilize and start getting their needs met. And I think item 14, maybe Margaret, that's the behavioral health continuum. Maybe that'd be best if you can touch on what that is real quick. Is that possible?
I'm sorry, say the question again.
Item 14 was a retroactive agreement with Seneca related to behavioral health continuum of care services. So I think that's all the behavioral health services that support these contracts.
Right. So within each of the levels of care, and Letitia, if you want to jump in on here too, we built in behavioral health services, and that's unique to this continuum. And we think it's the best way to deliver service, because you then have the same team and you have relationship built with those therapeutic foster parents. Anything you want to add, Letitia, to that?
Yeah, I think you covered it, Margaret. That's exactly right. We really see this as an integrated continuum of services where a youth, regardless of how they come to us, would be receiving intensive behavioral health services, as well as the safety and protection that would come from both the welcoming center, but also in the resource family homes that they might be living in.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public, and I'll ask our clerk if you don't mind calling folks one by one, and we will begin.
Our next speaker is Penny Blake. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, thank you. I'm Penny Blake, and I'm with the Juvenile Justice Commission. We have submitted our letter to you outlining our concerns about this contracting out process, especially as it relates to item number 13. We want to start by saying, however, that we appreciate that the Department of Family and Children's Services especially, has been put in a very difficult situation in trying to meet the state's continuum of care reform requirements. We also support the need for a coordinated approach to services for youth under the care of the department. However, we are very concerned that the contracting out approach that is being taken here will not work out as hoped. The present confusion over where the welcoming center will be and what services it will offer is a case in point. The JJC will continue to work with the stakeholders to try to provide the youth the care that they need when they're in.
Our next speaker is Mary Drummond. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm Mary Drummond, a foster parent for over 15 years. I've cared for 31 medically fragile kids. You will remember I filed a child abuse complaint against DFCS after October 17th incident, witnessing the physical abuse of an 8-year-old autistic boy by untrained county workers, along with 2 autistic teens, both sexual predators, being warehoused at the rake for months. Management knew about it and chose not to appropriately support these children or their staff until now. I've been offered 10 special needs children since October and have 2. One is still at Oakland Children's Hospital today after coming into care last year and being sent out of county because they couldn't find a home, only to be abused in that foster home. Imagine this poor 16-year-old special needs girl weighing only 40 pounds in hospital today due to neglect again, and no home. I'm still concerned about DFCS's plans to outsource to an agency because they haven't shown how they will do a better job for our most vulnerable children. It's not good enough. Please don't outsource unless it can be done under guidance that requires ABA training and outcome accountability. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, everyone. Scott Largent here. We have item 12, 13, and I believe 14 right here. One item's $2.9 million. Other items, $628,000. Other items, $4.1 million, $711,000, $150,000, $452,000. You know, just to divvy out all our money and give the public 1 minute to speak. There's got to be some way of calling some type of point of order when it comes to this meeting, because you're violating the Brown Act. On the other item that you put up there, you put 4 reports together, received them all at the same time, tacoed it all together, and gave the public 1 minute. Every one of these items, I should be allowed 2 minutes to talk about. I've had hell with social services. My visit's been absolutely screwed for years. I don't know why I wasn't sent through Seneca to be able to have these services that I deserved as a clean and sober father. Yet
Our next speaker is Tessa Woodmansee. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, great. Well, I guess outsourcing, you can hear me? Yeah, outsourcing the services of our children. And, you know, it's just like with the disabled and the in-home supportive services that you basically have outsourced, you know, that we used to, you know, maybe institutionalize our disabled and our seniors. And now we're outsourcing in-home supportive services. And you don't even, you say, you know, when I've called about it and said that you're not making sure that these in-home supportive services workers are educated, it's the same thing now with the children. So it's still going to apply that you have responsibility and you're not taking the responsibility to do the job right as a county. And in the fact that the example of not even require them to have COVID tests. And again, this is going to be an issue even with this foster care, how we're going to require this versus letting it fall through the, because you don't want to do anything. We need to do stuff and be proactive.
Our next speaker is Sparky Harlan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Sparky Harlan. I want to say first, I submitted a letter, but also Bill Wilson Center was never invited to any of these stakeholder meetings. We only found out the end of June that all this was being sole sourced to Seneca. This is not talking about a continuum of care. It's talking about a small slice. And I urge you to look at the total budget in August with all the continuum, including the prevention, Bill Wilson Center shelter through the end. Those blue circles where they said was funded were not funded. They're not being funded. Some of the green intensive foster care services are currently being done by Uplift Family Services. I urge you to put this out to bid and not single source 10 large contracts to one provider, and look at the entire system before you put $9 million out for one piece of the pie. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pam Kenyon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm a District 1 resource parent since 2003, speaking on behalf of a county behavioral health social worker. My name is Jean O'Brien. I live in District 4. I'm here to plead with the Board of Supervisors to vote no on the Seneca contract. I've been a licensed clinician for 30 years, worked for the county since 1991, rake keiki since 2008, doing the KDA mental health assessments. To be licensed, you have to have a master's degree and 3,000 hours of supervision before you can even take the test. If you read the fine print, DFCS wants to replace my 30 years of experience and credentials with an intake officer they call a clinician with only a bachelor's and 2 years of experience and pay less than a social worker one to work with abused, neglected, traumatized, fragile, vulnerable children in our community. It's appalling that DFCS is responsible for investigating allegations of abuse and remove children that are in unsafe homes, but now they want to wash their hands of the children and their responsibility to provide the care. Keep keiki in-house with highly trained and experienced county employees.
Our next speaker is Julian Soraya. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Julian Soria. I'm a keiki social worker and I've been with the county for over 2 years. I've seen the transition from the rake through the moratorium and now keiki in the scattered sites. I really want to thank the board for their previous actions. On the front line level, you have truly made an impact to mitigate trauma to our children. I believe you have an opportunity to build on that impact now, not by contracting out the Welcoming Center, but by keeping keiki in-house. We have the experience and the relationships with everybody already involved in the process. To make the greatest impact, I believe we need to concentrate our efforts on building and supporting these new intensive therapy foster care placements. And as long as they're online, I believe we should be better supporting the scattered sites as well. This is where the highest acuity is located, and it's our greatest opportunity to improve trauma-informed care. If we do it the right way, I believe we have the greatest impact to mitigate trauma for our children in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gabriel Montez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I'm a social services analyst with DFCS, and I work with youth who are involved in both the child welfare and juvenile probation systems. I've assisted and coordinated in finding placement options for some of our most challenging to place youth. Contracting out child welfare services inherently creates a profit motive to keep children and youth in care longer. It can also create an additional barrier to ensure that children and youth are safe, as it can diminish transparency and accountability. I believe that additional placement options as part of continuum of care are great. However, moving forward with this contract is not setting up our children or youth for success. It is very telling that a significant number of social workers, resource parents, and other stakeholders agree that privatization of child welfare services is not beneficial to our families or to the community. Please vote no on outsourcing the Welcoming Center and keep keiki in-house. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vanessa Payne. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa, member of the Resource Parent Alliance, alumni of foster care, and social worker with Department of Family and Children's Services. I know what happens to foster kids when we take Band-Aid approaches in an effort to fix systemic issues. The Welcome Center itself is a Band-Aid that will not fix the issue of recruitment and development of resource parents that have the training and support necessary to provide safe and stable homes for our highest need children and youth. The Seneca Intensive Treatment Foster Care Placement Home options on a separate line item are a step in the right direction in addressing this issue. The Social Services Agency already has the internal programs needed to be a successful keiki receiving center, behavioral health, and DFCS. We just need to restructure and better utilize them. Please vote no on Band-Aids such as the Welcome Center. Keep keiki in-house and move forward with what our foster kids need, placement homes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rico Mendez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Rico Mendez with SEIU Local 521, Chief Elected Officer. I implore you as the board to take the words of the social workers very seriously. I've met with them myself. I've been to the rake myself. I know that contracting out is actually probably a really terrible thing in this situation. Keeping it in-house is the way to go, especially with the amount of expertise that the social workers that you do have bring to the table. Statewide, this kind of outsourcing has shown that it increases the rate of injury and abuse and neglect of children, creates conflicts between state interests to protect the kids, does not save taxpayers money, and in the end costs more. Lucrative incentive contracts incentivize private companies to view children as financial assets and fueling enterprises by a profit motivation commonly found in privatized government services. 2020, this year, Seneca overcharged Santa Clara County $1.3 million in February for the RAS program. In fiscal year 19, Seneca committed to run it for $520,000 in mid-contract, increased that to $1.8 million. I implore you, keep it in-house.
Our next speaker is Don Taylor. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I am Don Taylor, the Executive Director of Uplift Family Services. We are supportive of the Continuum of Care redesign and also concerned about the fiscal ability to develop the continuum with various providers. Uplift has forged ahead with current services and placement based on needs and discussions with the county. This includes expanding professional parent homes from 2 to 7, with 2 more to be certified. This includes serving the top 5% of foster youth with complex needs through individualized placements and services. This includes PSS 30-minute response to the Keiki Center and other at-risk placements, and is ready to serve the future welcoming center. This also includes partnering with the county and state on establishing new ways to leverage funding. As we stretch current services beyond their needs, I'm concerned progress made will have immediate setbacks, and ask for commitment to fund the full continuum of care with multiple providers.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Ramones. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Cheryl, are you there? We'll move on to the next speaker and come back to Cheryl. Our next speaker is Sandy Orlando. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Sandy Orlando. My husband and I have been foster parents for 20 years. The upheaval that outsourcing Keiki will cause makes it a terrible idea. It seems that DFCS is tired of the hard work required to fulfill their stated mission, and instead is turning the task over to Seneca. Don't be surprised that we're skeptical. Seneca's resources were overwhelmed in 2019 when they assumed the role of supporting Santa Clara County foster families, and many families struggled during that transition. They hire staff with less experience and less educational preparation than many county workers who have been doing this work for years. So we're not convinced, and we're certainly not okay with the fact that this plan was proposed in stealth mode while everyone's focus was on a pandemic. Seriously, very poor judgment from DFCS leadership. Please hit the brakes and hold DFCS accountable for changes they are capable of making with experienced and dedicated staff they have. Key services in-house.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Ramones. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Cheryl Ramones, and I have been a foster parent for 13 years. My husband and I have 2 biological children and 1 adopted. As a resource parent in Gilroy, I agree with the importance of co-location and the need for adequate medical clearance before placement. Spark Clinic specializes in trauma-informed assessment and healthcare for the county's foster children, so it makes the most sense to keep Keiki in-house. In 2018, the Juvenile Justice Commission said that moving the rake to the planned East Valley campus, as well as the co-location of the rake, Spark Clinic, Sexual Assault Response Team, and Child Physical Abuse Evaluation Programs, along with other resources for this population, continue to be the highest priority and urgency. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre here. I have some serious concerns about this project being sole sourced and not giving other people an opportunity to be able to bid on it. It's always a problem when you get people involved in something like this and don't allow other people to provide their input, and might be even a better deal somewhere else. I think we need to look into the idea that they're paying over $4 million just for the management of putting this thing together, and that's where the majority of the money is going. I think we also need to consider what's going to happen to these kids when they age out of the foster system. There's nothing in this contract that addresses that issue, and we have a huge problem with youth that age out of the foster care system and then become houseless, living just wherever they can, and there's very little that's being done for them. I recommend that you not agree with this contract, that we give it an opportunity to go out to bid again.
Our next speaker is Maggie Cocaine. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm a D1 resource parent. Please vote no on 13B. Don't bring profit into the safety and well-being of children. We already know Seneca overcharged the county $1.3 million for the RADS contract last month. And with Seneca therapeutic visit contract, there's a financial incentive to keep clients instead of discharging them. Case in point, I have a 13-month-old baby that had therapeutic visits with Seneca for 7 months. When shelter in place happened, they shut down. When the county picked up the slack, the baby was able to have unsupervised visits after just 2 weeks because therapeutic visits were clearly never needed in the first place. In fact, he reunified today. All the attorneys, including the judge, unanimously agreed to reunification in court this morning, and I just dropped them off. Because of Seneca, my baby was away from his father for 7 extra months, which not only causes trauma and loss of critical bonding, but also unnecessary costs to taxpayers. Keep Keiki in-house. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Jenkins. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Jenkins, resource parent here in San Jose. I'm here to request the board to hold DFCS accountable to keeping our children safe and voting no on the contract for the Welcome Center. DFCS and the County of San Jose has the space, resources, and talent needed to manage the Keiki Center, where our children enter the care, receive the assessments and treatment needed. Please keep Keiki in-house. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noreen M. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Noreen Maldonado. I'm a resource parent. DCSF has failed multiple children over and over again. Enough is enough. It is time for change. The FCS proven they were not able to place the children within the allotted time, both on union and inboard. During this time, children need all the support and services they can get, since this is a tremendous and sudden change in their lives. Separation from caregivers and prior household they were at, typically resulting in some form of trauma. The Welcoming Center staff will use a trauma-focused approach while utilizing behavior support and skill-based services. This will help the children regulate their emotions, improve behaviors, and reduce stress while assisting the children as they transition to a new placement. No child should get left behind. Doing this is a positive movement that will benefit every child. Let's continue to work with Daniel Little to improve foster care and create a positive place for the children.
Our next speaker is Launch Meeting. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. They may not be near their device.
Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Jeff and Afton Murphy. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Afton Murphy, and I'm a resource parent, and I live in District 1. I urge you to please keep Keiki in-house.
Our next speaker is Andre Patron. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Andre Patron, and I am a social work supervisor with DFCS in emergency response. I've been with the department for almost 20 years, and during my tenure, I've seen contracts come and go. So what will be different this time? Seneca is a training ground for entry level of recent graduates to get their clinical experience and then leave. I'm concerned about the oversight and accountability by the department. Ditto to what Vanessa Payne said earlier. Keep Keiki in-house. Thank you.
We're going to go back to Launch Meeting. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. They don't appear to be there. We'll move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Tim Clausen. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Tim Clausen. I'm representing concerned residents of the Van Dome and Hensley neighborhood. I'm requesting confirmation that the removal of the North First site as Seneca's Welcoming Center is officially on the record. In addition, we would like to thank President Chavez for her outreach to our community and understanding of our concerns. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shante Henderson. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm a resource parent in District 4 and a member of the SEC Social Worker Resource Parent Alliance. I'm concerned about the accountability and the welfare of our children should you decide to vote yes on this contract. I'm asking the board today to please keep Kiki in-house and to vote no on the Welcoming Center contract. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Michelle Dove. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Michelle, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Celine Tovar. Oh, there you are. Michelle,
Hi, sorry, it did not when you unmuted it. This is Michelle. I am a supervisor and continuing at DFCS. I've been in child welfare for over 26 years. I oppose this, approving this welcoming center. I do think that collaboration, there were not enough people involved, including other agencies, but even within DFCS, a lot of workers and supervisors did not even hear about this collaboration until after a meeting on a Sunday with some of the stakeholders who have spoken today. I've also worked out of state and out of county where they outsource and privatize services for child welfare, and none of it has worked out well at all. Our children, our families, and our caregivers deserve better. Please keep Kiki in-house. Thank you. Bye.
Our next speaker is Celine Tovar. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Celine Tovar. I am an LMFT with behavioral health. Currently, KK staff are providing the support, kindness, and warmth that the children need in a very crucial time in their life. We do not need a band-aid or the same promises that our fellow colleagues can and are already providing. KK staff have the adequate training to continue to assist our children in collaboration with Wake behavioral health staff. Staff come in with soft gloves to help children feel reassurance that social workers are kind individuals who work hard to ensure their safety. In my honest opinion, keeping KK in-house builds connection and trust with our community. Please vote no. Thank you.
And that's our final speaker for public comment on this item.
Thank you very much, Dave. And this is a significant decision. So I want to make sure that the board gets their questions answered. I also wanted to ask Dan if there's anything that was raised that you wanted to be able to address.
Yeah, I can provide a little bit, and then my team can kind of jump in. I think the placement resources and placement services that I think are part of this are really crucial to meeting the needs of the children that we see historically kind of languish within care. And I think it's important too that the level of care that we're looking at building out for the placement component per the KDA settlement really have to reside within a licensed foster family agency. That we are committed within DFCS to continue to recruit and grow our own county RFA homes, both generally as well as homes that are interested in providing higher level of care. I think we have 6 right now that are currently participating in a pilot with DFCS. And I think that we'll look at growing that program. There's a certain level of service that when we get to a certain level of need for children, really have to go to that treatment foster care model, which is what Letitia and Margaret have gone over. I think regarding the Welcoming Center, there's really 2 components that I look at with the Welcoming Center. One, it's the kind of physical location, and that's an issue that we need to be looking at. The issue with the current location is that the state considers it a congregate care site. So we really can't operate out of there. The second piece to me, which is more important really, is the connection with the care at the Welcoming Center to the full continuum model. And I think through Letitia's presentation, providing kind of that overview of the care that's provided when a children first enters care, all the way through placement and supporting them to permanency, and having a consistent model, and then having DFCS still provide the oversight for making placement approvals, for making the final determination on our mandated assessments that we have to do. And I think freeing up some of the resources that we currently have internal to do some other really important things that I think we've heard from public comment in the past that we currently don't have resources for, such as visitation or transportation. So, I think that the continuum is a start. I think really, we want to look at ultimately building out to meet the needs of around 30 children at any given time that really need this high level care, while at the same time working with our existing caregivers to build out and support our current resource parents and staff to meet the needs of all of the 900 plus children that we serve. So I'd open it up really for any of the other.
Yeah, let me just add too that why sole source was one question, and then the implications of this for the continuum relative to the budget.
Yeah, I think the sole source decision was made because we really had a very limited amount of time going from the decision of what was happening at the Keiki Center to being able to get ideas, to get a plan developed out to be able to get to this point where we have contracts before the board. That we really had a very narrow window to develop this initial plan.
And what was the second question? Sole source. I think that might have gotten it. Thank you. I'm going to go to my colleagues. I'll just go down the row and see if there's any comments or questions. And I'll begin with Ms. Ellenberg and then go to Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you. First, let me just start by thanking our administration, particularly Dan Little, for taking time to meet with me frequently, including yesterday, to discuss your and our county's vision of the continuum of care services. I also want to thank the stakeholders, including foster parents, social workers, behavioral health workers, child advocates from the Juvenile Justice Commission and the Child Abuse Prevention Council, for highlighting ongoing and systemic issues in our child welfare system. And certainly, as President Chavez indicated, it's complicated, but I do believe that everyone involved wants what is best for children and their families. Dan, you briefly addressed the sole source contracting issue, but I'd like you to talk a little bit more. When you say there is a very small window, the contracts haven't been signed yet. So why was it that you couldn't develop the ideas and the vision and then put that contract out for bid to multiple agencies?
Yeah, thanks, Supervisor. I think where we're operating right now, since the receiving center stopped operating as a congregate care site January 1. January 1 up until today, we've really been operating an unlicensed model for individualized care. So I think based on that we made it a pretty immediate shift in our model to go from the shelter care, congregate care model, which we heard loud and clear was really not getting the outcomes that we needed, to something new. That something new piece really needed to be developed pretty quickly and get contracts before the board to be able to vote to get resources in place to start building that. So I think that the time frame to go from stop using the rake to then developing what that could look like, to developing contracts written to get to the board, that was the decision.
So, let me push a little bit on that. That still doesn't convince me that we needed to do so many large contracts at one time for one organization, as opposed to having to start small, to maybe start with one partner and then expand and bring in other partners. I'm also not certain that contracting with Seneca addresses the root, or anybody else for that matter, the root issue here. I'm looking at page 20 of the report. The rate moratorium was based on 3 issues: group home closures, limited placement option for older minors, and limited number of resource family homes. The Welcoming Center doesn't really address the root issue of the rape, which of course is the need for long-term stable placements, and outsourcing just to the extent that we are, and I understand the division of responsibilities and where we are maintaining our state mandated role, but that doesn't really, the relationship with Seneca doesn't really logically affect the number of placements that are available. Or am I missing something?
Yeah, it's the, I'm going to try to pull up the agenda. It's items on the agenda, looks like C, D, E, and F.
Mm-hmm.
All directly related to placement, either directly related to placement options or supporting placements. So the building out of those treatment level foster homes are specifically to address the children that we have today sitting that if we had stayed with the rake would have been still sitting over at NBORD today because we don't have a placement option for them. So building out those treatment level foster homes are specifically to address the children that we would have seen historically sitting for months at the receiving center.
Okay, all right, that's helpful, that's clearer. I have a couple stakeholder questions quickly. I understand that there was only one stakeholder meeting about the receiving center between January and June, and that the receiving center wasn't discussed at the Continuum of Learning meeting in May. And I can't help but wonder if some of the pushback that we're hearing today is due to stakeholders not feeling engaged or having a voice in the process and essentially feeling that something new and potentially scary is being thrust upon them.
Yeah, we had our 2 initial stakeholder meetings were, I think, the last week of January.
Mm-hmm.
We had one at the San Jose FRC, and we had one down.
Sure, and then nothing until June.
Yeah, well,
between January and June.
And the contracts that then at that point, between end of January, then I think we took that feedback and then started writing that stuff into the contracts. I think then that began the kind of development of the actual contracts that then went before the board.
Yeah, I understand their frustration too, and feeling not part of the solution when they're so deeply invested. Calling out just one of the stakeholder groups, what role will the Juvenile Justice Commission have in providing independent oversight as conferred to them by the state?
Well, I mean, I think they would still have whatever role they would have based on their role as an official oversight committee would still have the same role.
Say that again? I didn't hear the end.
So if they're, I'd have to check to see based on if it's a welcoming center is not considered a placement, if juvenile justice has a role in oversight of that kind of a facility. So I'd have to double check. We'd want to make sure that they have access to provide the same level of oversight for whatever mandated programs they're supposed to be having oversight on.
Yeah, then I would like to ask for a report back on that answer. And if the answer is not that they are not mandated, then I think we should be looking into just an oversight or monitoring program so that they do have eyes on the Welcoming Center and have the same access that they had to the rake, even if it's not mandated in the same way, please.
Okay.
My last question before I figure out how I'm going to vote here, and I really am torn. Can you explain why you or our administration are not particularly concerned or don't seem to be particularly concerned about the lack of an appropriate venue for the Welcoming Center while still asking us to approve fairly substantial contracts?
So the Welcoming Center itself, you know, in discussion with Seneca, and I think after we had the conversations with the neighborhood stakeholders, I think the decision was made to locate for a different location that's going to not have kind of the conflict with the immediate neighbors. Seneca has expressed that they have that they'll be able to locate some temporary facility that's going to still meet the need, so we can still make sure to start meeting the needs of these children that are coming into care. And I think concurrently we can still look at locating an alternative permanent site for what that needs to look like. The rollout of this welcoming center, we had built in around a 90-day transition window to allow the contractor, in this case Seneca, to start ramping up services. So part of that ramp up is going to be looking at the other locations that they potentially have already on hand that we can utilize for this while we're looking for more long-term option.
So let me just say for you and mostly for my colleagues that at the moment, I'm leaning toward abstaining from voting on this contract, notwithstanding all of the issues between the administration and stakeholders. I just don't feel comfortable appropriating funding for a center that has no building, and without a venue for the services, appropriating the funding that's desperately needed for ongoing county operations and programs feels a little bit like we're putting the cart before the horse. If I do abstain, this certainly wouldn't preclude me from voting yes in the future if administration and stakeholders come to an agreement based on meaningful engagement that's outlined in the last section of the ledge file. And truly, it appears as if the Welcoming Center facility was an issue primarily for the same reasons that NBORG as the rate was a problem. And it really would be helpful, I think, if administration could address the root causes of why there needed to be a moratorium, or else even outsourcing this won't solve our problem. And I said I'm leaning that way because I'm eager to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say, and perhaps someone will persuade me to get to yes.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Cortese?
Thank you, President Chavez. Well, Supervisor Ellenberg, I'm afraid I'm not going to help much in getting you to yes, because I share your concerns by and large. The issue about not having the venue or the home for the Welcoming Center is, I think, is at least fundamental to item B under 13. So where my mind wants to go is, can we get that resolved? My understanding from separate correspondence is that's on maybe a 60-day track, and then come back and talk about this contract in relation to it again. Obviously, we don't need to rehash everything we already heard. But so let me stop there and start another related thought, which is, I think I've voiced this opinion a little bit in the past. I know I have in the board meetings, but I don't remember exactly how much I fleshed out my own thoughts publicly. But the way I would typically approach something like this, and I know Daniel responded to this once, in terms of my comments, is the way I would normally approach something like this, where there seems to be some pretty compelling arguments for trying to develop an in-house system. You're going to be in it for a long time. This isn't something that we might just, sort of vitiate after 3 years or 5 years or 2 years or 1 year. It's not as if we don't have overhead already set up as a county. I mean, we have to turn the lights on every day. We have a ton of staff, albeit they may not be ready to do this right now. But the question that it begs for me is, wouldn't it make a lot more sense to finish getting the Welcoming Center location figured out, and to, in the meantime, talk to Seneca about having a role where they essentially operate as a consultant? I mean, if we're going to sole source something with them, have them come in as consultants to stand up an in-house program, and then go back to the normal arm's length relationship what they have with us in the future, in terms of other contracting opportunities with the county. And they do other business with the county. I know that. So that's probably what I would have liked to have seen pursued in the first place. I apologize, sort of, I guess I kind of apologize if I didn't voice that early in the process, only from the standpoint that obviously you've done a lot of work to try to get this figured out, get it to this point where you feel comfortable recommending something where kids aren't going to be, at risk from your perspective. I know a lot of judgment goes into that. I appreciate that. I don't want to second guess your judgment, but I think ultimately this has always felt from the day that we put the moratorium on the rate, to me, as felt like an area where we really need to be in a one-to-one accountability kind of relationship with what happens during those first 24 hours as a county. Not in a position to, again, I'm not suggesting Seneca would do a bad job or anything like that, but I think every time we put a layer of contracting, and maybe it's the lawyer in me, but I think, okay, so if something goes wrong, that's a breach. It's not as if we can just, straighten things out internally overnight. We have to go through the contractual remedies, and in the meanwhile, there's children maybe who aren't treated at some point down the road exactly, how you envision, Daniel. So the tighter that relationship is between county staff and the more direct it is with these children, the better I feel about it. So it's philosophical. It's also, a little bit based on pretty age-old thinking on my part about when contracting out is appropriate and when it isn't, just from an organizational standpoint. And if you can do something in-house and develop the expertise in-house in programs that you plan to be involved with for 10, 20, 30 years down the road, it's just always been my philosophy that it's better to try to do that and, take advantage of the existing capacities that you have, especially just like I said, in terms of overhead. It's not like we need to go out and buy, turn the lights on for the first time or secure entirely new office space to support this type of an effort. So that's what my thoughts are, which would probably put me from a voting standpoint into a question that I'll pose now, which is there something here that needs to or should go forward here today, even if we were to, try to hold back a piece of this, most related to the Welcoming Center, which seems to be item 13B, the way I've read the agenda, but I can't say I've turned myself into an expert on A, B, C, D, and E, during the process. So the question is there some way to bifurcate this or trifurcate it, or is it better to just, if we're not as a board comfortable with moving forward today, to just put it off until we're satisfied with what we're looking for? It's a timing question.
Yeah, and Supervisor Cortez, Dr. Smith has had his hand up, so I was going to let Jeff respond, and then I'll come to you, Dan.
Hello, I just wanted to make sure the board took one perspective on this. I think from the county perspective, we clearly understand and agree that we want to have an in-house system of care that is the full continuity of care, and make deliberate decisions about what other contracts we might have. I think the reason we're in an urgency mode is because right now we just simply don't have the capacity or the legal structure to be able to provide what we think is appropriate and adequate care to these individual children. Everyone knows about the inadequacy of the rake. The step that we took when the moratorium started was recognized by everybody to be a stopgap solution. So we really need something to take the place on a interim basis in order to provide the services that these kids need and keep them safe while we're working toward an option like Supervisor Cortese discussed, where we would ultimately take it inside. But I think I just want to encourage the board that if we don't move ahead at this point, we really are not treating our kids appropriately. And the fact that we have a stopgap does not, from a staff perspective, delay the urgency to move ahead with something more coordinated and more functional.
Apologies.
Through the chair, let me just
I can
say,
let Dave, and then I'll come back to you, Susan.
if that's okay. Look, through the chair, thank you. I wanted to then ask Jeff, I understand the problem with the stopgap not being satisfactory either from your perspective. I think that's very candid, and appropriate and transparent to let us and everyone know that you're not entirely comfortable, the team's not entirely comfortable with the situation we're in right now. So, i.e., let's get somebody in there. But back to my premise, if there's validity to it, it sounds like, Dr. Smith, you think you empathize with it to some extent, this in-house idea. What's the shortest contract we could enter into with Seneca that gets them there now, essentially for emergency help, but doesn't get them there, forever? I mean, just gets them there to get us, halfway across fording the stream that we need to get across. I feel like that's what we need to do, is instead of trying to leap across all at once, is to get to the next stepping stone and stop and, and revisit and say where we are and how close are we to standing up the in-house system now to take it a little more incrementally. Is that possible?
Well, I think at this point, from what I understand of what we need to build an in-house program within the current context of the budget and the structures that are required, would take us at least a year, probably two, if we're building it from the ground up ourselves. I like your idea of asking Seneca to help us build one, but in the interim, I do think we need to have Seneca take over the operations with our supervision. So what I would suggest as a stepwise approach that you just brought up is we enter into this contract and come back to the board in August with a amendment to the contract that also envisions them transitioning to a consultant role, so that everybody knows at the very beginning that we're not, this is not a permanent process of having it run by Seneca. But I think if we don't move ahead now, I do think we run into a problem of just simply not complying with the law.
All right, thank you, President Chavez. That feels like some progress from my perspective, but I'll defer to hear, from you and the other colleagues. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Susan, but then I want to check in with Joe and Mike, just because I want to make sure everybody gets to weigh in on this if they would like to. So Susan, is this
Yeah, I'll be very quick. Thank you. Supervisor Cortese, I really appreciate and agree with your position. And I understand from Dr. Smith the urgency of now and the risk certainly of being out of compliance or not being fully prepared to completely serve all of our children. I would not like to. I'm certain none of us want to take that risk. Can you tell me, and I'm just trying to thumb through it, but not finding it fast enough. What are the proposed current terms of the contract in terms of length of time, please? Dr. Smith?
Well, actually, Dan
Sure.
may be best.
Oh,
to
Dan.
answer that.
That's fine
I
for
think
Dan.
you mind?
Dan can answer that.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
Sorry.
I think that they are all for the initial with 4 one-year extension options.
What's the initial? 1 year as well?
1 year.
And it's our, the option has to be mutual, or it's our option? Who has control?
Let me try to look that up.
Okay.
And maybe while they, Susan.
Let me just ask the other part while they're looking for it.
Just one moment.
Bob
You guys, just 1 minute. I want to make sure she gets a response, but I also want to make sure other people get to weigh in. So Susan, if you could just, if you guys could respond, and then Susan, be quick with your second question. So I see other people flicking
Yep,
their
absolutely.
They're ready to answer. Hold on.
Okay.
So
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, the option, it is at our option. So we have complete control over that to sever the contract, for any scope of reasons.
Then with a 1 year potential limitation, our ability to decide whether it will continue or not, I would feel better supporting it today with the direction that Supervisor Cortese initiated, that we create a plan that works on bringing this in-house, and that we also look at our other community resources and partners, and not feel limited to sole sourcing. We're certainly not in a rush at this point. So that's what I would like to recommend.
Thanks, Susan. I'm going to go to Supervisor Semidian, then Wasserman, and then myself.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues. It's been a helpful discussion. I think it sounds like, based on the issues that Supervisor Ellenberg and Cortese raised and that Dr. Smith responded to, we're getting close to an acceptable outcome. I will just say, I do think there is some urgency. I remember when Supervisor Cortese spoke so passionately and so movingly, frankly, about our obligation to these kids. And so I think we do have a sense of urgency, particularly given how long this exercise has taken to date. That being said, we don't want to move with a sense of urgency in a way that doesn't work for these kids and their families, and that over the long haul proves to be unsuccessful. So I think giving ourselves some flexibility, building in the opportunity to assess as we go, is a smart play. I will just say for some of the folks who've spoken, I remember when critics came to the microphone, and, forgive me for being very direct, but essentially what they said was, we don't like your facility, and we don't like the way you're handling these kids, and we don't trust your staff. So, right, wrong, fair, unfair. The benefit of bringing in an outside contractor to provide services is, if they don't deliver, particularly given the way the contract is structured, then the contract can come to an end. And so it may be in everyone's interest, even if we are ordinarily disinclined to contract for services like this. In this case, it may be in everyone's interest to say, all right, given the dissatisfaction that's been articulated to date, let's bring in a contractor and see if they can manage this very difficult process with a better outcome, and one that is more satisfying to our clients and the broader community. The other thing about bringing somebody else in from outside is they may bring some new ideas. And if ever there was a challenging set of problems that could benefit from some new ideas, I got to think this is it, because clearly we haven't gotten ourselves to a place that we all think is acceptable. And so I think we're getting very close, Madam Chair, to landing on a good outcome. I understand the concern about having a sole source. I'm usually the guy raising his hand and saying, wait a minute, what's that about? I would say that the sense of urgency is compelling enough for me. And while it is a large contract or bundle of contracts, I, candidly, just looking Seneca directly in the eyes, wherever you are on my screen, I would say, good, take the whole system, because then if there's a problem, there won't be the ability to point the finger of blame or responsibility at somebody else. If it's yours, and it's yours completely, forgive my virtual PowerPoint, if it's yours and yours completely, then I think the expectation is we want to see a good product, and we want accountability that is built into the system, again, in the interest of the kids and the families and the larger community. Last thing I'll say, and then I'll look for somebody to make a motion that I'm looking forward to being able to support. I have at prior meetings on this topic talked about the importance of oversight and evaluation, some kind of third-party evaluation in particular. I was pleased to note that there's a resource development associates who apparently has been identified to evaluate the system. They've identified some metrics, and I am looking forward to that being real as we go through it, particularly given the fact that we're pulling all this together in a somewhat unorthodox way. So I'm just going to say evaluation, evaluation, evaluation. These kids deserve that. And I'm hoping that we're going to find a way to increase placement options. And at that, I'll say thank you very much, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Dr. Smith for the summation that he gave. We are not in a good place. There is not a perfect answer. People wanted a change. Daniel, hats off to you and to Bob for bringing forth this stopgap solution for now. I like hearing that the contracts, could be held at any time. I like the idea of bringing in a company like Seneca with this experience to get us to where we want to be. We don't have the capacity now to provide the quality of care that we all want to see these young people receive. For that reason, I'm in favor of approving A through F now, with the understanding, I forgot who brought it up, with an August amendment, where Seneca, the goal is for this program to be in-house, a Santa Clara County operation, Seneca perhaps as a consultant. That's the direction I want to see us go. I want to see us fix a problem. We all know it's not right. And once we determined that, everybody moved very, 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 very quickly to try and find a solution to help the kids that are there. We couldn't tell the kids, okay, don't have your issues now. We're working on a solution. So we've been doing what we've been doing. And again, Daniel and Bob, thank you for what you've done in a very, very stressful, difficult situation, especially for the young people. So, Madam Chair, that's where I'm at. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Great, thank you, everyone. I am going to turn to whichever colleague wants to make the motion, and whatever that motion is, and I'll just remind folks that the first item we're just receiving reports, so we're really looking at items 13 and 14. Let me start by saying how much I really appreciate Daniel Little, and I think that you came on when we had created a moratorium, and there was a crisis, and then we added to the crisis, frankly, because I don't think I felt like people were responding quickly enough. And then you tried to, and it's been just challenging to do so. And I want to just acknowledge that I don't think this was for any lack of trying. I just think this is a very challenging situation. I also just want to acknowledge Seneca. I think that, our experiences with Seneca have been very good and very, it's a very strong partnership. And, and I appreciate that you've been where we've needed you to be when things are really tough. I do want to just say to my colleagues, I won't be supporting the motion. And I want to say that it isn't because, well, let me say a couple things that I really like. I love the idea of Seneca helping us get on the right path. I am period. I'm very, and I want to ask whoever the maker of the motion is that we reaffirm that the Welcoming Center will not be at the Seneca First Street location. But the reason I'm not supporting it at this time is that I think a couple things. I think one is that, you know, communication with our team, our employees, and our foster parents, especially when we're doing something this impactful, really needs to be really good. And again, I'm not blaming anyone. I think we're just in a bad time, but I think pushing people into a situation where there's such a lack of cohesion and confidence makes me nervous about the program. And the other thing I'll just say is that the services are very integrated. This isn't our ability to say, hey, Seneca, you messed up. These are really integrated services. And part of the reason they're integrated is that there are some strengths, the way the staff has explained it to me, there's some strengths our staff has and training that we have, and there's some strengths that Seneca has. And so this is a lot more integrated than separate. And then the last thing I would just say is that I do really appreciate the point that was raised by one of the speakers that I've been really interested in that continuum of care and understanding where the funding is and where it isn't, and whether or not as we move forward, based on what we're learning, we're really able to fund the parts of the continuum that just are not quite working right now. But again, it's not from a lack of, you know, I really do appreciate the staff work, and I'm really just grateful to my colleagues for listening both to a very long presentation, but really engaging in a meaningful way, because I think part of how we get this all back on track is with the attention of the board. So I just want to thank my colleagues for that. So I'm going to go to either anybody who wants to make the motion, and if whoever that is could put up their blue hand, because I heard a lot of different takes on a motion, but I didn't hear one.
Are we doing speakers, Madam Chair? Yeah.
Oh, we spoke. We heard
Yeah.
people already. Yeah.
Nothing. Oh,
so
no
Dave,
more.
yeah. So Dave, did you want to make a motion, or Mike, you want to make the motion?
Yes, I'm happy to make the motion, and I'll just say this before I do, that this is not where I want to be. I think this is the way to get to where we want to be. And I think it's a step that's necessary at this time to allow us the time and experience to provide services for the kids to get us to where we want to be, which for me is an inside organization. With that, I'll make a motion to approve. You're taking item 13 right now, separate from 14, Madam
No, I'm
Chair?
going to take them together, unless
Okay.
you want to take them
Item
separately.
13, I'll make a motion to approve item 13A through F and item 14.
So do we have a second on that motion?
I will second it with a renewed emphasis on the fact that, like Mike, I am willing to approve it because I think we need something in place right now. But I think that our folks have heard loud and clear that the stakeholder engagement has been less than ideal. When we are not in an emergency or urgent situation that we are now, I would not, were we not in such a situation, I would not approve this, because I don't think that the engagement has been sufficiently robust. And I would add to the motion, Supervisor Wasserman, if it's all right, a reaffirmation that it comes back with an amended contract in August to make it clear that we're moving to a consulting role and that this is short term.
All right, Supervisor Cortese?
Yeah, I was just about to vote no on the motion until Supervisor Ellenberg asked for that reaffirmation. I mean, I think that actually needs to be a friendly amendment request to Supervisor Wasserman, because I mean, I think the motion just moves the staff report. And I think
I did ask him for that.
Okay. And I didn't hear if he accepted that, but it seems to me what I'm looking for in terms of clarification on that friendly amendment then, and it can be Supervisor Ellenberg's amendment, both from a legal standpoint and a policy standpoint, that if this moves forward today with the appropriations as indicated in 13 and 14, that anything having to do with the welcoming center is carved out with a unilateral termination provision if there isn't already one in those contracts. And what Supervisor Ellenberg said, that they come back for the policy direction, not just the direction. I think that's more or less been made today, but the provisions in the contract or amendments to the contract that would allow it to go forward only as a consulting agreement that's determined to build an in-house program as quickly as can be done. Period. That would be what I'd be looking for.
So is that okay with the maker of the motion? Okay, so the seconder, everybody's in agreement on that? Yep. The only thing I would ask is that we include the removal of the First Street site as part of the motion, if that's okay with the maker and the seconder.
Through the chair to Daniel, if I may. Daniel, anything, or Bob, but Daniel, any reason we can't do that, First Street site removal? You're muted. There you go.
I'm sorry, any reason why would there be a problem taking it out?
President Chavez just said as long as the First Street site, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's not included, is no longer utilized. Is that what you're saying, President Chavez?
Well, for the welcoming center.
As a welcoming center.
Right, and Seneca's aware of that, and that's their plan, is to replace that site. So
wonderful, thank you. Yep, I'm on board.
Supervisor Smidian?
Thank you. I know I've heard a majority of my colleagues express concern, desire, intent to get this quote back in-house, but could we at least leave enough flexibility in the motion that if it turns out it's working wonderfully well, we don't have to undo something that's working wonderfully well? I also think, candidly, I want to incentivize whoever the contractor is to do a hell of a job. And I don't feel like we're providing quite as much incentive if we're saying, hi, would you please come help us untangle this mess so that you can fix it for us and then walk away. I'd like to at least hold out hope that if they do a really fantastic job and we think, in spite of our initial concerns, this is not only a good model, but a good contractor and it's working well, let's leave well enough alone because we haven't had a long time when we could say it was working well enough. I'd like to leave that flexibility in. I'd like to see if I could get an okay on that from the maker and the seconder, just so that even as staff is thinking, looks like we're headed toward bringing it in-house, we hold open the possibility that it could be an ongoing contract if it turns out it's working wonderfully well.
So on the one hand, bring it in-house, but on the other hand, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's sort of my best of both worlds proposal, Mr. Wasserman.
Good.
So is that acceptable?
Yes.
And to the seconder? Yes. All right. So we have a motion and a second with amending the contracts to devise this as in a consulting role, that it be short-term, except if everything's going swimmingly. That the idea would be to build it in-house and to make sure we remove the First Street site. Those were the amendments that I heard. Is that accurate? And that these contracts would come back then in August so that they were refined to reflect that if changes were necessary. Well, I mean, I'm assuming changes are necessary in that regard. Is that correct with my colleagues?
Yep.
Okay. So with that, we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisors.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Jess. Hold on one second. Yes, Dave?
Yeah, Supervisor Chavez, I'm comfortable, for the time being with Supervisor Simidian's request that he made. I won't try to repeat it, but just in fairness, for whatever my vote's worth going forward, I'm going to continue to have a heavy bias toward the in-house program. When that decision comes, I'm voting today knowing that that decision is still to come in the future. So I didn't want to prejudice myself one way or the other by voting today, for an either or approach. I just want to make it clear my approach will continue to be very much focused on in-house, and that's with no disrespect to anyone else's opinion. I just want to make that clear on the record. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion, a second, and we're ready for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Ellenberg, I'm sorry, you're
I'm
muted.
sorry, you didn't, yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
No. Thank you. And I do want to thank all of you for your good work and time. So thanks. And we're going to move on to item 15. This is a referral from me to ask our staff to take a look at an equity referral and in partnership with GARE. And just for my colleagues, I realize that later in the on the budget, later on, we're going to be talking about the budget and also our priority setting session. And I'm very comfortable with having this equity pledge referral that really is connected to the GARE efforts and to ask that our staff take a look at the equity pledge as part of our budgeting process. And I won't say more. We don't have public speakers on this, but I would make a motion and would elaborate if my colleagues need to. So I'll move approval of this referral. Item 15, which would move 3 parts forward.
Second.
Second, and I'm sorry, I think that was
Ellenberg.
Thank you. I couldn't hear. Thank you, Susan. And we have a motion and a second. Any questions or queries on the motion? Yes, Supervisor Simidian.
I have some comments, Madam Chair. Let me just preface my comments by saying I'm looking forward to being an aye vote in a moment or two on the package. But some of us are perhaps a little more anxious about language, semantics, words. They do matter. And for me, the word pledge has always been problematic. And I'm looking at our county council, even though I can't see him, because I served in the California State Legislature when many of my, for the most part, Republican colleagues, and I don't mean this in a partisan way, I just mean that's the case study that I'm remembering, took a no tax pledge. And we found ourselves in a circumstance where that really wasn't, in my view, and in the view of many, a sustainable approach over time. And many of my colleagues had made a pledge, signed a pledge to outside groups that then precluded them from exercising their independent judgment, which I thought was an abdication of responsibility, quite bluntly. So I just want to be clear that to the extent that this is ultimately a resolution coming back to us and that it is meant as a statement of principles and values, which I can and do support, I'm not only okay with it, I'm glad, frankly, that the conversation is being had. That being said, I can't and wouldn't ever take a, quote, pledge in the sense that it bound me to a particular action or behavior on some yet to be seen matter before the board. In fact, I believe as a matter of law, we are obliged not to make commitments, if you will. We have to be thoughtful and independent and listen to all of the information that's presented to us from the public and our professional staff before we do it. So with that understanding, I'm happy to be an aye vote. And just to spare you all a repeat of that message, I'll indicate that it would also apply on item 16 when we get to the Bay Area Air District, where, again, I can't commit to any vote, and I can't fully anticipate how the application of any of these values or principles, which I think we share, might be applied. But in terms of having the conversation and making the statement, I'm happy to do it. I will just close with one example, Supervisor Chavez, and I know the meeting is running long, but this is an important issue you've raised. And so I just want to point out an example in my district that shows how complex these issues can sometimes be. Both when I first served on the board And then when I came back in 2013, there were proposals to shut down the only social service agency office in my district, which was then located in Mountain View. And because the county is understandably San Jose centric, it's the largest city, it's the county seat, it's where our government center is, there was a proposal to shut it down and move it closer to San Jose, if not to San Jose proper, which was being considered. And using the very kind of equity lens that you've encouraged us to consider, I said, whoa, wait a minute. How are the folks who need these services going to get served? And I was told the first time back in the late 90s, well, Supervisor, there aren't that many folks who use these services in your district. And I said, I think there are. Could we go do a count? And to their credit, staff went off and did an analysis and came back and said, gee, you're right. We were surprised. And so the center stayed there serving folks. But then I came back in 2013 and there was yet again another move to relocate the site. And in fairness to the staff, since the owner of the property was going to bulldoze it, we really did have to look at other options. And I again went through the same conversation, but I followed up by saying, you know, I know mine is the most prosperous of the 5 districts, which is why it makes it so hard for people of modest means to find a home in that district, in my district. And if you're a poor person, if you're a person living in poverty, and you're surrounded by folks who have greater prosperity than you do, it's too easy to be invisible. It's harder to be living in poverty because there are fewer services. And it is, I would add, also more difficult because the cost of living is higher. With all of those things going on, you could make the argument that the numbers are small and therefore the facility isn't needed. I would make the argument that if we followed that path, we essentially not only permit, but encourage the further gentrification of the 5th Supervisorial District and the relocation by necessity of people of modest means. I don't ever want to be in a position where I'm telling folks there isn't a place for you in the communities you call home because we've pulled services as we did a count of where folks were. So I just want to play out the fact that sometimes these conversations about equity are going to be a little more complicated, a little more subtle, a little more nuanced than is perhaps readily apparent. And I'm counting on my board colleagues to sort of be prepared to have those more in-depth conversations as the occasion arrives. So thank you for your patience and letting me make those observations. And again, thank you for bringing the item forward. I look forward to being an aye vote.
Thank you. And I would just, you know, I know the hour is late, and so I am going to move this forward. And, you know, I know everybody's had a chance to read it. I think the opportunity here is exactly to have those kinds of conversations, because I think, and I'll just use, I feel compelled to use one example, and I'll be quick. I know my colleagues are saying move it on, but let me just make this point. I was in a meeting the other day where we were talking about translating communication from English to Spanish to Chinese to Vietnamese, and we were talking about the subject of contact tracing. And the fact of the matter is that taking English to other languages when we're trying to get communities communities of color or communities with very specific cultures, really we should be thinking about the language that's used in the particular language to describe what we're trying to get across than the translation, because what that just means is we're using an equity-based lens to really be empathetic about the people that we're trying to reach. That may be one example, and that's an example that I think that would be writ large countywide, an opportunity for us to think more critically about the mechanisms and tools we use to provide services. But I don't disagree at all with your point, Supervisor Simidian, and I think, you know, we've served long enough that I've been many times, you're right at your side when you've needed to make that case for exactly the reason you raised it. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do I have any other comments? Supervisor Cortez, your hand's up.
No,
Okay. So
that
we
was
have
from earlier. Yeah, that was from
okay.
earlier.
May I get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes. And I want to thank my colleagues very much. I'm very excited about this. Item 16 is to include, my request is to ask for our staff to take a look at how we could contribute to the Cut the Commute pledge. We want to, this isn't approval of signing the pledge. I've signed it myself, but this is really to give our staff an opportunity to figure out how close we can get to that 25% goal, and then bring that back to the board for full discussion. I want to say that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District has been an amazing partner. They kicked off with us to get a number of businesses to adopt this proposal, and we've had a number of them start to sign up for that 25% goal. And we're also asking individuals to do that. One last point I'll make is that as we look at this kind of referral, what we're seeing in the literature and from people's experiences is that many places aren't looking at solely remote work, but looking at a balance between coming to work some days and working remotely others, with the big idea of getting people out of single occupancy vehicles that are dangerous to our health. So with that, I'd like to make a motion for this referral to staff. And may I get a motion and a second from anybody interested?
Do you need a motion or just a second?
I was going to give you you want to do a motion, Dave? And then
I'm happy to do the motion. It's a great referral.
Great. Thank you, Dave. Do we have a second? No?
I'm sorry, you did not make the motion?
Dave made the motion. I was just looking for a second.
I'm happy to second it.
Great. Thank you, Susan. Any debate on this motion or discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. We have no speakers on it.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you. We're now moving to item 17, and this is a sales tax that I am bringing forward for my colleagues for your consideration. And let me just say, let me ask a question of all of you. I did get a chance to send to you, and we'll post publicly, a poll that was taken. Does anybody want a public review of that poll before we go into our discussion? No? You guys feel like you understand it? Okay, good. So this is something I'm bringing forward, and I'm heeding the one of my colleagues who made this point to me that you know, the world has changed quite a lot since the first time we had a discussion about bringing forward a tax. We not only have a significant budget shortfall that could approach $500 million, and I know we all know the financial picture is very dire, but this is such a historic crisis. And the reason I'm bringing this forward is that I am very concerned that without local response, without us taking our future into our own hands, that relying on the state or federal government to come and save us is just not a real thing. And the people that I'm most worried about are the people in our community. And I'm most worried about those that are getting, I'm going to just ask if Sarah could be on mute. There you go. That what I'm most concerned about are the people that I see getting sick and dying who primarily live east of First Street in Milpitas and San Jose and South County. A sales tax is not a perfect tool because it's regressive, and I wish we could raise the needed funds from millionaires and billionaires and Fortune 500 companies, which we're going to talk about in just a little bit. But we can't do that as a county. And I want to reinforce for my colleagues that the tax is temporary, and that I'm hoping that this is a bridge that allows us to address the pandemic in a fulsome, aggressive, local way. If we pass this temporary tax in November, it will take effect in January. It means that we may not have to cut as many programs, but as importantly, it means that we're going to be able to get out to the communities that most need us to protect them from COVID-19 and this pandemic. I want to suggest that much of the work that's necessary has already been done by County Council, because you may recall that I brought this forward a very long time ago, it seems like now, but pre-COVID. And I would like to ask if my colleagues would agree that I would like to recommend that we put a general sales tax on the ballot for this fall. And if it's a general tax, it's 50% plus one. And I think that we would have an opportunity to pass that tax. It's temporary, and while it's regressive, it's the very people that we most want to help that would be chipping in to make this available to the public. So that, my motion would be for a 5/8 sales tax for a period of 60 months.
Second the motion, Cortese.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? I'll start on the end. Dave, you're good. Susan, I'll go. Oh, I'm sorry. Susan, you first, and then I'll go to Dave and Joe.
Yeah, I do have some comments and just a question or two for you, Supervisor Chavez. But let me start just by saying generally that I know that our county is facing a budgetary shortfall north of $300 million. Thousands of people are out of work, and thousands more are afraid to go back to work at jobs where they don't feel their risks of getting COVID can be safely minimized. Tens of thousands of residents are unable to pay their rent, and the eviction moratorium doesn't provide real relief to tenants who simply won't be able to find that back rent when they haven't worked for more than 5 months. We're seeing increased food insecurity and the blatant—
I'm trying to listen.
I literally just asked you a question.
inequity of non-universal internet access. Frankly, there is every reason in the world to look for additional revenue sources to help meet the tremendous need in our county. However, the impact of a sales tax will be felt most acutely by those small businesses and struggling families and individuals who have been hit hardest by the pandemic. We are literally asking those who can least afford to do so to help us bail them out. And of course, to add potential insult to injury here, a general tax prohibits us from making legally enforceable promises as to how the money would be spent. There are so many competing needs that must be met by our general fund dollars. And it's hard in good conscience to ask those who can least afford to do so to pay more in hopes that they will ultimately reap meaningful benefit from their further sacrifice without some clear public accountability that we can do exactly that. I'm also concerned about a promise that this revenue would be used for COVID recovery when we as a board have not yet been presented with a budget that outlines any real reductions in our expenditures that we could point to as needing to be backfilled. The timing of our budget process this year makes it exceedingly difficult to take a comprehensive and thoughtful view of the budget balancing revenue impacts, ongoing general fund services, and our COVID response. I just don't know how much we need. I have just a couple of questions about the poll. It does appear that a tax could pass the needed 50% plus one, which is encouraging. I'm curious, Supervisor Chavez, if you can just really briefly share who you think will champion the campaign for the measure, who will fundraise for it, whether there'll be robust support for the effort. I did got lots of advocacy emails this morning, last night and this morning, mostly from nonprofit organizations who said they will, quote, support the measure and work to communicate its value. But I want to know what this really means. Are these organizations prepared to put in money? And so many of them are in precarious positions right now. Certainly improperly, they would be beneficiaries of additional revenue, but can they afford to financially support a campaign?
So first of all, I thank you for the questions. Part of the reason that I asked people to weigh in was for exactly that reason.
Mm-hmm.
I am confident. It would be me with other nonprofit organizations that wanted to champion the work. I think we could raise the money. I have spoken to not just nonprofits, but a number of foundations and the labor movement as well. This will be an expensive campaign, but I'm confident we could raise the money to put it on the ballot. Absolutely. I mean, to not just put it on the ballot, but to have a robust campaign.
Great. You mentioned the labor movement too, and foundations, which is encouraging. I understand that the poll you mentioned to me last night was paid for by Destination Home and Working Partnerships. And I like to hear that they are invested in supporting this effort, knowing that we are talking about directing all of the revenue to COVID relief and recovery. And I appreciate that. So here's where I am right now. In order, I don't want to put the cart before the horse and halt even the exploration of the referral. So I'm strongly leaning toward voting yes to have administration come back to us with proposed ballot language for a new sales tax measure if the following elements can be directly addressed to my satisfaction when that comes back. First, the proposed timeline for the tax is 60 months. If we want to make clear to the public that we intend to use the increased revenue specifically and exclusively for COVID-related recovery, I'd like to see an option for a 2 or 3 year measure in addition to or instead of a 5 year. And I think that this further limitation on the duration of funds would make it more likely that we use the funds first, as you said, to preserve current county services, programs, and jobs, that it would be used directly in our communities to build up and support our community-based organizations that are serving struggling populations, that we would use it to put in additional infrastructure in place that will increase community safety and stability that has been rocked by COVID, including childcare facilities and seats, internet infrastructure, and neighborhood resources, and commit to making whole or as close thereto as possible the small businesses that have not been permitted to reopen for now longer than 16 weeks. Additionally, I would need to see actual numbers describing what costs we're looking to cover, what we are unable to fund without this revenue, and how much would be needed really to do all of the things that I just listed. The last piece
oh, go ahead, please.
The last piece that I'll ask for is if we were to secure 4 votes to put this measure directly on the ballot, then presumably the county would be involved in a campaign, and I would want to know how much it would cost the county to mount a campaign to promote the measure in terms of personnel time, marketing efforts, and whatever else would be involved. I said finally, but I was just kidding. I have one more piece that I would like to hear back from county council. I'd like the analysis that comes back on this to include predicted impact on other tax measures likely to be on the ballot, like Caltrain. We know Schools and Communities First is on the ballot, and a parcel tax from Santa Clara Valley Water District. So,
yes, may I just stop you there for just 2 things I want to make clear. One is that county council are you asking county council to tell you what the cost of all of those would be? Or
asking our administration to come back with the details that I've asked for that would give me enough comfort to be able to support.
I'm dividing it. So first of all, once we put it on the ballot, our staff has no involvement in it. There's no staff time, there's no money, there's no anything.
Thank you. Okay.
But on the issue relative to county council, you asked I'm not sure the question you asked about the other measures. Are you asking them what the financial implications of that are, or are you asking them? I'm not sure I understood what you wanted.
You know what? I'm actually, I wrote some of the notes very late last night, and I'm gonna skip that part. So let me regroup here. Never mind that. And if there are no costs to the county, never mind that piece. The remaining things that I would like are the 4 elements of how we would spend it, and some kind of budgetary estimate from our county executive as to really what we are looking to cover, and what revenue amount is actually needed. So those are the things that I would like to see come back.
And the one thing I probably wouldn't be supportive of is 2 years, and only because I think we're just getting to the beginning of what the economic downturn is going to be. But so I want to process that as I listen to other people, because we may or may not have the opportunity to have it come back at all. So
right, yeah, but I will say those are all very important to me. If we can't commit to doing those things, I don't think we should be asking the community to spend more money at a time when so many people are barely getting by. Agreed that we do have to find ways of increasing our revenue, but ones that don't rest on the backs of people who are unemployed, whose businesses have been shuttered, and who are worried about losing their housing in the near future. And I'm also very interested to hear where my colleagues are.
Yeah, me too. So thank you for that, Susan. Joe, did you want to go, or Dave, did you want to speak, or did you want me to go to Joe?
No, you can go to Joe.
Great, Joe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you will recall, this is the, I think, third time that this item has been before us in the last 2 or 3 years. And each time I've spent literally hours and hours on it because I think it deserves that kind of careful consideration. But I'm afraid yet again, I have to conclude that this is not a measure I can or will support. So I will be a no vote today. I think the last time it came around, I abstained on the referral measure, and that created some lack of clarity or ambiguity about whether or not there would ultimately be 4 votes. But I regrettably have to be a no vote today. Supervisor Ellenberg did a great job of articulating many of the concerns that get me to that place. And I appreciate the fact, Madam Chair, that you acknowledge this is a regressive tax. It's in front of us because the legislature hasn't given us a lot of tools. I get that. But the fact of the matter is it is a regressive tax, as Supervisor Ellenberg mentions. It does fall most heavily on those who can least afford it, as Supervisor Ellenberg mentions. And, the great irony is, as we struggle with income inequality, this doesn't mitigate income inequality. It actually exacerbates it by taking more money out of the pockets of folks who can least afford it. I know the case has been made that we have some pressing needs to which these funds would be devoted. But again, as the supervisor mentioned, with a general tax, there is no legal way to ensure that that happens. I know that the proposal is for a limited period of time, but frankly, once the funds are committed, I have no real expectation that it wouldn't turn into a permanent tax, just as a matter of simple political inertia. I'm thinking of the 1/8 cent sales tax that we had on the board for, I think, going back to 2012. And then when it was time to reconsider it, instead of extending it for a period of years, which would have been my preference, the board chose to make it permanent. So we've had an experiment with that indicated, at least in that instance, that it was temporary in name only and permanent, as I say, in the final event. I also think it's tougher to make this argument by virtue of the growth in our budget over the last several years. The world doesn't begin or end the day we arrive on the scene, but it's the period of time I'm most familiar with, of course. So I go back and look at the budgets from the one that I was handed when I walked in the door, the 2012-13 budget, to the most recent one, last year's, that was approved and that's now run its course to the 1920 budget. And, what I see is that while population in our county grew by only a little bit more than 6%, and inflation during that 7-year period was maybe 23%, put the two numbers together, you can maybe justify a steady state budget then of with a 31% increase. But in fact, our budget grew by 84.3%, 84.3%, over that 7-year period, a multiplier of what might have been suggested by population or by inflation. Now, let me be very clear. I think the vast majority of those funds were spent on good things that have improved the quality of people's lives and have helped lift them up. And I am proud to have voted for every single one of them. I own every one of those budgets just as my colleagues do. But I do think it makes it that much tougher now to say, having grown the budget at that level at a far greater rate than the state of California during the same period, at a far greater rate than the city of San Jose during the same period, I think it makes it that much tougher. So you put all of those things together, along with, as was also mentioned, the potential burden of a split roll, plus the potential burden of a Caltrain train tax, plus all of this, and it just becomes a bridge too far. I am inclined to look more favorably at split roll, acknowledging the need that you described. But I think this kind of a regressive tax, for all the reasons that have now been mentioned, if not once, twice, is something there. We are going to have hard choices to make. I am hopeful that we will be able to find funds from other sources. And as I say, that's why I'm looking favorably at split roll. I want to hear what the public has to say before I cast a final vote on that. But I will be a no vote, regrettably, today, understanding that we will then have some very hard and difficult work to do. Thank you.
And if I could, just real quickly, Dr. Smith, what is the hole in our budget before December?
Well, right now we're looking at roughly 300 million ongoing. You'll find out in a couple of items that plus or minus a couple of hundred. So we're talking about significant layoffs.
And I would just add one other thing, ERAF isn't done. We staved it off, but that's 164 million that we could lose, before the end of the calendar year, not just the budget year. So the hole in the donut, to answer Ms. Allenberg's question, is it's about 300 million that we know about now, but we don't know, it could swing wildly. Mike?
Sorry, I had to get my mute off. I really don't have anything to add to what the two prior supervisors have said. They covered what was on my list, and nothing more to add, Madam President.
Great, thank you. We have a few public speakers, not many, but we'll go to them, and then we'll come back for a vote. What's that?
I said, I know we skipped over Supervisor Cortese. That's what threw me.
He said he didn't need to speak.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was going to the speakers. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Jennifer Keller. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, supervisors. This is Jennifer Kelleher. I'm the Chief Program Officer at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We sent you a letter last evening in support of this referral, and we do just want to encourage you deeply to support putting this tax on the ballot and giving our community and our residents the opportunity to weigh in on how we solve this crisis. I've participated in a number of the board meetings since COVID hit. I'm deeply concerned about the health and safety of our community and also our financial situation for now and the foreseeable future. We know this is a heavy lift and a difficult consideration, especially in an election that looks like no other, but the Law Foundation is eager to support this measure with both our feet on the ground and also our considerable influence with other community members. So we urge you to support this referral today.
Our next speaker is Nikki Quinn. Pardon my pronunciation. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good evening. This is Richard Conda. Actually, I'm using Whitney's email Zoom account. As you know, I'm the president of the executive director of the Asian Law Alliance, and I would actually urge you to support this. I personally pledge that I would do everything I can to get this important tax measure passed in November. The board needs to vote to place this measure on the ballot so that voters can decide that this tax measure is the right thing to do at this time. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Bob Brownstein. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would urge the board, even though members have said they don't like this idea, to reconsider for several reasons. First, we don't need to know the exact amount of money that we're going to be short. We know that it's going to be an amount that we can't possibly meet without additional revenue sources to protect people's lives and health. It's like, how fast is the Titanic sinking? The only thing that matters is it's sinking faster than rescue will happen. You don't need to know the exact speed. There are no other options. That's not the county's fault. It's the legislature's fault. And as regards this being a regressive tax, low-income people don't pay sales taxes on food, on shelter, on medical care. The amount of regressiveness for people who are genuinely poor is very, very limited. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Allie Knight. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. This is Ali Knight, and I'm President and CEO of Fresh Lifelines for Youths. First off, thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today. On behalf of FLY's 70 staff, our 200 volunteers, and approximately 1,000 young people we serve here in Santa Clara County each year, we're grateful for the hard work that the county's done and continues to do to navigate such unprecedented times. But we're here to thank you for considering item 17 on the agenda, a sales tax budget initiative, ballot initiatives. We know that COVID-19 is disproportionately impacting our communities of color, our neighbors suffering from poverty, and those with limited access to resources and healthcare. And we know that this is on us, our community, to take care of each other and fight our way through this. This sales tax, we believe, is one important and promising way of the many solutions we should employ. As a result, we support and we are supportive and excited and ready to lean in and make this a success. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Milan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Monica Mellon, and at this point, I'm not sure if this has enough votes, but I just really wanted to say that I'm very strongly supportive of this, and I really hope that you'll consider placing this sales tax on the ballot. The county's losing a lot of revenue, but our need to fund essential services is even greater than it was before. We also need to fund COVID relief. And I really understand why some of you might be hesitant to put this measure on the ballot because of the regressivity, because there's other competing measures, but I hope that you'll at least allow us to vote on it regardless of how you'll be voting on it in November if it ends up on the ballot, so that we can decide if we want to save our essential services and increase revenue to help fight this pandemic. Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Kuzmal. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yeah, my name is James Kuzmal. I live in Mountain View, and I just wanted to address one thing that Supervisors Committee had mentioned about the regressivity of the sales tax method. And so long as we are using a sales tax or any other regressive tax for a progressive purpose, then the net effect will be progressive. So if the sales tax, if you're paying an extra $20 to $30 a year in sales tax ends up saving your bus line so that you don't have to buy a car, then the net effect is vastly beneficial. And that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Edgar Lynn. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm a Sunnyvale resident, and I also just want to add that, yeah, like
not fighting COVID is going to be more regressive than the sales tax. If you're an essential worker, getting sick is going to be more regressive than the sales tax. If you're a small business, you can't reopen because we haven't fought COVID, that's going to be more regressive than the sales tax. So I would urge this Board of Supervisors to please approve this measure. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeffrey Buchanan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jeffrey Buchanan, District 3 resident and Director of Public Policy at Working Partnerships USA. I think it's important to remember when we think about COVID-19 that certainly we have immediate needs, which are enormous. Back rent for families who've been impacted by this disaster looks somewhere in the neighborhood of $300 million in our recent analysis. But it's important to remember this is a long-term issue that it may be until 2030 until we see unemployment get back to the pre-COVID reality. And we cannot, as a county, wait for Mitch McConnell to save us. Washington is dithering as we speak on providing anything near the amount of resources we need as a county to help our working families, our communities of color, to recover, much less to be able to protect ourselves from really preventable deaths in this moment. And so I really encourage the county to consider putting this to the voters, letting the voters consider. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Kathleen King. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much for allowing us to speak, and I want to thank the board. I think about my life in Santa Clara County and how it has been influenced by the Santa Clara County Board and the very important part it has played in my life since being a child here. And so I think about all the children that look to you for support. And I would like to say I'd like to be able to vote on this. I would like to be one of those that could vote yes for it. So thank you. I'll give you your 27 seconds back.
Our next speaker is Rico Mendez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. This is Rico Mendez with SEIU Local 521. I'm just remembering all of the other times Santa Clara County has really stood at the forefront and done the right thing and decided to invest in services that really help vulnerable populations. And it's changed a tremendous number of lives. It's saved a lot of children. It's helped a lot of the elderly and vulnerable. And we should all be very proud of that. This is an opportunity to do this now in an unprecedented moment that none of us have ever seen before in our lifetime. The time to invest is now. And by simply giving us, the voters that want to vote on something like this, an opportunity to do so, couldn't be a better decision for leaders like yourselves. So for the arguments that I've heard for why we would not, why some of you are not comfortable putting this on the ballot and letting the voters choose, those arguments seem very outdated and they seem very tone deaf in this time of need of the community in a very serious way. So I'd ask you to reconsider your decision. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Jordan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to speak in opposition to the prior speaker. I'm not sure if anyone had the chance to see Dan Walters' column this past Sunday in the Mercury News. It talked about how California is raising the cost of living for the poor and certainly adding an additional 1/8 cent sales tax to an already very high sales tax burden would continue to add to the burden for low cost and low income residents of Santa Clara County. There are already transportation sales taxes that are supporting Caltrain. We are simply seeing a catfight between transit agencies scrapping over money and trying to get a piece of new money from a potential new sales tax being passed. Please consider the sales tax burden that's already being levied on low-income people of color in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
And that concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to the board for a vote. I do want to just make this one point about the regressivity of this tax, though, and I apologize because I know the hour's getting late, and Susan, you have a hard stop. And that is that the one difference about this tax is it really is focused on the people we most want to serve. And I think that the things I'd like to see us spend money on is protecting essential services, fighting COVID-19, which is primarily hurting people of color, rent relief, because I think we are going to see a lot of people on the street unless we invest in that. And then as it relates to small business, I couldn't agree more with you, Susan. I think that the one group of small businesses that have really been left out are women-led businesses, particularly in childcare. So from my perspective, the opportunity for us to really lean into the moment is critical. And later on, we're going to talk about the Caltrain tax, and the Caltrain tax also regressive, which almost none of these people are going to get to use. They're just not. And sometimes we do things because it's right for the region. Sometimes we do it because we think it's right for the people. But right now, we have people in our community that are really, really suffering, and we do need to figure out a way to provide support, or we're going to see a lot more people who are homeless, a lot more people who are hungry, and a lot more people who are getting sick. And that's why I think this is so important. So with that, thank you for letting me weigh in there. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on whether or not we proceed. And if we did proceed, we would come back on August 6th to look at this sales tax. I believe this is, anyway, so with that, we'll take a vote. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
No.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
No.
President Chavez?
Yes. And with that, let me just say the concept passes. We could come back on August 6th. I'd like time to think about that because that is the motion that just went into effect, and it'll give me a chance to talk to people in the community. All right, with that, we're going to move on to our next item, which is item number 20. And this is Proposition 15, supporting the resolution referral. And Ms. Ellenberg, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. This one is just, it's really important to me, and I'm really glad to bring it forward. And thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for sharing the leadership with me on this item. Schools and services affecting children and families have been woefully underfunded for 4 decades. Today, much of the nation, including South California and Santa Clara County, is facing a COVID-induced recession. We've been told, and we've already talked about, that the budget shortfall here is north of $300 million. And as we simultaneously continue to try to contain the virus and to move into a COVID-19 recovery era, the need for ongoing revenue is crystal clear. The county and its government agency partners, as we are doing up and down the agenda today, must identify ways to increase revenue to continue providing services to our county residents. Of course, Prop 15 is not a response to COVID. It's a belated and incomplete response to the disaster of Prop 13, which devastated one of the strongest public education systems in the nation. Even absent a pandemic or an economic recession, our children and communities deserve better. The pandemic has only brought to light many of the inequities of our current system, both directly and tangentially related to public education. We are not going to do better as a community if we don't do better by schools, children, and families. If passed, this ballot measure has the potential to stave off devastating cuts to programs for children, families, and our county's most marginalized populations. And it's not regressive. This referral is requesting that we draft a resolution in support of this ballot measure. As an elected representative to the board, I believe that it's important to show our communities that we're willing to think creatively about ways to bring revenue into our communities, especially here where the wealth disparity is so vast. When I first introduced this referral, it was met with resistance from our county assessor. I appreciate that Mr. Stone opposed Prop 13 when it was initially proposed and subsequently passed, and I know that he understands the inequity of our current system. He would prefer a split rate to the split roll system, and he is probably right that a split rate option would be better and more efficient to administer. However, that option isn't on the table. I took very seriously Mr. Stone's concerns about the apparent, quote, impossibility of successfully implementing the new rules, and similar sentiments expressed by our executive, county council, and clerk of the board. They are all intelligent leaders, experts in their field, and I'm a policymaker. However, I am not persuaded that the additional work, greater expense, short-term challenges, and possible delayed receipt of increased funding justifies saying no to this proposition. Systemic racism and social inequities are also great challenges, some would say impossible to remedy and very expensive. I wouldn't say that those should be barriers from tackling the problems, and I suspect none of you who may oppose the proposition before us would disagree. The point I'm making is that we should not be in the business of saying no to adopting new systems that some today claim are impossible to administer, but be in the business of finding ways to make complicated and even flawed systems work that are ultimately in the best interest of county residents. I'm in this seat not as a financial expert or an administrator, but as a representative of the people, and I believe that our people would benefit substantially from increased revenue this proposition would produce, even if the first fruits are a few years out. I want to address some of the concerns cited by opponents other than the group that I just referenced. So to reiterate, Prop 15 does not apply to residential properties, ag properties, or owners of commercial or industrial properties with combined value of $3 million or less. Also, property taxes stay in the county where they are collected. So our high needs schools, including Title I and other revenue limit institutions, will receive additional funding, which of course promotes equity. Second, passage of Prop 15 would ensure that Santa Clara County government agencies have the potential to receive more than $500 million in ongoing revenue. The county would be estimated to receive over $255 million, though I would think that in this sum, we would be able to identify resources to expand the assessor's office and ancillary attorneys and clerks to meet the expanded need and challenge of assessment appeals that will undoubtedly beset the office in the first couple of years. Additionally, the proposition itself accounts for all of that and allocates funding and a timeline specifically to do the work. Third, allocations to other taxing entities in our county, most importantly school districts, will help the county prioritize current partnerships with local agencies within the county's safety net services. Roughly 40% of the funds will go to education, K-12 and community colleges, and 60% will go to fund critical services in our local communities, such as affordable housing, reducing homelessness, disaster and emergency response, and other critical programs. And I'm certain that all of us would agree that all of these challenges require additional funding to fully meet current and anticipated need. Fourth, nearly every other state in the country regularly assesses commercial property based on fair market value, meaning this ballot measure would finally bring California into the 21st century. Prop 15 allocates funding for implementation, provides flexibility in rollout, and will phase in implementation over a number of years that a state task force deems necessary. This, despite the fact that the proposition was first created with the 2018 election as a target. The measure explicitly provides an outline for the changes, including making sure that assessors have enough resources, flexibility to prioritize the relatively few older, larger properties that account for the vast majority of lost revenue. Additionally, vast improvements in software and other technologies have made assessments more efficient and cost-effective. Again, nearly every other state in the country regularly assesses commercial property at fair market value, so there is no reason that California can't and shouldn't do the same. I urge my colleagues to support this referral today and to speak for the children and families in our communities who deserve better than they have now.
Apologize. What I'd like to do, if it's okay, is before I go to the board, may I go to Larry and then go to the board, if that's all right with my colleagues? All right. Assessor Stone?
Well, thank you, and thank you, Susan, for your comments. Just to reference one item this morning, I do wear my mask when I'm outside of my private office area. You know, the California Assessors Association has completed a comprehensive analysis of the split roll ballot measure with only one question in mind: can assessors implement the initiative? Our conclusion is we cannot. It would be impossible. Not difficult, but impossible to administer the provisions of Proposition 15 as it is written. Revenue is only good if it can be generated. Proposition 15 proponents retained a consultant to estimate the property tax revenue that Prop 15 would generate. Reading directly from the report right now, quote, the estimate for new revenues for 2021-22 is $11.4 billion. That is completely false. There'd be very little revenue in that year. Even the LAO projects a phase-in of revenue over several years, concluding in 25-26. I advise local governments, including this one, don't budget for additional revenue just yet. The proponents claim that Prop 15 excludes small businesses from reassessment. It does not. Most small businesses don't own their property. They pay their property tax through their lease. So most small businesses wouldn't get the benefit of the exclusion. Prop 15 will crush thousands of California small businesses. The independent restaurant, cleaners, nail and hair salons, gift stores, grocery stores, and small accountants and lawyers could face increases in property taxes by 8, 9, or 10 times in the first year. Trying to change 42 years of property tax inequity in a single convoluted ballot measure, and to do it fairly, is impossible. The ballot measure requires reassessment of all commercial properties to market value every 3 years. That's the basic tenet. Well, what happens when the Great Recession or a pandemic occurs in year number 2 and property values drop 50% as they did during the Great Recession, requiring annual review of each individual property, eliminating the benefit of spreading the reassessments over 3 years? Again, impossible. I wish I could say it was as easy just by providing more revenue to assessors. Well, it's not. Time is even a greater impediment. I would have to double my appraisal staff. That is 50 new senior experienced appraisers. It takes 5 years to train and prepare an entry-level appraiser to be qualified to appraise commercial property like shopping centers and office buildings. The proposition gives assessors 18 months. I've asked several school boards, for example, if they could double their classroom teachers in 18 months. Well, you know the answer. Assessment appeals would skyrocket. At the very least, every commercial property owner who owned property, say, from 2008 would appeal. Why not? Much to be gained with little risk. In Santa Clara County, we received 2,100 commercial appeals last year. That's fairly normal. In 2012, during the Great Recession, we received 12,000 appeals in a single year, but mostly residential appeals. We conservatively project that we will have 25,000 commercial appeals the first year. It would be impossible, again, impossible to resolve 25,000 assessment appeals for commercial properties. We would be overwhelmed. So assessors would do what we did during the Great Recession, and that is we would transfer appraisal resources from enrolling new construction and changes of ownership, where the real revenue for schools, counties, and cities is generated, to defending assessment appeals, so actually reducing the current property tax revenue. The split roll is really an invitation to adjudicate disputes in court, rather than before the local assessment appeals boards, creating a monumental increase in the cost and time of resolving assessment appeals, including routine residential appeals. You know, remember the Levi Stadium appeal? 25 full-day hearings for a single appeal. $36 million was refunded to the 49ers. Santa Clara Unified School District refunded $13 million. Santa Clara County refunded $5 million. The City of Santa Clara refunded $3 million. And other public agencies refunded $15 million all to the 49ers, plus $6 million a year going forward. The Levi Stadium appeal has yet to be scheduled in Superior Court. Can you imagine 25,000 appeals when just one single appeal, with not even the biggest corporation in the county having to go through that? So please do not, change and make this difficult for the best assessor's office in California. Whenever government promises something that can't be achieved, it just increases the mistrust and cynicism that the public has toward government and elected officials like us. The question should be asked, and Susan mentioned it, is there an alternative to the split roll that would generate additional property tax revenue for the schools and local government? And the answer is yes, a split rate. The alternative simply changes the tax rate for commercial property to 1.2%, 1.3%, 1.5%, whatever. It could be done overnight with none of the problems and complexities a split roll would cause. It would not eliminate the inequities of Proposition 13, but it would generate additional property tax revenue beginning in the first year. Prop 15 is well intended, but seriously flawed. It would create significant costs and disruptions to not only your assessor, but also to county council, the tax collector, the finance director, and the clerk of the board. So I strongly urge you to join the League of California Cities, the California School Board Association, and your own CSAC committee, and decline to endorse Proposition 15. Thank you.
I need to make one quick correction for the record. CSAC has not taken a position yet. One of the subcommittees is recommending to the full board to not take a position, but the full board has not yet voted.
Yeah, I mentioned the committee, not.
Thank you. Okay, I misheard then. Thanks, Larry.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to call on the speakers. We have 16 of them. If we could go through that would be great.
Our first speaker is Flor De Leon. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Flor, oh, thank you.
I'm here. Ready? I'm ready then. Good evening, everyone. My name is Flor De Leon. I am a homeowner, parent, and a community organizer in the Committee of Empuje at Somos Mayfair, in which we advocate for schools and our kids' education. I am here to ask you for support to draft a resolution in support of Prop 15. Our schools are lacking essential resources like counselors, nurses. We lost all librarians, and sometimes our schools cannot even afford a field trip. Our children are not getting the education they deserve. More and more, we see a lot of districts are facing deficits that causes disadvantages in the education system. For over 40 years, companies have benefited from tax breaks. Now it's time they pay their fair share to improve our schools and communities. And this is a quote that I got. An investment in education is an investment in our collective future. And I have another one. If you think education is expensive, try ignorance. And if the assessor cannot do the work, let someone else do it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Krapp. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, hi, this is Nancy Krapp, and I'm a parent of a child in the county, and I'm also an advocate for the PTA, and I'm speaking to urge you that for the sake of the children in our county, please endorse Prop 15. With commercial property taxes locked in at 1978 rates, our public schools are decimated. Mr. Stone mentions a disruption to his office to retax property, but he makes no mention of not only the disruption, but the decimation of our schools. That's why the California State PTA supports Prop 15. California schools today bear no resemblance to the top quality schools I attend and every child deserves. Mr. Stone, please put up with the disruption for the sake of our children. Their schools are decimated, and we desperately need these stable commercial property taxes restored. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. My name is Rebecca Eisenberg, and I'm a candidate for Palo Alto City Council. I'm also a strong supporter and public endorser of Prop 15, formerly known as Schools and Communities First. Since 1992, when the Supreme Court erroneously upheld Prop 13's constitutionality, I have dedicated my career to mitigating and ultimately ending the scourge caused by Prop 13. This work has ranged from articles I wrote for the Harvard Law Review to columns in the San Francisco Chronicle to hundreds of posts and emails I have made in every possible local forum. It has also included me bringing up this topic, the topic specifically of Prop 15, every time I have had the pleasure of seeing or speaking with my own supervisor, Joe Simidian. Prop 15 is the measure we deserve. Larry Stone has lied in his description of it. We need to endorse this urgent measure. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brenda Zendejas. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good evening, supervisors, and thank you for your time. I've been here with you guys since 9, so I understand how tired you guys are all. I am a resident and a candidate for Alum Rock School District. I call to support Prop 15, and I urge the Board of Supervisors to pass this resolution. We have been giving millions of dollars in handouts to wealthy corporations instead of funding our schools and vital services like public hospitals. This is a fair balance reform which closes the property tax loopholes, benefiting California wealthiest corporations. Our children deserve this. They are our future and we need to invest in them. We are living uncertain economic times. We need this. Prop 15 will reclaim $12 billion every year. I'm sorry that the assessor feels this way, but this isn't about you. It's been about you and a lot of corporations for many years, and it's time to get this money back to our community, and I disagree with you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Kagape. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Emily. I'm a community organizer with Evolve California, and I was born and raised in San Jose. I'm here to urge the Board of Supervisors to pass the resolution in support of Prop 15 tonight. We can no longer allow corporations to get away with billions of dollars in tax loopholes at the expense of our local schools and communities. I support Prop 15 because it's going to reclaim millions for Santa Clara schools and communities and bring much needed resources without increasing taxes on individuals. Growing up in Eastside San Jose, I witnessed firsthand the lack of funding for our communities, especially in our schools, with overcrowded classrooms, teachers being overwhelmed, resources limited, especially in programs like art, theater, and music. And my mom's also a special ed teacher with Santa Clara County and constantly has to buy her own classroom supplies. Our students and our teachers deserve better, and that's why I really urge the Board of Supervisors tonight to pass a resolution in support of Prop 15. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Bouban. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Bouban with Evolve California. I'm a recent graduate of SF State and I reside in Campbell in Santa Clara County. I urge the Board of Supervisors to pass a resolution in support of Prop 15. I support Prop 15 because transitioning out of a private elementary school, I saw big disparities between funding and resources for public school. In college, I learned about the socioeconomic disparities that people of color like me face and how Black and Brown students take the biggest hit when it comes to underfunded schools. Prop 15 will bring hundreds of millions of dollars into Santa Clara County for education and community services we all rely on. We must fund things like public health and affordable housing. To do so, we cannot afford corporate tax loopholes any longer. Corporations must pay their fair share toward a prosperous California for everyone. Prop 15 is critical to our children's future, and I urge the Board of Supervisors to pass a resolution in support of Prop 15. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Willett. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Melissa. Melissa,
Hi,
I see you unmuted.
Yeah, okay. My name is Melissa Willett. I support Prop 15 and I urge the board to as well, because now is the time to work towards equity. As a parent of a Black student in San Jose Unified School District, I've seen our local schools lacking the resources to handle the diverse student body. One step to help address it by resourcing our schools. We need Prop 15 now more than ever for our kids and our communities. The opposition has a lot of statements to make, a lot of big items to talk about, but there's no substance, there's no detail, there's no why. I want to know how we implement Prop 15, not that we can't. Thank you.
The next speaker is Erwin Morton. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. It was interesting to hear from Mr. Stone that somehow under this measure, taxes will go way up, but revenues won't. That confused me a bit. We don't have a magic wand. Schools and Communities First won't fix everything we might like to fix in the way we fund our schools and our local governments, but it will fix some important things and it will close some important loopholes. It will make a big difference to the services we're able to provide to our children and families. I'm here today as an individual, but some of you know me also as a longtime advocate for children, primarily through the PTA. So I would like to mention that state PTA supports Proposition 15, and locally, 6th District PTA, which serves the county as a whole, at its monthly meeting last night, the board voted unanimously to support Proposition 15. Parents and other child advocates believe that Prop 15 will make a real difference for our kids. I urge you to join us in that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ryan Thurwatcher King. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Ryan Thurwalker King. I'm a resident of San Jose, a clinician at Momentum for Mental Health, and an SCIU 521 member. Thank you, Supervisors Ellenberg and Chavez, for your leadership on this. Prop 15, Schools and Communities First, will generate about $255 million annually in new revenue to the County General Fund for services like housing and healthcare. As a clinician, I'm witnessing the great need for public services, especially healthcare. At my work site, we have seen the need for mental health services for the poor increase dramatically. As a provider, we are being asked to do more with less. Properly funding community mental health agencies would lead to better access to mental health care, better quality of care, and most importantly, better outcomes. I urge you to support the staff recommendation to draft a resolution in support of Prop 15.
Our next speaker is Rohim Ghosh. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Rohin. I'm a resident of District 5 and a student at Palo Alto High School. And I'm very lucky that my school district is well funded by local property taxes. Unfortunately, many of my fellow students, including in our county, are not as lucky and face severe shortages of proper resources, especially mental health support systems in their schools. And Prop 15 would help us help deal with those funding shortfalls that would and really benefit the most vulnerable students in our county. That's why I'm urging the Board of Supervisors today to vote to support Prop 15. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob Brownstein. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Santa Clara County needs Proposition 15. The pandemic that we're currently going through demonstrates the great disparities in healthcare in this valley. People of color are dying disproportionately from COVID because they suffer disproportionately from diabetes and other chronic conditions, and eliminating these disparities will cost a tremendous amount of additional resources. Mr. Stone's criticisms are simply not credible. He says the measure only gives him 18 months. It doesn't require a single reassessment to be done in 18 months. The phase-in doesn't even start until fiscal 22-23. The U.S. Air Force has a slogan: the difficult we do immediately, the impossible takes a little longer. Mr. Stone's slogan seems to be, if it's hard to do, don't even try. Let's stick with the philosophy of the Air Force.
Our next speaker is Jessica Vollmer. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Vollmer, and I'm with Working Partnerships USA. I want to thank Supervisors Ellenberg and Chavez for your leadership to support Proposition 15. A quick correction before I start. The League of Cities has taken no position on this, even though 51% of their members voted in support of Prop 15. For over 4 decades, our schools and public services have been underfunded because corporations have exploited loopholes to avoid paying their fair share for the same services they rely on to thrive. Additionally, as mentioned, our public budgets have been decimated by the health crisis. This initiative will generate billions of dollars for California's schools and local services, including, as mentioned before, $255 million annually to our county's budget. And it will also level the playing field for businesses by requiring all commercial properties pay taxes at fair market value, regardless of date of purchase. And it will provide the largest tax break in decades to businesses that will impact 90% of our state's businesses. I urge the board to pass a resolution in support of this.
Our next speaker is Aaron Eckhouse. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Aaron Eckhouse. I'm the Regional Organizing Director for California YIMBY, Yes in My Backyard, and we are very proud to be a part of the coalition supporting Schools and Communities First, now known as Prop 15. I urge you to pass this resolution in support. I grew up in Iowa, which is one of the every other state that, as Supervisor Ellenberg noted, already does this. They already assess commercial property at its fair market value. Their assessors are able to do it. My parents own and operate a small business in Iowa. I've heard a lot about the challenges that they face doing so. I have never heard them talk about having their property assessed fairly as an issue for them as business owners. This is something that will raise $250 million per year for the Santa Clara County General Fund, money that can be used for vital public services, to expand transit, to invest in affordable housing and homeless services, to provide safer and more vibrant communities. I urge you to support. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rico Mendez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. Rico Mendez, CEO of SEIU Local 521. Our local represents 17 counties, over 50,000 families. And I'm so really thankful that we have this as an option. You know, for 45 years now of being decimated by a terrible loophole that corporations have been able to exploit to take billions and billions and billions of dollars away from the youth and from the county services and other critical services that are necessary in California. It's going to be great to see this loophole closed. And we need champions. We need champions like Santa Clara County to stand with us. Those of us that have been fighting to make this change for many, many years, fighting hard to get this on the ballot in the first place. Hundreds of thousands of signatures alone gathered by union members across the state to give us this opportunity. Now's the time. $250 million a year for Santa Clara County alone by just closing a loophole and getting some corporations that are making hand over fist right now to pay their fair share. It's a wonderful opportunity. I encourage you guys to vote.
Our next speaker is Kyle Kelly. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi there. Oh, did it work?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I'm a homeowner, and I also grew up in San Jose, and I went to elementary school. When I went to elementary school in San Jose, our roof leaked, and we tried really hard to get bond measures passed just to fix infrastructure, not any of those other resources that are essential to ensuring that we have a general populace in just in general health and wellness. Like we need to see the property taxes go in, and if somebody wants to take a conservative look like Larry is taking, it would be nice if we didn't have to keep doing measures, but we do, so long as corporations are not paying their fair share. They're not going to be inherited. They just keep going with those old rates. Do your job, dude.
Our next speaker is Morique Nouristani. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
And to the clerk, Monica will be our last speaker on this item.
Morique, go ahead. I'm sorry, I see that you've accepted the unmute. We're not hearing you. I'm going to move to Kelsey Baines. Kelsey, I'm unmuting you. Kelsey Baines has left. Dan Kostenbauder. Dan, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name's Dan Kostenbauder. I'm the Vice President of Tax Policy for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. The Leadership Group opposes Prop 15. Many small businesses will not be protected by the small business exemption. They rent their premises, and landlords who will pay increased property taxes will pass those increases along. These tax increases will hurt minority-owned and women-owned businesses disproportionately. This is why the California State Conference of the NAACP and the California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, among many other groups, oppose Prop 415. Prop 15 will hurt the California economy. Prop 15 will result in land use decisions favoring business investments over housing. Countering a favorite argument of the proponents, the Legislative Analyst's Office in 2016 concluded that Prop 13 was not responsible for any shift of property taxes from businesses to homeowners. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brenda Rodriguez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Rodriguez, and I'm the Organizing Director for the South Bay Labor Council. We represent over 100 unions and more than 100,000 union members and their families in Santa Clara County. We'd like to thank Supervisors Ellenberg and Chavez for your leadership on Prop 15. As the South Bay Labor Council, we support this. This is a crucial step towards our recovery and the pandemic that we're currently experiencing, in particular for working class families and their children. This would generate over $255 million to the county general fund, and it's going to bring lots of $1 million into communities that are consistently underfunded due to lack of resources. So we think Prop 15 is crucial to support vulnerable and working class families, and we urge you to support it, to support a resolution in support of Prop 15. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Baines, and I'm sorry I lowered my hand earlier, but thank you for bringing this resolution up. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and wealthy communities like mine have really well-funded, great schools. But I think all our schools in California should be well-funded, and some of our neighboring schools are routinely underfunded because they don't have as much property tax revenue for their schools. So I would urge you to support Prop 15. Corporations don't die, so it doesn't make sense to give them indefinite tax breaks. And just want to make the quick point that landlords are going to charge market rate rents regardless of what their taxes are. So the argument that they're going to charge their tenants more because their taxes are higher doesn't hold up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Milan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Monica Mellon, and I want to encourage you all to support this referral and support Prop 15. I'm really supportive of this because it would provide over $1 billion every year for schools and county services here. A lot of the schools in Cambrian, which is where I live, have been really struggling, and they've been trying to pass bonds and parcel taxes, but all of them have been failing because people are really tired of these regressive taxes. And I really think that it's time for corporations to pay their fair share and for us to get the funding that we need so that we can have great schools and great services. Thank you.
Thank you. That was, one last.
I do have a returned.
Yeah.
Maurique, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Maurique, are you there? Maurique, we're ready for public comment from you.
All right, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go back to the board for action and or questions or comments. And so what I'd like to do is, Supervisor Ellenberg, would you like to put a motion on the floor?
I would. I'd like to move approval of this motion, of this item, please.
Do we have a second?
Cortese seconds.
We have a motion and we have a second. And I don't know if there's any, if I could just go, I'll start with Susan and go through and see if people have comments. And Susan, I know you made comments already. Are you good?
I'm good. I just want to share with the public. I know you know that I have a hard stop at 6:15, which is in 3 minutes, to lead a community conversation, which was scheduled, promoted, and had registrants well before this special meeting was calendared. So
and she has
I apologize for that.
150 registrants, so we want to get you there. All right.
Thank you.
Comments from Dave, or any comments from you, Dave?
Yeah, just briefly, I'm supporting the motion. This is, and I have publicly come out in favor of Prop 15 previously, but not after a lot of deliberation because of all the years that split roll has been around and on the ballot and almost on the ballot and sort of kicked around. I've always been opposed to it, and I've been opposed to it, honestly, for some of the similar reasons that I heard people talking about the regressivity of a sales tax, because so many of our commercial businesses are retail businesses, especially in this county. Think of your average strip mall, and the leases are triple net leases, which means the landlord simply passes the tax down to the tenant, and then of course the tenant has to push it down to the customer in terms of the sales price. So it ends up, in a sense, like a hidden sales tax. That said, I have looked at what's happening with our schools, what's happening even more so now with the pandemic. I mean, we just had a governor earlier in the year say he wanted to open up in July, and then come back in the May revise, even before the surge, and say, I can't afford to open up in July, is basically what he said, even if we could do it safely. That tells you that things are dire. And then when I look around in terms of, okay, where can we get revenue? What can I do about this? When little children come to speak to me at some point in the future, on a bus trip, asking for their leaders to do something about the degradation of education, and they say, what did you do, or what could you have done to get us the kind of education that you received when you were a child, or that our older brothers and sisters received? What am I going to say? That there was an alternative, but there isn't. The sales tax has obviously been gobbled up by the transportation industry, public and private. Property taxes are really our only other tool, and we can't put any more burden on the residential property tax side for a number of reasons. That said, this has been something that has really festered for a long time as both a problem and as an opportunity. Lastly, let me just say I am a commercial property owner. That's very clear on my public disclosure statements, what we call our Form 700s. If I were simply to vote my own personal interest, or if I was on some board that was in charge of protecting property owners and they wanted me to vote their interests, I would probably not vote for this. But my job is, as I see it, is not to vote my interests, but to vote the interest of the constituencies that I represent, that we represent. So I know that's a little bit more of a philosophical statement. Supervisor Ellenberg did a much better job of just laying out what the proposition is all about. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for your leadership. And that's why I'll be supporting the motion. at this time.
I want to ask a non-traditional request, but Ms. Ellenberg needs to get off the call, and her request is if we could vote, and then if the rest of us want to speak, we can do that. I don't know how you all feel about that. Is that all right? It's all right with me. Supervisors, is that okay with you all? Joe?
As a one-time only exception, Madam Chair, just so it doesn't become a routine, but under these special circumstances, of course, happy to make the accommodation.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Joe.
So may I get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
No.
President Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you all so much.
And good luck with your meeting. It sounds very exciting.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
And then I'm going to turn now to Supervisor Simidian and then to Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of the fact that the decision has already been made and we're probably in the final moments of this meeting with some continuations, I gather, I think I'll just say this. Here again, this was a measure that, at least for me, required a great deal of time and energy and study. It is obviously not something that is born specifically of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's been a debate raging for more than 40 years now. But I've come to the conclusion that while the measure is imperfect, and it is, that it is bottom line in the best interest of the public for the measure to pass. So I'm an aye vote in terms of recommending it or endorsing it to our constituents. I do appreciate the fact that the proponents went back to the drawing board a little bit. I think the current measure is an improvement over what we saw previously. That being said, no argument from me that it's an imperfect measure, but as I was often reminded during my legislative tenure, we rarely get to vote on perfect legislation. So what we have before us is a thumbs up or a thumbs down as a practical matter. I'm a thumbs up, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you. And yes, taking that vote so Supervisor Lindbergh can get away, that was fine. I'll share my thoughts with you later. Full disclosure, same as Supervisor Cortese. I manage commercial property, I own residential property. One of the advantages for my tenants is, and they're triple net, just as Supervisor Cortese said, the old days it used to be a gross lease. But certainly for the last 20, 25 years, triple net has become more norm. And we pass the property taxes down to the tenants. And when those property taxes go up, then that increase goes to the tenants. And Supervisor Cortese brought up those tenants often pass that cost on down to their customers, whatever way they need to look at it. But I know whenever a commercial piece of property is sold, it is reassessed for the new purchase price. So I know we're talking about a relatively small population. I also know that $3 million number, while I'm sure statewide in, 30 different counties, it's a valid number. I'm certain most of the retail customers, given the size of our malls in Santa Clara County, those malls are more than $3 million. So those property taxes will go up, and those landlords will pass that increase down to their tenants. And the tenants then will have a tougher time making rent or have to increase their prices, which makes it tougher for their customers. We are already close to, if not the highest taxed county in the state. We are already, if not close to, the highest taxed state in the nation. We are at a time now with the highest unemployment in history. We have people losing their jobs. We have businesses closing. And to pass on any new tax from government, I just can't support that. And as far as priorities, if somebody asked me, because I've supported all monies for school bonds, all taxes for school bonds I have supported. But that's directly from the schools, and the monies went straight to the schools. But the state of California as does our Board of Supervisors. We have a general fund, they have a general fund. We prioritize where our money goes. If the state of California wanted, and I'll just pick a big example, to do away with high-speed rail and put that money into education, I would love to see it. It's all about priorities. When governments, city, county, state, federal, spend more money on defense than they spend on education, that's what the elected officials choose to do. It's all about prioritizing. And I cannot support funding our schools in this manner. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the speakers and my colleagues. Yes,
President
James.
Chavez, if I could just make a very brief comment. I know that the vote already happened and folks are ready to move on, but I just do need to say one very brief thing for the record. Assessor Stone included in the attachment a memo from 2018 that included the opinion of my office with regard to the predecessor to this proposition. And I did want to just state for the record that the revised language in the proposition really is quite different and significantly addresses the concerns that were raised, including specifically providing for reimbursement of all implementation costs, dealing with the timelines associated with assessment appeals, deleting the problematic zoning references, and many, many other provisions. And so does not reflect our view or perspective on the implementation, which, while certainly would require work, is a very different concept and very, very different language as embodied in the actual proposition that will go before the voters. So I just wanted to make that statement for the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I'll thank all of you very much for your participation, and Assessor Stone for your participation as well. Thank you. And I know this was a late night, and I'm going to see you with your mask on the way out. I know. We'll now move to item 21. Item 21, we're going to defer to the August 6th meeting per the request of Supervisor Ellenberg, if that's all right with my colleagues. We'll then move to item 22, and this is the Valley Health Plan report and recommendations.
Thank you, President Chavez. This is Paul Loren, CEO for Valley Medical Center. I just have a brief update, and hopefully it's responsive to Supervisor Cortese's earlier questions around testing. As your board knows, we have 3 testing teams. They visit approximately 52 identified congregate living sites, shelters, and encampments. To date, we've tested around 1,100 individuals. And keep in mind, when we visit these locations, approximately 40% of the individuals actually volunteer to be screened. And to date, we have only 1 positive out of the 1,100 screened. So that gives you some sense of the positivity rate and the effort that we are undertaking at the congregate living sites, the encampments, and of course the shelters. When we do, in fact, our notice relative to a potential positive, I can assure you that the team working with the Public Health Department immediately respond. The general practice is to test all individuals at the particular location to ensure that there is no further spread and that we can manage the situation immediately and effectively. So with that being said, of course, in your written report, you do have other items, including my evaluation, which is required under the HRSA grant agreement and oversight, and as well as the fiscal year 21 governing board work plan, which really just touches on the 19 different requirements that we're required to follow and adhere to. So with that being said, I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? So I will just make, I will just make one, or have one question, and really quickly, I'm just curious about why the Wellness Center why the Wellness Center is not a goal for next year?
Thank you, Supervisor. So I can share with you that we will be reconvening the patient advisory work group to further discuss how we move forward with respect to that effort. Generally speaking, I would also share with you that obviously prevention and early intervention with the homeless population is critically important. I think at this point in time, what we are really focused on is the acute needs of the homeless population. I think probably in the first quarter of 21, you will receive a further update in terms of our efforts around a wellness type of center or program.
Thank you very much. May I get a motion to approve items A, B, and C? This is the operations report, performance evaluations, and governing board work plan.
So moved. Wasserman.
We have a motion from Supervisor Wasserman.
I'll second it, Cortese.
Second from Supervisor Cortese. May I get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg is absent. Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes, thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 24, and this is the budget report, our cash balances, priority, and a brief discussion on our priority setting session.
Good afternoon or good evening. This is Greg Utria, County Budget Director. And in your packet includes an updated report on the county's budget. As the board will recall, the board approved the recommended budget to serve as the interim spending authority until the budget's adopted the week of August 17th. And the adopted budget will need to be rebalanced next month based on this updated information, as well as information that we will acquire between now and the budget hearing. And given the lateness of the hour, I want to see if the board just wants to ask questions after reviewing the report, and also wanted to invite Assessor Larry Stone, if he is still available, looks like he is, to also give us an update on the property tax roll for the upcoming billing cycle, which is obviously a key driver to our property tax revenues for next year, and an important context.
Thank you, Assessor Stone.
Yes, thank you. I'll be as brief as I can. But the health and humanitarian crisis of COVID-19 and the restrictions imposed by the shelter-in-place order, I think has been the greatest challenge that I've had in 26 years as your assessor. Despite the enormous challenges, including the significant loss of productivity due to teleworking, we successfully closed the assessment roll on time. In 2020, the total assessed value of all real and business personal property grew by $35.5 billion for a total of $551 billion, a 6.87% increase over the prior years. Prior to COVID-19, there were two primary indicators of a slowing economy, however. For the first time in 8 years, the market value of more than 10,000 single-family homes and condominiums dropped below their assessed value. Another indicator of the softening of the pre-COVID market was a decline in the assessment of machinery, equipment, computers, and fixtures, which grew by a meager $775 million, $1 billion less than the prior year. Next year, however, will be dramatically different, as the 2021 assessment roll will take into account the full account of the impact of COVID-19. Assessment roll growth is driven, as you may know, by 3 or 4 major factors, including new construction, changes of ownership, business equipment, and the California Consumer Price Index. We are already seeing a reduction in the number of changes of ownership, which are down dramatically 60% this year. We anticipate further slowing of the assessment equipment and machinery, as companies are putting a pause on the purchase of new equipment concurrent with the reduction in employment. I expect steep reductions in retailers and hospitality industries who are closing or downsizing. And finally, the biggest surprise that will contribute to slowing roll growth is the all but certain decline in the California Consumer Price Index. Analysts believe that the California Consumer Price Index could be negative, which has only happened once in 50 years in 2010 during the height of the Great Recession. Typically, the 2% CPI increase adds about $10 billion in assessed value, almost 1/3 of the total roll growth this year. By far, the biggest challenge to the 2021 assessment roll will be the decline in the market value of commercial and industrial properties, which could swamp any modest increases from changes of ownership and new construction, and of course, the California Consumer Price Act. During the recession, the Great Recession, residential property values dropped 50% in some geographic areas of the county. At that time, we proactively reduced the assessed value on 136,000 properties, nearly 1/4 of all properties in the county, reducing the assessment roll at that time by $27 billion. The residential real estate market has gone from a seller's market to a buyer's market overnight. While home sales have plummeted since COVID-19, prices actually increased slightly in Santa Clara County, up 4.6% to $1.25 million. Prices of condominiums, however, have declined significantly, almost 15% in Santa Clara County. The current fiscal crisis is very different than the 2008 Great Recession. The Great Recession was caused by subprime loan mortgage fraud, a collapse of the residential property values. This recession is pandemic triggered and impacting commercial properties more than ever, shutting down entire industries for months with no predictable path toward reopening. So what are some of the economic implications of this pandemic on our real estate markets and the next assessment roll? Well, the most obvious is the travel and hospitality and leisure industries. They're the first hit and hit the hardest. The hotel and lodging sector is most vulnerable to a decrease in tourism and business travel, in addition to government-imposed limits on public gatherings, conventions, conferences, and sporting events. Next, the retail sector, which was mentioned earlier. A sharp decline in consumer spending by consumers who have lost their jobs is having a major impact on retail sales. Retail sales plunged 78.8% in April and May, up a little bit this month. Restaurants, food and beverage outlets, major malls are suffering from compulsory or self-imposed travel restrictions. The UCLA Anderson School of Management projects that employment in the U.S. will not return to previous peak levels until 2022. The Urban Land Institute, in a survey, projects 6% negative GDP growth in 2020. Actually, the news is not all that bad. With new construction in the technology and high-rise multifamily sectors have continued toward completion, including Adobe, J. Paul's massive spec office building development, possibly the last major speculative office building for the foreseeable future. We're in the middle of a pandemic-triggered recession, and I believe Silicon Valley is in a better position to weather the storm than many parts of California and the nation due to the continued strength of the technology sector. But no matter what, next year's assessment roll will be seriously challenged, and I urge the board to budget accordingly. Thank you, and I'll be glad to handle any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Larry. Jeff, did you want to weigh in?
Yes, Madam President, I just wanted to add a little bit from a larger picture perspective. This meeting for the public was intended to be an update on primarily what's happened at the state level and the federal level that would affect our budget since the board approved the interim recommended budget. You can see in the transmittal that we really don't have any evidence of anything going on dramatically at this point at the state or at the federal level to push the HEROES Act through. So that was something we were hoping for, which still is in the very hopeful stage. The state luckily didn't penalize us for retroactively for ERAF calculations, and also changed the proposal from the governor so that the controller will be more in charge of the future. However, it's pretty clear that we're going to lose revenue in the future. It's just a matter at this point of how much and exactly when. The triggers are still pending at the state level. And as the assessor just pointed out, we're still very concerned about the future property taxes this year. Since the assessment happens earlier in the year, we won't see much effect, but next year it'll have a huge effect. So what we can really say is that at least $300 million of discretionary ongoing funding will not be there. So we'll have a $300 million hole in our budget. When we come back in August, we will have some recommendations for dealing with that on a longer term basis. As you remember, we recommended in June to plug some of the initial holes with one-time funding. We can't keep doing that. So when you approve the budget in August, you'll be approving really the final budget for last fiscal year. And it will have some changes or changed recommendations. But we definitely need to be prepared for future downturns. In addition to that, and probably much more troublesome, is the fact that the recession and the COVID crisis have pointed out the vast disparity of economic distribution, wealth distribution, not only in our county, but across the nation. Right now, the stock market's doing reasonably well because individuals who have money can invest, whereas the individuals who don't have money are getting in worse shape and getting closer to poverty. That will mean that our services are needed more than ever at the same time that our revenues are reducing more than ever. And as Larry points out, the challenges in the market will happen more in the middle class and lower middle class and poor population rather than in the upper class. So we'll see increasing divergence of wealth, which will make our job much, much harder. So with that positive news, I'll shut up.
Oh yeah, there you are, Jeffrey Sunshine. So just to remind my colleagues that the reason we're both getting a budget update. We also requested a cash update, and one request I would like to make is that we start having cash reports go to FGOC every month. I think that's just going to be an imperative that we're really as a board on top of that. And then the last part of this report was really on our priority setting session. I want to begin by thanking my colleagues for agreeing to do that on August 12th at 1:30. You may recall that before COVID-19, we were thinking we would do something in the fall that would then influence our fiscal year 2021 or 21-22 budget cycle. But because of COVID-19 and because we will be looking at making reductions, I think as part of the August budget, that we thought it might be worth us getting together for to have a conversation as a group about what we wanted to prioritize instead of having it kind of board meeting by board meeting, referral by referral. So what I was hoping is that if there are any specific topics that folks want to make sure they're raising, or priorities they want to make sure they're raising, that they either raise them tonight, or that if you wouldn't mind sending me and Dr. Smith an email that will collect all of that. It will help us structure that day. The other thing is we'd really like staff to participate, all of you to participate, because we know this is a team effort. We are going to be inviting in a facilitator just to help make sure that everybody gets a chance to give their thoughts. But if you share with us some of your thoughts and ideas, it will help us shape the day. So if I don't have any of that tonight, and I know we have one more item that folks are anxious to hear, what I would like to recommend is that my staff will send something out to the senior staff of the organization and the board with some questions that I think will allow us to at least shape that day. So this is the 12th. It's going to be, I think it's 2.5 hours of just kind of diving in and doing, Mike, actually what you talked about earlier, which is how do we prioritize? And so hearing you made me think we ought to get in and do that. Are there any thoughts or questions or concerns about what I just laid out as a process? No? Supervisor Simidian, did you want to weigh in?
I just wanted, for both staff and public, obviously a lot to chew on in this report, given the late hour of the day and the absence of one colleague. I think I'll just find other venues in which to follow up, but I didn't want people to think that it sort of went right by with no engagement. Quite the opposite. As I say, I just think doing it on the quick and with a short team is probably not ideal. So we'll find other ways to do it as you have just laid out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, and we could include on that 12th an update on the budget, and then dive into priorities after, because I think we have to talk about the budget before we do that. I think that this does not require any action. We're only receiving an. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Thank you. No problem at all. Just wanted to know, do you think 5 o'clock is I've got a committee meeting at 5 o'clock on the 12th.
Yeah, if we're not done by then, we're going to be really angry with each other. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
My goal is to get that, and that's partly why I want to make sure people give feedback before the meeting, so we know what we're going to be discussing. I think that will allow us to focus better.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll send you some prompting questions, everybody, and whoever doesn't fill it out, I will follow up with you. So, all right. So we have no other action on this item. We're going to move to item 26. This is the Caltrain sales tax. And what I'm going to ask, I'm not sure which of our staff people was leading the communication with the Caltrain folks. So I didn't know if we had staff that were going to be introducing this, or we're going to go right to the staff. I mean, I'm sorry, Seamus, I was looking at you, but I'm just looking to see if our staff was going to do any kind of introduction. I see no one jumping up. So
no, I think we were just going to go straight to Mr. Murphy.
Okay.
Madam President, I do want to note again, given the fact that we need at least 3 votes to take action on this, and since we're 1 member short, if you'd like to have the presentation today, fair enough, or a report about sort of the status of things. But I would like to suggest that we simply continue the item to that meeting that you've identified on August the 6th.
All right. Seamus, do you want to give us an update? And I don't know, I feel like I've seen the business, I've seen the presentation so many times. I'm just not sure if the board has seen it. So what were you going to present tonight, Seamus?
We were going to present primarily the polling results.
Okay.
This meeting with a date certain when the polling results would be available, and then talk about the process. That's
great. Very good. And are you presenting for the team?
I have Ruth Bernstein, who is ready to present. We also have Jeannie Bruins, Caltrain Director Jeannie Bruins, who is going to provide some introductory remarks, if that's okay.
Of course.
Okay.
You waited like a week, so yes, you get to do what you want.
I will turn it right over to Jeannie then.
All right. Then Jeannie, and then Ruth, and then back to you, Seamus.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, President Chavez and members of the board. I'm Jeannie Bruins, and I'm a member of the Caltrain board. I was tasked by the Caltrain board to convene representatives from each of the 7 parties required by SB 797 to place a measure on the ballot. For over a year, elected officials and staff met to talk through potential issues and work out the detailed language of a resolution that would be taken to each of the governing bodies. The process used by this committee and the resulting resolution language was shared with the Caltrain board. Today, I would like to encourage, and I guess it will be on the next agenda, to pass SB 797 resolution as presented in the published board packet. This is the resolution that went through the process. Caltrain needs a dedicated source of funding. Inspirationally, it is needed to realize the incredible future expansion that has been envisioned through the Caltrain business plan and supported unanimously by the entire Caltrain board. Equally, if not more importantly, it is needed to address the unprecedented financial stress due to COVID-19. Our ability to keep the system running is at risk without this modest sales tax measure. I do not know, Chair or President Chavez, whether you plan on introducing a modified resolution with new conditions. And so if I could just take one moment and comment if that is what's going to happen in the next meeting. Over a year ago, I had cautioned my fellow Caltrain board members that we needed to put our issues on the table. If they came up at the final hour, it would not help Caltrain be successful. It would only hurt. Today, I want to point out that any modifications that might be proposed to you does not have the benefit of the Caltrain governing board, understanding how they may or may not align with the range of potential organizational structures for both not only the service delivery as well as the governance that have been set out in our business plan. Do the proposals that are going to be made support, or do they conflict with the level of change required to deliver on the business plan? And we believe that the structural, the delivery services as well as the governance need to be handled simultaneously. The only thing known by the majority of our board at this point in time is what is being covered in the press. As a way of background, in November of 2019, the board held a retreat and provided direction with respect to moving things forward. In December, the board confirmed the direction, including the formation of a governance ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee convened their first meeting on February 21st. This is important work that the board is committed to and the work that must continue in a thoughtful, respectful way. Please help Caltrain to put a modest sales tax measure on the November ballot, a measure that provides great relief to our funding partners, particularly during these trying times, a measure that is embraced by the coalition of advocates whose support will be essential to achieve the 2/3 threshold, a measure that is critical to keeping Caltrain running and not one that results in us dumping 4 lanes of traffic back onto our roads, specifically Highway 101. A measure that is clean and does not risk legal challenge. In other words, let's not put the sales tax measure at a disadvantage before it even has a chance to succeed. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jeannie. We'll now go to Ruth.
Yeah, hi, thank you all. Nice to see you again. I know you've had a long day, so I'm going to go through this quickly. And let's, Seamus, did you want to say anything first? You're muted.
Sorry, there are some slides in here that speak to the benefits. President Chavez, as you said, the board has seen this information, so we will go right to the polling results. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Seamus. All right, I'll go through this quickly. So we did go ahead and go to the next slide. So we did a poll. Whoop.
Sorry, there you go.
Okay, so we did a poll in June looking at three county poll, looking at what voters think about a potential sales tax measure to fund Caltrain. Let's go to the next slide. Unless you have any questions on the methodology, we'll go right to this. So we did test a potential ballot question, preserve Caltrain service, support regional economic recovery, all the great language, a 30-year 1/8 cent sales tax. As you can see here, it's at 63% yes, plus another 2% that lean toward voting yes. So it's right just below that 2/3 threshold initially. After we give more information on the next slide, As a reminder, we did also do a poll back in March last year, and this is fairly consistent. We actually see slightly higher support now, even though folks are not actually riding the trains right now. Most people are home during the coronavirus, but we still see support for the a Caltrain measure actually the same or a little bit higher. Let's go to the next slide. We do see that traffic, even though, as I said, most folks are staying home, they're not on the roads right now, but still preventing traffic congestion comes up as a very important to voters. 82% say that's important. Easing traffic, reducing air pollution. So sort of the ancillary benefits of maintaining Caltrain really resonate with voters throughout the 3-county area, but also, and coordination with the other transit systems, making Caltrain more affordable and accessible, supporting regional economic recovery, and just straight up preserving Caltrain service. 71% say that's important. So all of these elements are really very important. On the next page, we do want to note, so after we give information, so after we tell voters a little more about what it's going to, the measure could pay for, some of the positive benefits, we see support increase quite a bit. It actually goes up to 70%, 71% with those that kind of lean toward voting yes. But we also want to recognize that some of that vote is soft, so showing you kind of the full picture here. After we do the opposition, the support does go down to 59. So this is certainly not an easy measure to pass, but we are seeing a lot of support for Caltrain, and it is certainly feasible in the right environment. We can go to the next slide. So just the kind of quick summary, and I can of course answer any questions. It's not quite at 2/3, but it definitely is can be impacted by additional information where we have heard or understand that there will be a privately funded campaign effort if this does move forward. And we, in the right environment, we think that it could pass.
Amos, did you want to add anything?
I will just add a little bit about the financial picture because it is important context for this issue. Caltrain is losing about $8 or $9 million a month because of the ridership loss. Caltrain is obviously very dependent on fare revenue. We did receive for the Caltrain system a $49 million tranche of funding from the CARES Act. That's enough to get us through the August timeframe and into September. MTC tomorrow will be considering a second tranche of funding for Caltrain in the $15 million range. And how far that gets us is really dependent on how ridership recovers on the Caltrain system. We know from our survey data that ridership will eventually recover when people are allowed to use the system again and travel again. They plan to return to Caltrain. But if ridership stays at the levels that it is currently, we're not going to make it through the end of the year with that $15 million tranche 2 CARES Act distribution. We would need ridership to return to an average of 30% of pre-COVID levels to make that 15 million last through the end of December. We know that we have to assess what kind of cuts are going to provide some cost savings. We did operate a 42 train service for a little while when the shelter in place was initially implemented. We saw not much savings from operating that 42 train per day schedule. When the economy started to open up a little bit, we increased the trains to 70 trains per day, saw ridership double with that service increase. And because we're a fixed cost system, the options for cutting our way out of this shortfall are really limited. It's more likely that if we don't find some other external source of funding to cover losses, that we would need to shut the system down, which is the reason for the very dire news that has been so prevalent lately. There are a couple options for finding external funding. One is to ask our member agencies in the Caltrain system who are also struggling through this period for additional help. We have started that process. Those conversations are happening, but we're not very optimistic that that will be enough to carry us through the fiscal year. If there's additional federal or state relief that makes its way to our system, you heard about the HEROES Act and some of the prognosis around why, about a prediction about how that might and when that might occur. It's anybody's guess. We don't think we can count on additional federal relief to help us out of this situation. So the 1/8 cent sales tax has really become a sales tax effort that is still about the expansion of the system, increasing capacity, increasing ridership, increasing frequency, reducing travel time, adding more service to Gilroy, completing some of the capital improvements that we know we need to do as a part of the business plan. But it's now also about saving the Caltrain system from shutdown, keeping it operating at this time when essential workers are using it, and also eventually creating some equity policies and implementing some equity policies that will allow Caltrain to be more affordable and accessible for all members of our communities. So with that, I am happy to, I'm sorry, I should add that if ridership in FY22, if we're just looking out to FY22, if ridership is in the 50% range by that time, we're looking at the member agency contributions from all three counties increasing from 52 million up to somewhere in the $78 million range. If it is even lower in the 30% range, then we're looking at member agency contributions that would be in the $100 million range. We know that isn't a viable contribution for our counties to make in these circumstances, so it makes the need for this 1/8 cent sales tax even more dire. With that, I am happy to respond to any questions or comments.
Thank you. Before we go to questions and comments, I'm going to just let our public speakers speak, and then I'll go to the board, if that's all right with my colleagues. Yeah. All right. So if we could have the clerk call on the speakers.
The next speaker is Carl Volker. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Carl Volker. I live in Sunnyvale. Caltrain is of critical importance to Santa Clara County and to the wider region, and it really needs this stable funding, obviously, as we've just heard, to survive the pandemic and also to offer the fast and frequent service that the electrification project is going to enable. So I really urge you to let us vote on a measure that funds Caltrain, and to not try to put in new last-minute conditions on that measure. I think I've seen there's a letter from the Samtrans lawyers indicating that some of these conditions that are being discussed might not even be legal. And so, are those conditions that are being talked about at the last minute a good idea? I don't know. I don't think so. But do you really want to risk screwing the whole thing up because of a legal challenge? Like, this is too serious of a situation to be playing these kind of games. So please just let us vote on the simple measure. Thanks.
The next speaker is Eugene Bradley. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, everybody. This is Eugene Bradley, founder and CEO of the Silicon Valley Transit Users. In case for those of you who don't know me, I'm from New Jersey, a place where we have a little bit more progressive in terms of public transit and how we fund it. We have corporate sales taxes and gas taxes. We don't have sales taxes, so we don't hurt those we claim to help in order to help other people out. Anyway, given this and given what I've seen with Caltrain over the last 35 years, it surprises me that they have not gone for any of these corporate sales taxes to get stable funding. So given all this, it's past time that stable funding for Caltrain be provided. While I hate having to support regressive sales taxes, that is likely just the only option right now. So just have our constituents, that is your managers, people like me, put up something that says that allows us to vote for this sales tax proposal. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeff Houston. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello. Thank you, supervisors, for your leadership and commitment to our community. I encourage you to support the Peninsula Corridor Joint Powers Board's placement of a 1/8 sales tax on the November 20 ballot. I have been a daily Caltrain rider for over 8 years. I commute from Santa Clara to San Mateo on the train with my bicycle. My commute is about 45 minutes each way. Bus services on El Camino Real are not an alternative because the same trip takes twice as long. Without Caltrain, people will return to their cars, increasing traffic congestion. The survival of Caltrain is at stake. This is the only option on the table to save Caltrain. Thank you.
The next speaker is Adina Levin. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good
evening, supervisors. Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain. Our mission statement is stable funding and successful modernization of Caltrain in the context of an integrated regional public transportation system accessible to all. So wanting stable funding for Caltrain is in our mission, and we are prepared to strongly support this measure and be on the front lines in terms of helping to get it passed, as we have done with Measure W in San Mateo County and other ballot measures. We are thrilled that there are equity provisions that the Caltrain board is about to pass. We've been working on this for over 5 years, and this ballot measure will help fund allowing more people to be able to use Caltrain. We support governance reform, but also want a clean measure in order to be out there to persuade it. As you saw from the polling, if there's any cloud of doubt, it will not pass. And so
The next speaker is James Kuzmal. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. James Kuzma of Mountain View, and I and both my parents all rely on Caltrain for our daily commutes in non-COVID times. And having improved Caltrain funding and service, especially on the weekends for non-commute activities, will be immensely valuable. I just wanted to urge the board to also approve this in a completely clean manner without any sort of poison pill-like provisions, both for legality purposes and to encourage good governance to create better governance rather than relying on hostage taking in order to try to force what might or might not be better governance. If attempting to withhold funding would improve Caltrain governance, governance would have been fixed and perfect.
The next speaker is Roland. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, supervisors. Good evening. My name is Roland LeBron. I live in South San Jose. I'm one of the people who get 4 trains a day, 2 trains in the morning, 2 trains in the evening. And we've been paying taxes after tax for the last 20 years, and nothing is changing. Now, to get the facts straight, Caltrain, actually, after they crippled the system, went down 98%, down to 2% of ridership. And hello, now they've just doubled it. They're only down 95%. Everybody else is, down probably like 89, something like that. So what could we do with $56 million a year? Well, the first thing I put to you is that we got to start by taking $15 million a year out of Measure A and Measure B, putting that into an escrow account, that's $30 million a year to start with. And then we're going to start taking care of ourselves. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Aaron Eckhouse. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, thank you.
My name is Aaron Eckhouse. I'm the Regional Organizing Director for California YIMBY. I have two perspectives I'd like to share with you on this. The first is as a regional advocate for transit-oriented development. In that context, Caltrain is essential to our work because we cannot have transit-oriented development without transit. The harm this would do to our ability to plan smart and sustainable growth across the region would be tremendous if we allow Caltrain to shut down. The second perspective is as someone who depends on public transit to move throughout the Bay Area. And in that context, Caltrain is an essential part of our regional transit system. It's a part that I myself rely on to access parts of the Bay Area that I would have a much more difficult time reaching without Caltrain. So in that context, as a transit-dependent rider, I also urge you to put a clean measure on the ballot and allow Bay Area voters to save Caltrain. Thank you.
The next speaker is Monica Mallon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Monica Mallon, and I'm a resident of District 4, and I've been a Caltrain rider since I was 6 years old, and I've never owned a car in my life. This has been a huge benefit for me as a young person and for most of my time as a student because it allowed me to save about $8,000 per year, which I could spend on housing and my education. I'm a little bit confused about which proposal you're voting on, but I want to encourage you to support the one that San Mateo County passed, the clean option that is what's described in the enabling legislation, not the proposal that Mayor Liccardo and others have been presenting, because I don't think that those are legal or would pass. So I just want to encourage you to support the original proposal. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kevin Ma. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, supervisors. I asked to urge you to pass a clean measure on the Caltrain ballot measure. 66%, 2/3 is already difficult enough for regular measures. Throwing in something complicated like this at the last minute is not going to help that situation. And as you've seen from the letter from Senator Hill, the author of the SB 797 enabling legislation, the text is very clear on what the law authorizes. To deviate anything from that invites a lawsuit that will just threaten the entire financial stability of Caltrain. As a Caltrain user in Palo Alto and D5, I recognize that public transit is Caltrain is really the only good way to go to SF other than by car. Unless we want to raise emissions by giving everyone just an option, just goes to the 101 or 280, that's not the way we really want this to be, do we?
The next speaker is Jamie Ackman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Jamie Ackman. In the early 90s, when the Joint Powers Authority was formed, it was acknowledged that Caltrain would require a dedicated funding source to move forward. In the early 2000s, VTA passed the 2000 Measure A Transit Improvement Program, which was intended to provide funding for BART to San Jose and Santa Clara Caltrain Station, as well as improve Caltrain by extending the system's double track to Gilroy, increase Caltrain service, connect Caltrain with the Dumbarton Rail Corridor, and fund operating and maintenance costs associated with increased bus, light rail, and paratransit service. Those things did not happen because BART to Santa Clara ended up being much more expensive. And as a result, subsequent sales tax measures were passed in Santa Clara County to support that effort. Caltrain has been waiting for a dedicated funding source for 30 years. It is time to move forward without additional considerations or restrictions that may not even be legal without losing Caltrain service.
The next speaker is Rohin Ghosh. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. I am a pretty regular user of Caltrain in order to get around because I do not drive, and I would like to be able to continue being able to move up and down the peninsula without without a very large carbon footprint. And all of you here have talked about how you care about our carbon footprint out of Santa Clara County, and preserving mass transit through Caltrain is a very important piece of reducing our carbon footprint. That's why I'm asking you to please support putting a clean Caltrain funding measure on the ballot and let Bay Area voters save Caltrain. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jordan Grimes. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I guess it's good evening now. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a lifelong resident of the peninsula. I've taken Caltrain since I was a kid, and until the pandemic, it was my main mode of transportation. When I was growing up here, my family was lower income, and we'd often take the train because while Caltrain was expensive, which is still a problem, it was still cheaper than owning and maintaining a car for my family. So while I don't love this sales tax, and I don't think anyone does, it's what we need right now. It's the only option right now. It is a lifeline for many, many people, and I urge you to move it forward cleanly. There are many, many of us who support governance reform, but you can't reform a system that doesn't exist. So I urge you to pass this cleanly, and I look forward to working with all of you on governance reform once this goes on the ballot. Thank you so much.
And Jessica will be our last speaker on this item.
Thank you, Madam President. The next speaker, final speaker, is Jessica Jenkins. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hello, Jessica. Jessica Jenkins. Looks like she's unmuted, but we're unable to hear her, Madam President.
I'm sorry about that, Jessica. Thank you for trying. What I'd like to do is I'll go to my colleagues to see if there are any questions. We did get a chance to see the poll. I know a number of you understand a lot about the tax, but I'll start and see if anybody, if Dave, if you have any questions, or Joe.
I really don't have any questions about what's being attempted. I understand that this requires a whole bunch of people to get involved and sign on. I don't know how much we want to discuss that today, given the overall circumstances. In terms of other necessary parties being on board. I've certainly been involved in the issue, like many people who are elected officials, going back several years. I think this was really formally sunshined, this particular effort, at a summit that Senator Jerry Hill put on several years ago. And I want to say over 3 years ago, but somebody else probably knows the exact date. Seamus or somebody knows that date. But, in the county, we had our own concerns about what we might need in terms of competing in terms of revenue. But there were a lot of people around that table, and it was a big table that were, concerned about governance issues. So, as far as some of the speakers talking about that's a separate issue, or why is that coming up, or kind of implying why is that coming up, I just want to say it's been coming up for a long time. I mean, there certainly was ample opportunity before now to resolve that. And I don't know if the representatives today want to speak to that. Why hasn't that issue been resolved? Or if we just want to, have a conversation about that. Not today. I don't know, because I'm not sure where that will lead, even if somehow we become more satisfied about that issue today, or with 4 of us here. So I'm just going to stop there and just indicate that I don't have a tremendous amount of urgency to act until I understand the answer to the governance question, number one, and number two, whether or not everybody's on board. I don't think this is riding on Santa Clara County right now, from what I understand.
So just, I just for the purposes of this discussion, I think I want to ask council, do we need to take a formal action to move this to the 6th?
Yeah, the board can just have a motion to
But do we
defer the
need a
item to
motion? Do we need a motion to do that?
technically speaking, I mean, normally we do it as something like the consent calendar, but yes, to move an item, you would.
I'm happy to make that motion, Madam Chair, if it would facilitate. I do have some comments as well.
So we have a motion, and do we have a second to move this to the 6th?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'll go to Supervisors Committee and then Wasserman and then myself.
Thanks. A couple of observations, Madam Chair. Again, by virtue of the hour, I'm going to limit my comments, though not eliminate them. Ordinarily, I am inclined to hold off on announcing a position until the moment of decision arrives, just because I want to make sure that we've listened fully to all comers. But since we have had the item on the agenda, and since we have had public comment today, even though we're going to continue the item to August the 6th, I'll just indicate very clearly my position is that I'm an aye vote on a clean measure to support the 1/8 cent sales tax. And I'll elaborate on that a little bit more at the next meeting of our board. But I thought I could and should put it on the record, just because I think one of the challenges that Supervisor Cortese alluded to is we've got half a dozen different entities with 30 or 40 elected and appointed officials all trying to get to yes by the same time, and that's a challenge. So here's where I am. I'm an aye vote. I'm an aye vote for a clean measure. I hope others will join me in doing that, and that a majority of our board will take that action when we come back on the 6th. If there are to be so-called governance riders, and I hope there won't be, but if there are, my one ask is that we have a clear indication from county council prior to being asked to consider them, let alone vote on them, whether or not such proposals are legal. And I think that's the least we can expect. So I'm looking to Mr. Williams and his team. And I know Mr. Williams and his team are going to say, well, we can't analyze them if we don't have them. So that's my way of exhorting folks who are out there having these conversations to wrap up their business on a timely basis, so that we don't have ambiguity about whether or not something is or isn't lawful. Clearly, we've got dueling views already on the at least 3 different compromise proposals that I'm aware of that have been moving back and forth in the last few days. And then the last thing I'll say is today is, if folks want to deal with the issue of governance, then please do get it done. Let's not use these issues to hold anyone hostage or say stick them up. If there are real issues, resolve them. If they can't be resolved, delay them. But I think the speaker who commented earlier was right in offering the view that if you've got a measure that the polling indicates is a toss-up, then putting a toss-up measure on the ballot that requires 2/3, sending a mixed message about what it does or doesn't do and what it does or doesn't fund is a surefire way to lose a tough battle. So I think that should be avoided no matter what the ultimate decision is here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. I'll be happy to vote yes to defer it, but I'm going to be a no vote. I'm opposed to this in general. When I'm talking about when it comes back, but I'll be supporting the motion to defer it at this time.
Appreciate that. So, here's what I would just say about that, about all this. I think that, just so you all understand this, I have been consistent and clear that in order to have, $56 million from our county be part of this process, that I think it's really important that governance be resolved. I think it's really important that it's transparent. And I just also want to acknowledge that I'm happy to go back and think about all the different discussions or taxes we have, but every day that we vote on issues or initiatives, we improve them based on somebody else desiring our vote, you know. And so I think this idea that anybody's holding it to be hostage, no, this is really clear. It's a lot of money. Over 30 years, it's $1.6 billion from the voters of our county. I think it's really important that we at least have an end date for when governance will be resolved. And I appreciate very much the point you're raising, Supervisor Samiti. And I, with the exception of a statement, have been trying to talk to my colleagues in San Mateo County, not so much to the press. That doesn't always work out the way we'd like. And the other thing I would just say is, and I want to say this to all the folks who called in and all the letters I've gotten, there is a lot of love and affection for Caltrain, and I do not want to deny that. And I do not have a problem with anybody who works there. I think Jim Hartnett's doing a fabulous job. This is about how we lay the framework for the next generation of folks while we build up this amazing railroad from something that's already just really well utilized and beloved to something that it's going to be when it gets even bigger and better, which I'm looking forward to seeing that happen. That is all to say that before, I won't surprise anybody, you know, I've been working on something that I too want council to weigh in on before it's public, and I want it to be lawful. I don't want, you know, to put us at a disadvantage. I also want to make sure that I can look at the faces of the people I represent and say, you know, I'm 100% confident about our ability to protect your investments. And that's really what this is about for me. So I do want to thank the Caltrain staff and Ruth and all of you for coming, and Jeannie for all the work that you've done on this. And I look forward to discussing this on the 6th. So this was, believe it or not, our last item.
Madam President,
29.
If I could just ask that the motion on this to defer it, if we could just also, for the purposes of clarity for the record, include the deferral of item 21 as well, if the board is so amenable.
Yeah, we didn't do that. That's what made me ask the question. So we'll be deferring 21 and 26. I'm sorry, yeah, 21 and 26 to the 6th of August.
So moved. If you'd like a formal vote for the record, Madam Chair.
Yeah, you moved it already and he seconded already. So now we're going to ask for a roll call vote for both items.
Supervisor Ellenberg is absent. Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Aye.
President Chavez?
Yes. All right, we now are going to move to closed session. Is there any announcement that needs to be made prior to closed session?
Yes, indeed. The board will meet in closed session to discuss items 1 and 2 as listed on the agenda for the July 21, 2020 closed session meeting. With respect to item number 2, John Mills, Director of the Employee Services Agency, is the county's designated representative. Does any board member of the county executive have a conflict of interest with any item listed on today's closed session agenda for which you need to recuse yourself? If so, please indicate at this time before we move into closed session.
Is there anybody who has a conflict?
No, ma'am.
And
No
James,
conflict.
I just
No
want to say
conflict, but
that was a beautiful singing in the background. Thank you, everyone.
President Chavez, no
Yes.
conflict, but I do not have the dial-in or Zoom link or anything for closed session. So I think I'm probably needed for a quorum. I just want to get that out before it's too late.
James, can you text everybody?
It should be an invite. You should have an invite on your calendar, and I will text you.
Yeah, I would just resend it.
And then we do need to come back to this, of course, when we're done for the report out.
Okay, thank you. Resend it.
I'm gonna, if you can resend it.
Don't send it to my calendar. My executive assistant's on vacation, so it's got to come by text or email or something. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Will do.
This is the ordinance list report for the Board of Supervisors meetings of Tuesday, July 21st, 2020. Item number 37, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.136, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees adjusting salaries for classifications represented by the Santa Clara County Council Attorneys Association, CCAA, providing for a 3% general wage increase, ID number 102006. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, July 21st, 2020.
Supervisor, I don't know how you get on, but I go to my calendar and I click on the link, and then I don't know if there's a difference. Yeah.
Okay, bye everyone.
Just checking if the clerk of the board is on. We are back from closed session and we're just waiting for a quorum to return.
Well, Mike, you're not.
Thank you.
We didn't hear what you said.
James, go right ahead. The announcement you need to make.
Right. At the July 21, 2020 closed session, by unanimous vote with Supervisors Chavez and Ellenberg absent, the board authorized the county to join or file amicus briefs in lawsuits challenging a federal rule that would roll back anti-discrimination protections based on the sexual orientation or gender identity under the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act and other federal efforts to undermine anti-discrimination protections for LGBTQ people in healthcare. Also, at the July 21, 2020 closed session, by unanimous vote with Supervisors Chavez and Ellenberg absent, the board authorized the county to join or file amicus briefs in support of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in litigation challenging its eviction moratorium and in other lawsuits challenging eviction moratoriums adopted in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And with that, this meeting is adjourned without objection.
It only took you 11 hours, Mike. It's all your fault.
I'm just looking at the last 14 minutes. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dave.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks, Dave.
Bye.